everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shadow Power: The Beginning of the Path to Godhood, Chapter 119 to 158, Time Management. Great Master, so that's how it is. Is this the person chosen by the Great Tao? At first, I thought it was favoritism. However, looking from the past to the present, the one named Yushin Kajuna has indeed fulfilled his vow. Fine, I admit I misjudged him. However, I still need to observe a bit more. I neither want to repeat past mistakes nor make a decision based on the evaluation of a single world. I certainly understand. I will determine it as soon as possible. It answered this way, then returned to tranquility. In ancient capital Alexandria, after the lively welcome for Yushin, it suddenly became quiet again. No one went to train, and no one walked around. Even the restless Delta was like a monk in deep meditation at this moment, holding her breath desperately. The members of Shadow Garden present were all waiting for a result. Not just Yushin, Dragon, Violet, and Alpha, and the others were all staring at the bright red fruit that Dragon had brought. It was when she was refining it, injecting 2 portions of the Rumble fruit lineage factor into the fruits, respectively one from the pirate world, and one from the main world. The first to discover it was Yushin, followed by Dragon and the others. Wait a little longer. Yushin signaled them not to get excited. The lineage factor did indeed show signs of revival, but counting one's chickens before they hatch is not allowed. After waiting for a long time, the lineage factor became intense, greedily absorbing the surrounding magic particles. Phew, it's alive. The Rumble fruit is transforming in the main world. That's great, we can become stronger, and then we can go travel to other worlds with Lord Yushin. Upon hearing the news of success, Delta was the most excited. She didn't understand what the transformation of the devil fruit in this world meant, she only knew that sitting still made her whole body uncomfortable. Woo. Stop howling, Delta. Come here, I have a fruit that suits you. Wow, I love Boss the most. Hearing that Yushin still had a fruit to give her, she immediately mounted Yushin, attacking point B. It wasn't attacking point B, there is a difference between the two. The former is active, the latter is passive. Alright, get down quickly, I can't breathe. Yushin pulled Delta down and took the dog fruit, model, Fenrir from Violet's hands. Here, this is the rarest mythical Zoan from that world. I thought about it, and it really suits you. Delta took it, didn't even look at it, and prepared to swallow it in one bite. Wait, don't eat it directly. Follow the method I taught you to refine it, then pass it on to your subordinates. It's suitable for all dog-type beast kin. Boss is so troublesome. Besides, power only has meaning if you obtain it yourself. Then I'll give the fruit to Huayue, let her go first, and you can go to the back of the line. Delta was laissez-faire regarding Huayue, one of the 12 months, and also a dog-type beast kin, as well as her subordinates. Plus, being restless, making her sit for several days and focus on one thing with high attention was practically torture for her. No, let me go first. The bristling Delta, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, shielded the fruit behind her. Then can you do it? Huayue, watch over Delta, and assist her on the side. If she moves even a little, tell me or Alpha. Understood. Seeing that Delta had a fruit brought specifically for her, Yukiheim, also being a beast kin, had to strive for one too. Perhaps if she acted spoiled, she would get one too. Lord Yushin, your concubine, also wants you to personally pick one for me. Yukiheim slightly stood on tiptoe, her eyes filled with affection, pulling on Yushin's hand and swaying it back and forth. Of course, I've already picked one out for you, it'll just take some time to go get it. Speaking of foxes, it must be the dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox. The user, Katarina Devon, is currently still locked in level 6 of Impel Down. Yushin decided he must get his hands on it. Although Yukiheim herself can turn into 9 tails, that only increases magic power. If she adds a fruit on top of that, she could probably become a true 9-tailed fox. Not just Yukiheim, I will also try my best to find fruits that match you all. The women surrounded Yusheng once again, until Alpha took Yusheng away from the crowd and into a room deep inside. Yusheng. How long are you staying this time? Alpha pushed Yusheng onto the bed. A wisp of soft fragrance on her body, not a heavy perfume, but like a white jasmine duvet cover that had just been sun-dried, mixed with a hint of affection from her hair tips tickled Yusheng's heart. 2.5 days. Then what are we waiting for? I brought quite a few pairs of stockings today. Both top and bottom need to be satisfied. 2.5 days is not long, but fortunately, with the speed of lightning, Yusheng was able to become a time management great master. First, he went to the royal capital headquarters of the Mitsugoshi Company to find those little gluttons, Gamma and the others. Lord Yusheng, do you think a cream puff without filling is still a cream puff? Need you even ask? On the second day, served by Gamma and Nu, he put on his clothes and went to find Rose and the others. You're back. Yes, but I'll only be back for a little while. I mainly missed you, so I came back to see you. Then about when do you have to leave again? Even though she was 10 million times reluctant, Rose understood the necessity of Yusheng's training, which was to deal with the impending return of Doem to take her back. But she still couldn't help being greedy, wanting to hold him for just one more second. Probably after lunch, I'll stay for a while longer and then leave. The place I'm going this time is quite far, so I need to prepare. I understand. Rose pressed her whole body completely into Yusheng's embrace, her forehead against his chest, listening to his heartbeat as she counted slowly. Her arms circled Yusheng's waist, the strength slowly increasing from light to heavy, as if she wanted to cram all the missed hugs from this period into this brief moment. Yusheng naturally saw Rose's reluctance. Once she becomes a demon-possessed, he would tell her the whole truth. He scooped Rose up horizontally. Look at you, your skin is dull and lusterless. It's clear you're lacking nourishment. I'm very lacking in yours. After another bout of intimacy, although Rose was physically weak, she still got up to prepare lunch for Yusheng with her own hands. Yusheng, I've been practicing for a long time. I don't know if it suits your taste. I like it. Food made for me by the woman I love, of course I like it. After lunch and lingering with Rose for a while, Yusheng found Alexia. It had been a while since he had gone to see this white-haired princess. You jerk, where have you been? You're nowhere to be seen every day. It's not often I get a chance to train, so of course I have to exercise, and then pluck you. Come back to the dormitory with me now. I've been waiting for a long time too. Alexia hadn't seen Yusheng for a long time. Ever since they were frank and open in the hot springs of the Holy Land Lindworm last time, she had been prepared to give herself to him, but Yusheng was always elusive. Now is not a good time. If it gets out, what a blow it would be to your reputation. I don't mind. Yusheng, At least wait until I have the strength to make them all shut up. Alexia pouted, then, let's wait a bit longer, let's go shopping. It wasn't that Yusheng didn't want to, but he couldn't handle such exertion. His ammunition was also insufficient, and he was currently in the sage time phase. Most importantly, if he was going to pluck them, naturally he should pluck the Flower Sisters together. All right, let's go shopping. After eating a bit with Alexia in the evening, he found Claire. Yusheng had a feeling that if he didn't appear in front of her, she might start searching the whole world for him. Sis, let's go have dinner. It's a luxury restaurant under the Mitsugoshi Company, and I have connections, you know. Humph, stinky little brother, you're sensible. However, do you have the money to pay for it? When I was training, I saw the Mitsugoshi Company in trouble, and helped them out quite a bit. Coming here to eat is just a matter of saying a word, and it's free. After dinner and boasting a bit more with Claire, he returned to the Kajina territory. Big brother. Woof woof. Nina and Alexander pounced on Yusheng together. How has Nina been doing lately? Yusheng asked while rubbing the dog's head. Nina talked about recent events and Yusheng listened, responding every now and then. Seeing her genuine happiness from the bottom of her heart, he felt that bringing her over from the Full Metal Alchemist world was worth it. On the third day, with only half a day left, it was of course reserved for the garden members. 120 Chapter 120 The Strange Fog, The Strange Ship. Chapter 120, Eerie Fog, Eerie Ship. I am FKing Atomic. Facing the garden's group attack, Yusheng had no choice but to use his unique ultimate technique. He drove the women back, step by step. Of course, this came at a price. Right now, Yusheng's steps were unsteady, and he had fallen into a deep state of sage mode. Lord Yusheng, allow me to dress you. Thank you, Yukiheim. A disheveled Yukiheim had no choice but to use up to 4 tails to recover. Yusheng, it's about time. Yusheng told Yukiheim to get some good rest, then went to the plaza with Violet. Squads 25 and 28 were rotated out for squads 31 and 34. At the same time, Xingyue, Lanyue, and former Elven Empire Naval General joined this team. Because there weren't enough hands, Alpha made the arrangements. Last night, Alpha discussed with Dragon and Violet that once the Shadow Garden's strength was sufficiently bolstered, they would dispatch another team to the One Piece world. Yusheng, be careful. Don't forget that we are all waiting for you. You too, Alpha. I estimate the Rumble fruit will be fully converted in about a day and a half. Once you finish refining it, make the arrangements. Elizabeth, thank you for your hard work as well. While Alpha is refining it, protect the base. I understand. Alright, I'm off. Lord Yusheng. Safe travels. Lord Yusheng. We are waiting for your return. The women of the garden, half asleep, quickly got up to see him off. Honestly. Everyone, go back and get some rest. Waving his hand, Yusheng stepped into the Black Rose Passage. 2 days passed. With the navigation knowledge of former Elven Empire Naval General, the ship's sailing was now under her control. Meow meow meow. Squeak squeak squeak. Tom, Jerry. When you play, can you please pay attention to the freshwater and fuel storage compartments? Beta grabbed them by the scruff of their necks. Although the freshwater and fuel supplies had been greatly replenished, once the 2 little ones started playing, they wouldn't pay attention to where they were. Yusheng, Dragon, and Violet were leaning against the ship's railing, having a fishing competition. Era, caught another one. He, I caught one too. Yo, Violet, that one of yours looks huge. No way, it's not as big as yours. Speaking of which. Violet glanced at Yusheng's bucket. How about we put one in his bucket? That works. Seeing as he hasn't caught a single one, it's quite pitiful. You know how it is, men care a lot about their face. Discuss all you want, but can you keep it down? The ship was bustling with activity, but no one noticed that there was no wind on the sea. Yusheng finally put down his fishing rod, leaned against the railing, and tapped his knuckles against the second copper button of his dark red coat, spinning it in circles. This was something Alpha had specially made for him. In total, he had enough clothes to wear a different outfit every day for 20 days. Lord Yusheng, fog is rising on the sea, Lambda, on the observation deck, informed Yusheng. It wasn't that kind of pure white fog, it was gray, like milk mixed with rust, seeping slowly up from the sea, lifting the ship and pushing it forward. A faint scratching sound came from the bottom of the ship, as if someone were scraping the underside of the wooden planks with their nails. Yusheng looked down at the deck beneath his feet, but didn't move. Former Elven Empire Naval General bolted out of the cockpit, a lock of her silver-blue hair sticking up like grass exploded by static electricity. The compass needle is spinning backward, she said. Yusheng, this sea area, there is no wind. I just realized it now. Dragon's words reminded everyone, and even Tom and Jerry jumped onto the railing to feel it. With the ever-changing climate, Yusheng and his group were long used to the Grand Line, but this was their first time encountering a windless zone. I think this must be the calm belt. For ships that rely on sails, this place is a grave. Former Elven Empire naval general, besides the compass needle spinning backward, is there anything else strange? It's not just spinning backward, former Elven Empire naval general said with a shaky voice. My perception, it's like it's being eaten by the fog. I can only perceive 10 meters around the ship. Beyond 10 meters, there is nothing. Once she said that, the members of the garden began to use their magic to perceive their surroundings. Using nothing to describe it is quite apartment. Beyond 10 meters, there isn't even seawater. Violet added further. Yusheng didn't speak, he stared into the depths of the fog. Something was vaguely swimming there, very large and very slow, turning against the bottom of the ship. The sea was too quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. The calm belt is naturally the habitat of giant sea kings. It's normal for big guys to brush against the bottom of the ship. It's just this fog. The fog grew thicker, carrying a metallic smell of rust. Breathing it into his lungs felt like swallowing a mouthful of warm blood. Yusheng wiped his face. There was a layer of damp, sticky dew on the back of his hand. This fog wasn't right. It didn't feel like it was floating in the air, it felt more like it was drilling out from his pores. Then, singing began. It wasn't one person, it was many. 30 or so, perhaps more. The sound surged from all directions. The tune was very old, like the kind of song sailors hummed after getting drunk at the docks, cheerful, brisk, even a bit comical. But the lyrics couldn't be heard clearly, they were crushed by the fog, leaving only the la-la-la trailing notes floating in the air, making one's scalp tingle. Did you hear that? Yusheng asked. Everyone nodded at the same time. Lambda, Purple Rose, and Beta had already entered a combat stance, holding their pitch-black swords. Meow meow meow, squeak squeak squeak, what the hell is that? Tom and Jerry muttered, their Adam's apples bobbing. The singing lasted for a few seconds, perhaps 10 seconds or so. Then, it stopped abruptly, as if someone had choked it off. The fog parted. It didn't dissipate, it was as if a stage curtain had been pulled aside by an invisible hand, revealing a path in the middle. At the end of the path, 30 meters away, a ship was stopped. Everyone's breathing stopped for a beat. That ship was exactly the same as Yusheng's. The same model, the same color of ship paint, only it had faded, mottled as if covered in ringworm. A flag was stuck on the bow, faded to the point where the pattern couldn't be seen, and something was wrapped around the flagpole. A dark red coat. Yusheng looked down at the coat he was wearing, then looked up at that flagpole. The distance wasn't far, he could see the scratches on the copper buttons, that horizontal, shallow mark that looked like it had been pinched by a fingernail. The position, the shape, even the direction of the wear were exactly the same. That is... Xingyue's voice was stuck in her throat, as if something was choking her. Yusheng didn't answer. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, not out of fear, but a more primal alertness where his body acted before his consciousness. The trailing notes of that song seemed to still be stuck to his eardrums, la la la, la la la, like a thin thread, sewing the wreckage 30 meters away to this ship. He could even imagine how that coat had been wrapped around it, someone had taken it off, or someone had peeled it off another body wearing it. The fog began to close again, like a healing wound. But that gap was still open, stubbornly pointing toward that ship, like a mouth waiting for them to be delivered inside. Let's pull alongside. Yusheng's words caused the Shadow Garden members to return to their posts. Tom and Jerry, however, climbed to the observation deck. Former Elven Empire naval general started the ship again, approaching that identical ship. The fog swallowed Yusheng and his party. Chapter 121, 17 Contradictory Logs. Thanks to boss Yu Xiaoyuan for the update reminder charm. Also thanks to all the bosses for the gifts, thank you. Yusheng, the mist seems to have cut off our way back. Violet stared at the mist behind the ship, seemingly trying to make something out. Chenlong, what do you think? You're a master of mist, after all. How do I see it? Lying down. I think this mist has probably cut off the space to the outside world, which means we've entered an alternate space. We can only move forward and head to that ship which is identical to ours to see if there are any clues. Just looking at its appearance, it was practically copy-pasted. Even the spot Tom's claws had scratched a while ago was exactly the same. Beta, Ada, go check the ship's internal structure. Xingyue, Lanyue, former Elven Empire naval general, guard the ship. Lambda, Purple Rose, go inside the ship to see if there are any clues. As for Tom and Jerry, don't run around blindly. Understood. Tom and Jerry possessed a bizarre, uncanny nature. Perhaps they might make some heaven-defying discovery. When Yuxing and his group stepped onto the shipwreck, he frowned. Stepping on the deck felt like stepping on jelly. Not the bouncy kind of jelly, but the sticky kind that had been left out for too long, with a film formed over its surface. Yuxing lifted his foot, drawing a sticky, transparent thread between his sole and the deck. It carried a cloyingly sweet smell, like expired syrup. Beta's face scrunched up as she tiptoed, trying to minimize her boots' contact with the ground, her posture looking exactly like a cat stealing fish. What on earth is this jelly-like stuff? Qianlong asked, somewhat displeased. Ada squatted down, scraped a bit off with her fingernail, brought it to her nose to sniff, and then shook her hand in disgust. Or maybe some creature's snot. In any case, it's not seawater. Yuxing ignored the stickiness beneath his feet. His eyes swept over the vessel. It was just an incredibly ordinary ship, a physical object, not something manifested from anything else. But why on earth is it identical to my ship? Nothing like this has ever appeared in the One Piece world. Lord Yuxing, we found something. Purple Rose called out from beside a table in the cabin. The table was placed right in the center of the cabin, looking like a deliberately arranged meeting room. 17 logbooks were laid out on the table. They weren't stacked but spread out like 17 freshly made pancakes, neatly arranged with even their edges aligned. The leftmost one had already become as brittle as potato chips, its cover crumbling at a touch. The rightmost one, however, was absurdly new, with the edges of its pages slightly curled as if it had just been flipped through, the ink not even fully dry. 17 books. Violet counted, her voice a bit airy. Who has so much free time to set up a book exhibition here? Yuxing walked to the table, hovered his finger over the rightmost one, paused, and then pressed down. The paper was warm, not body warm, but like it had just been spit out of a printer. On the cover of each logbook, the exact same sentence was written in identical handwriting. Even the thickness of the strokes was the same. To the next me. The next me. Qianlong leaned in and read it aloud, then chose her words carefully. This tone, why does it feel like passing notes? At least you wouldn't pass a note 17 times. Yuxing picked up the one in the middle, flipped through it and suddenly chuckled. Hey, you guys have to see this. He spread open the logbook in his hand. The page read, break through to the left. There is an undercurrent behind the third reef that you can use. The handwriting was messy, but it was indeed Yuxing's handwriting, the kind where he gripped the pen too hard, causing the ends of horizontal strokes to always sag. No one present could imitate it. Purple Rose grabbed another one. This one says to the right. Qianlong grabbed a third one. This one. Wait in place, the mist will disperse on its own. The fourth one, don't move, don't touch anything. The fifth one, burn the dark red coat, it's a tracker. 17 logbooks, 17 pieces of advice, 17 completely different escape plans. Some were written in detail like a travel guide, while others had only a single sentence, looking as if they had been scratched out with fingernails right before death. The most absurd was the second to last one. The entire page had only an arrow pointing underneath the table, but underneath the table was completely empty, save for a pool of blackened resin. Violet flipped through them faster and faster, her expression growing stranger and stranger. She suddenly slammed one onto the table, a laugh in her voice. This one says, don't trust the person wearing the dark red coat. The cabin fell silent for a second. Yuxing looked down at the dark red coat he was wearing, and then at Violet. Violet also looked at him, her eyes teasing, you aren't actually a ghost, are you? If I were a ghost, Yusheng sighed, I would at least choose a place that isn't sticky to manifest. Qianlong didn't laugh. She picked up the newest logbook, and without reading the contents, brought it to her nose to sniff, her movement like someone tasting wine. Then she sneered and threw the logbook back onto the table with a loud smack. These aren't logbooks, Qianlong said. They're bait. What makes you say that? Yusheng looked at her curiously. After all, having lived for so long, her experience and knowledge were bound to be richer. The person who wrote them knew you would read them, knew you would hesitate, and knew you would stand before this table, choosing which path to survive like picking from a menu. Qianlong paused, her eyes sweeping over the 17 logbooks. And the writer was in a hurry. So hurried that they couldn't even wait for the ink to dry. Yusheng picked up the newest one, his finger pausing on the character for me. The final stroke of that me had a small hook, not a hook in the calligraphic sense, but a writing habit he had since childhood that he couldn't break, one he didn't even realize himself when writing. He stared at that hook for 3 seconds, then flipped to the back cover. On the back cover was a line of text covered by correction fluid. The white correction fluid had already yellowed and cracked, but one could still see that there was writing underneath. Yusheng scraped at it with his fingernail. Flakes fell onto the tabletop, revealing a crookedly written line, "They are waiting for you to fail. The more you fail, the more real they become." Violet leaned in. After reading this line, she found it baffling. What they? These logbooks? Or perhaps the me's who wrote the logs? Yusheng closed the logbook, his voice very soft. Have you noticed that in these logs, the red coat is referred to as red clothes? The girls shook their heads. I never refer to this coat as red clothes, Yusheng said. To me, clothes is a general term, while coat is specific. It's a habit, and it can't be changed. Purple Rose blinked. Lord Yusheng, do you mean they weren't written by the same person? Handwriting can be copied, but habits cannot. The one who wrote red clothes was imitating me, but it didn't know my habits. It thought putting red and clothes together was enough. Qianlong smacked her lips, seemingly showing genuine interest in this for the first time. So you mean, out of these 17 books, some were written by you, and some were written by something else? Perhaps they were all written by something else. Yusheng placed the logbook back on the table, his movements very gentle, as if afraid of waking something up. Perhaps I never wrote a single one of them. They just want me to think that I'm leaving clues for myself. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the cabin. It was Xingyue. Lord Yusheng, there's something happening in the mist. Hearing the commotion, everyone except Beta and Ada, who were still inspecting, rushed onto the deck. Where there was originally only one shipwreck, the thick mist had spat out over a dozen more identical shipwrecks. The only difference was the addition of several figures standing motionless on their respective shipwrecks, like a group of specimens nailed to the decks. At this moment, they turned their heads at the same time. Not one by one, not one after the other, but simultaneously. Over 30 heads, as if pulled by the exact same string, snapped in unison toward the direction of this ship. They're looking over. It's actually quite creepy, Violet said, though her expression was one of great interest. Meanwhile, the members of the garden drew their swords. A loud cracking sound of wood breaking came from the mist, as if someone had snapped the rotten ship planks to use as oars. The figures standing on the shipwrecks began to move. They bent down, picked something up, and then began to row. Their movements were terrifyingly synchronized, left or into the water, right or into the water, even the angle of the splashing water was identical. 17 small boats, 17 figures condensed from mist, closed in from all directions like a pack of hunting wolves. The first small boat hit the ship's side. There was no sound of impact, only a surge of cold, rust-scented mist rising up. The figure stood on the boat and raised its head. It had no facial features, only a blurry patch of gray, but Yusheng knew it was looking at him. "Welcome to the 18th time," the gray mass said, its voice sounding as if it had been borrowed from Yusheng's own throat. 122 Chapter 122 Another Yusheng. Chapter 122, Another Yusheng. It was bad enough that these figures had appeared, but then they suddenly spoke with Yusheng's voice. Startled, he slashed down with his sword. He hated this kind of playing ghost nonsense the most. When that sword slashed down, it felt like cutting into cotton candy. Not the soft, fluffy kind of cotton candy, but the cheap kind that had been left out too long, with a hard crust formed on the outside and a mushy mess on the inside. The blade passed through the gray shadow's shoulder. There was no blood, no bone, not even any resistance, only a cold, rust-scented mist that crawled up the spine of the blade and wrapped around Yusheng's wrist. Welcome to the 18th time. The mass of gray spoke again, its voice sounding as if it were borrowed from between Yusheng's teeth, giving everyone goosebumps. Yusheng jerked his sword back and retreated half a step, the blade tracing an arc of mist in the air. The 18th time for what? Yusheng asked. The gray shadow didn't answer. It tilted its head, if that featureless mass of mist could be called a head, and then, like smoke blown by the wind, vanished with a soft poof. Yusheng, these figures aren't right. They're practically carbon copies of us. Qianlong's vertical pupils stared intently at one of the gray shadows, and even Violet looked somewhat solemn. Lord Yusheng, there's movement at the bottom of the ship. Beta and Ada, who had been inspecting the ship's interior, heard the commotion and quickly returned to the deck. A low rumble came from the seabed. It wasn't thunder but something massive, heavy, and accompanied by the screech of grinding, rusted metal, rising to the surface. The ship began to tilt, not pushed by waves, but lifted by a current surging from directly beneath. Get back. Yusheng and his group used moonwalk to hover in the air. The surface of the sea shattered not with the churning of waves, but like a mirror being smashed from below. A massive shipwreck covered in barnacles and coral floated up upside down, literally upside down, with its hull facing the sky, and its sails hanging in the water like a drowned person's hair. Innumerable cannon ports pointed toward the sky. The barrels were covered in thick oyster shells, but their muzzles were hot, glowing red like freshly removed branding irons. It looks like an old warship. It's definitely a warship from this world, right? What was happening today left all the women baffled. Qianlong had said they were in an alternate dimension, so if other things appeared now, they might very well be from another world too. It is indeed a warship from this world. Yusheng observed it for a long while before confirming their suspicion. The gray mist began to crawl into the cannon muzzles like snakes returning to their nest. Immediately after, the muzzles lit up with no smell of gunpowder and no roar, only spheres of black mist as thick as ink being spat out, shrieking through the air as they hurled toward Yusheng's group. The mist is controlling them. Interesting. Qianlong voiced her observation. Lambda held her sword across her chest, standing in front of Yusheng. As the first black mist cannonball reached her, she slashed diagonally. The moment her blade cut into the mist sphere, the sensation was wrong. Too light, like slicing open a balloon, Lambda said. With a hiss, the mist sphere split in two. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The two halves of mist peeled back limply like torn curtains, revealing the empty deck behind. The edges of the torn mist spheres were still trembling slightly, like the tassels of a stage curtain. A stage set. Yusheng was stunned for half a second. The second and third mist cannonballs followed in quick succession. With a flash of Lambda's sword, she shattered the mist spheres one by one. They also had no physical form, and the shattered mist fell all over the deck like paper ashes scattered by the wind. Imitating our ship, the cannonballs, the figures, and the warship, Yusheng pointed at them, they're all fake. To be precise, they're more like stage props. Well, how wonderful. Actually dragging us onto a stage to perform. Having lived for so long, this was the first time Qianlong had encountered an entity that dared to treat her as an actor. In that case, does that mean there's a director? Violet, Beta, and the others looked left and right, trying to flush this director out. Unfortunately, they still couldn't see anything. Just then, the 30-odd black shadows moved. The 30-odd black shadows leaped down from the edge of the upside-down shipwreck, their movements as stiff as puppets on strings. They landed on the deck without making a single footstep, and then raised their heads in unison if that mass of gray mist had a head. Then they began to sing. It was that same song, the ancient sailors' sea shanty they had heard in the prologue. But this time, it didn't drift from afar, instead, it blasted right next to their eardrums. 30-odd voices layered together, their originally cheerful tune sung into a bizarre, metallic-sounding chant. La la la. Not only Beta and her group, but also Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows, while Tom and Jerry covered their ears, running around in circles. A sonic attack. Qianlong, I'll leave it to you. Yuxing nodded to Qianlong. An incredibly piercing dragon's roar swept outward in a circular shockwave. The resin on the deck cracked from the vibration, and the canvas on the mast tore backward with a loud snap. The Shadow's singing stopped abruptly, like a record player being suddenly unplugged mid-song. Under the impact of the dragon's roar, those 30-odd sound waves distorted violently. The pitch warped, tore, and let out a screech like fingernails scratching a blackboard before shattering with a bang into countless static noises. The black shadows fell backward in unison like puppets with their strings cut, frozen stiffly in place. Yuxing looked at the frozen shadows. Indeed, they weren't moving, but they weren't dead either. They were like a paused video, maintaining their backward-leaning posture, with cracks appearing across their mist-formed bodies like parched earth. Did the record get stuck? Violet asked. Yuxing nodded. He extended a finger, his fingertip turning into a bolt of lightning that struck the pile of frozen shadows. Like a knocked-over pile of building blocks, the shadows collapsed with a clatter into a pool of gray mist, merging into the resin on the deck. Yuxing, the mist has thickened again. Qianlong pointed around them, it had grown even darker. This time, instead of rolling in from all directions, it was like a spotlight on a stage, tearing open a narrow slit 50 meters ahead of the bow. Through the slit, the original shipwreck was revealed, the one with a faded flag planted at its bow. Standing on the deck of the shipwreck was a person. The appearance of this figure put everyone on high alert. Because that figure was one they knew all too well. Yuxing, if my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. That's you, isn't it? Qianlong's voice carried a hint of tension. It wasn't just a resemblance or an imitation, it was completely Yuxing. The dark red coat, left hand in his pocket, a lazy yet alert posture, even the habit of leaning his shoulder slightly to the left was identical. Yeah, you're right. That really is me. Although Yuxing didn't know how the other party did it, he had no intention of letting them off easily. The other Yuxing tilted his head slightly. It seemed to be sizing him up, as if confirming something. Then, it raised its right hand and waved gently, not a farewell, but a greeting, with the familiarity of "I've seen you many times." Then, it leaned backward and, like a diver, sank silently into the mist. In the mist, the singing started up again. There was only one voice, the melody identical to Yuxing's, and even the places where he took a breath were the same. It was dusk, the song he had hummed before. The humming stopped halfway through. Then, the voice spoke, through 50 meters of thick mist, as clear as if whispered right in their ears, "You came faster than the last one. But the coat is still red." Yuxing looked down at his coat. "You son of a bitch, playing ghost using my face, are you? I'm going to scatter your ashes." The mist did not answer, but beneath the sea, a shadow slowly swam deeper into the fog. "Chase it. I want to see what on earth you really are." The group returned to the ship. Former Elven Empire naval general steered them forward, slowly sailing deeper into the thick mist. Behind them, the upside-down shipwreck let out a low groan and slowly sank back to the seabed. The stage set had been cleared away. The real performance was only just beginning. Chapter 123, An Incongruous Imitation. The fog didn't just thicken, it was as if someone had dumped buckets of gray paint from the sky, sealing heaven and earth shut in the blink of an eye. Yuxing stood at the bow. A second ago, he could still see Tom and Jerry hanging around the mast, but the next second, the two little ones were swallowed by the fog, leaving not even a trace behind. "Beta, Ada, Lambda, Xingyue." Yuxing called out several names in succession. His voice hit the air like it was striking a wall of cotton, bouncing back softly without an echo. Dragon, Violet. We're here. Their voices came from the left, about 3 steps away, but they sounded as if they were drifting up from the bottom of a well. This fog, it looks like it's alive. Heh, didn't expect that. Dragon observed the fog carefully, intending to try using this method to shroud the base when they returned to the main world. This fog seems to be intentionally separating us. Violet touched it lightly. That's a fitting description. Yushin reached out to brush away the gray mist in front of him. His fingers passed through it, feeling sticky, like stirring into a clump of cold egg whites. What was even stranger was that the fog was moving. It wasn't moving with the wind, it was as if countless transparent snakes were slithering through the air, pushing the entire ship in a certain direction. The ship shuddered slightly and stopped. It hadn't run aground. The fog was supporting it, as if holding up a leaf. Yushin looked down at the deck. Black water was seeping out from the gaps in the planks. It wasn't seawater, it was thicker, like spilled ink, carrying the scent of aged rust. He stepped onto it, and a light suddenly shimmered beneath his feet. A scene flashed. Earth, the balcony of a rental apartment. Yushin was downing a few bottles of beer, the alcohol rising to his head, and he raised 3 fingers to solemnly swear to the heavens. Yushin jerked his foot up, and the scene shattered. His heart raced. That was a memory from the last night before his transmigration, a detail he had almost forgotten himself, fished out by this pool of black water. What's on the ground? Is it a memory, or rather, the residue of an obsession? Violet's voice drifted over. This time it came from the right. The directions were all messed up. I looked closely. The owner of this memory, or obsession, is named Ayla, and it seems to have been 50 years ago. Dragon told Yushin and Violet about his discovery. Didn't see my memory. Yushin shook his head. Now was not the time to think about that. He sensed his surroundings. Although Beta and the others had been intentionally separated by the thick fog, they hadn't suffered any harm. It seems the person who created this space must be that person named Ayla, but what role do we play in all this? Dragon and Violet did not answer the question. Based on the current clues, they couldn't. The fog grew thicker, so thick that Yushin found he couldn't see his own feet. He took 2 steps forward, the deck boards groaning with a creak, and then he bumped into a wall. It wasn't a real wall but a solid entity formed by the fog, translucent, like a massive piece of frosted glass. On the other side of the glass, Dragon was observing the surroundings, mouth opening and closing as if shouting something, but not a sound could pass through. Behind her, Violet was also observing. Yushin reached out to push. His palm sank in half an inch before being bounced back by a resilient force. Dragon and Violet were also pounding on the glass, trying to break it. Don't waste your effort. The voice came from behind him. Yushin frowned. The voice was too familiar to the point that it sounded like he had just spoken, and the echo hadn't yet faded. He turned around slowly. The fog parted. It didn't disperse, it was as if someone behind the scenes had pulled tight a drawstring, gathering, compressing, and shaping the mist into a human form. First a pair of feet, then legs, torso, shoulders, and finally a head without facial features. The entire process was terrifyingly quiet, like watching a sand painting in reverse. A dark red coat, the same height, even the angle of the shoulders tilting slightly to the left was identical. The scratch on the second copper button, the position, the length was exactly the same. But the face had no features, only a mass of gray mist. Embedded in the mist were 2 eyes, pure gray, without pupils or highlights, like 2 frosted glass orbs embedded in flesh. You hesitated for 0.3 seconds. The thing spoke. It was Yushin's voice, but the tone was flat, without inflection, like a monotone reading. On Earth, when you encountered a robber, you also hesitated. That is why you cannot win. This completely baffled Yushin. He tilted his head slightly. What are you talking about? No, I should be asking who exactly you are. I am the ending written for you by this world. The thing tilted its head, the movement identical to Yushing's habit, yet it was as stiff as a puppet being tugged by strings. You have no hometown, no weakness, no copper button. Yushing sneered, but there was no smile in his eyes. I don't recall having a hobby of being a cryptic riddle maker. The gray-eyed Yushing was silent for a second. You will understand. Yushing conjured his slime sword, but the gray-eyed one drew a blade. This action left Yushing somewhat puzzled. The flash of the sword and the flash of the blade drew perfectly overlapping arcs in the air. The blades clashed, bursting into a spray of sparks. The sparks illuminated the thing's face. It was smiling, but the corners of its mouth didn't turn up. It was the fog simulating the shape of a smile, like a painted-on mask. Yushing changed his move, the sword slashing diagonally, aiming straight for the throat. The thing's blade also slashed diagonally at the same time, the target likewise being the throat. He changed again, the opponent changed again. Every time he changed his move, the opponent's blade was waiting there 0.1 seconds in advance. Yushing's magical perception was synchronized with the opponent's observation hockey. It seems you really have imitated quite a bit of my power. However, that is only the tip of the iceberg. Lightning spear. Yushing conjured a spear made of lightning in his hand, and thrust it toward the opponent. And it countered in the same way. I am you, and your power is my power. Can it even replicate the rumble fruit? Then, what about this move? Water dragon bullet. On the calm sea surface, several giant dragons suddenly surged forth, pouncing toward the opponent. But just as Yushing had expected, this gray-eyed Yushing didn't move. It couldn't understand this power. Its entire figure seemed to be paused, letting the water dragons tear at it. Just as I thought, your existence is constituted only by reading my memories. But when you encounter parts you can't understand, you can only skip them. It's simply incongruous. From the moment Yushing stepped into this fog space, the master of the space had read his memories on Earth. But because the transmigration to other worlds in between was something it couldn't understand, it could only read his memories of arriving in the One Piece world. Then it simulated the experiences of most people in the One Piece world, choreographing a nonsensical drama. It stalled and started running again, its voice beginning to distort. This is unreasonable. The thing completely disintegrated, like a Zen sculpture washed away by waves, turning into a pool of grayish-white ash spread out on the deck. When the wind blew, the ash couldn't gather, scattering everywhere. Before it completely dissipated, the pool of ash suddenly squirmed, as if poked by an invisible hand, spelling out a line of text on the deck. You won, but you will regret it. Because winning is also part of the script. Then it turned into a speck of light and drifted into the depths. Yushing stared at the line of text, shook his head, and smiled. Director behind the scenes, you've really pissed me off. The fog wall shattered, like a canvas being torn open. Behind the canvas, all the women had finished dealing with their respective imitators. The two squads that had just rotated in, along with Xingyue and the others, were very angry. Lord Yushing. This is too much. Exactly, isn't this just deliberately disgusting people? Yushing, they're right. This isn't over. I'm going to find that director behind the scenes, and let them taste my dragon's breath. Fine, follow that little speck of light, and see what other tricks they have up their sleeve. 120 for Chapter 120 for the approaching truth. Chapter 124, the truth gradually approaching. Deep in the mist, that small speck of light drifted, as if drawn by some gravitational force, floating toward the direction where the gray mist was thicker. And in that direction, more specks of light vaguely lit up. 17 specks of light. You mean to say that this entire space is like a choreographed stage play, and when we stepped into this space, based on our memories, non-existent us were generated in this world? Dragon listened to Yushing's conjecture, growing increasingly interested in this world. As expected of Lord Yushing, to have insight into the essence of this mist space so quickly. Beta and the others, especially the two rotating squads, along with the newly joined Xingyue, Lan Yu, and former Elven Empire naval general, immediately turned into starry-eyed fans. However, this director is truly heinous. actually daring to slander Lord Yusheng. Perhaps because the inferior imitation target had spoken rudely during the battle just now, Ada, who was usually uninterested in such things, rarely showed an expression of anger. Although she focused mainly on research, she sat firmly as one of the 12 shadows based on her strength, not to mention that she was a founding member. Then Yusheng, judging by the power of this world, what kind of devil fruit do you think it is? Violet was interested in a devil fruit capable of creating an independent space. As for that, I still lack clues. However, I think I will be able to find the answer soon. Yusheng didn't turn around, just watching those 17 specks of light. They approached each other, devouring one another, like 17 drops of ink melting into the same puddle. Different silhouettes emerged from the specks of light. There were redcoats, scars, and blades. They were fusing, reorganizing, and piecing together a taller, more complete shadow. A low moan came from the mist, not a sound that human vocal cords could produce, but a hum of 37 frequencies resonating simultaneously. Watching the silhouette taking shape, Yusheng said softly, by kneading together the failed simulated pasts, they are creating a perfect us. The silhouette raised its head, the mist obscuring its face, but Yusheng knew it was smiling. In the simulated memories of the 17 lingering shadows, there exists the version of you that failed. What a wicked sense of humor. Absurd, how could Lord Yusheng possibly fail? Lord Yusheng, please order me to eliminate this existence that insults you. Facing the women's angry requests to fight, Yusheng just waved his hand, do not mind these false memories. Yusheng was thinking that if he had transmigrated to the One Piece world at the very beginning, without the golden finger, perhaps these false failures would have been real. Suddenly, it was as if someone had torn an opening in the middle of the mist. That opening came without any warning. 1 second ago, the 17 specks of light were still rolling and merging in the distance, emitting that hum of 37 frequencies mixed together, making one's teeth ache. The next second, the gray mist in front of everyone suddenly retreated, to the sides. It didn't drift away, but rather like a stage curtain being pulled tight by an invisible hand with a whoosh, revealing the blinding white light behind it. As the white light dissipated, Yusheng and his group saw a tower. It was not a wooden tower, nor was it a stone tower. It was white, pieced together from countless ship bones. Those bone-like keels and ribs were interlocked, with white coral growing in the gaps, like moss growing on bones. The tower body was not tall but extremely thin, like a needle poking into the clouds, the spire submerged deep into the gray mist, with no end in sight. A lighthouse? Beta asked. Compared to a lighthouse, it's more like a grave, Yusheng said. His eyes were fixed on the tower base. Embedded there was half of a decaying figurehead, a small bird with spread wings, holding a rusty anchor in its beak. The curtain of mist was still open behind them, but that perfect lingering shadow, taking shape, did not follow. It was as if this tower was a forbidden zone within the domain, and even those greedy blanks dared not approach. Let's go in and see the masterpiece of this director named Ayla. Yusheng led the way to the foot of the tower. There was no door, only a crack, vertical, with charred edges, as if it had been forcibly blasted open by someone. Warm yellow light shone from the crack, not artificial light, but some kind of more ancient light, as if it were shining from the depths of memory. Yusheng squeezed in sideways. The crack was very narrow, and his red coat snagged on something. Inside was a spiral staircase. The stairs were steep, each step being the wreckage of a ship plank, and stepping on them produced a creak of a groan, like stepping on an old man's bones. But something was wrapped around the handrail of the stairs, not vines, but ropes, nautical ropes, already faded and whitened, with a badge tied every palm's width. The badges were copper, covered in green rust, shaped like a small bird with spread wings, with an anchor clutched under the bird's claws. When Yusheng counted to the 7th one, he stopped and looked at the back. Words were engraved on the back of the badge. Not a name but a date and a sentence, for the captain. Learned how to tie a knot today. Xiao Tian. The 12th one, Duzzy doesn't wet the bed anymore. The 21st one, see you tomorrow. Everyone. Violet followed behind, looking at them one by one. They are all children, the oldest is no more than 16. It seems this Ayla is like the mother of these children. Beta synthesized all the engravings and offered a guess that was unexpected to everyone. Yusheng didn't speak, and the group continued to walk up. The top of the tower was a circular room. There were no windows and the four walls were mirrors condensed from mist, not glass, but the kind of mist curtain used on stage to create illusions, flowing like four vertical slabs of mercury. In the center of the room, there was a chair. The chair was a captain's chair, made of oak, already decayed, the paint on the armrests mostly peeled off, revealing the grayish-white wood underneath. Sitting on the chair was a person, no, a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a captain's coat, deep blue, the gold thread on the epaulets hadn't faded, shining with a faint light under the reflection of the mist curtain. Its posture was strange, not sitting upright, but propping up its head, the finger bones of the right hand resting against the jawbone, the left arm resting on the armrest, like a person lost in a long contemplation, only they had contemplated for so long that the flesh had dried up. The skeleton's eye sockets were two black holes, but there was no dust inside. It was very clean, so clean that it was as if someone wiped it regularly. Yusheng walked up to it and crouched down. Dragon stood behind Yusheng. She should be Ayla, right? The director is also her, right? Having lived through long years, her mindset was that when a person dies, their debts are cleared. Not just Dragon, but Beta and the other women, seeing only a skeleton left, could only shake their heads. Everyone was dead. Was there any need to vent anger on a pile of bones? Yusheng, since the person is dead, why can the power of the devil fruit still be maintained? Violet asked the question that everyone had. Yusheng was silent for a moment, then offered a conjecture. Ayla must have eaten a paramecia devil fruit, and it has undergone awakening. Ability awakening can exert influence on things outside the ability user themselves. As for why it is still being maintained, perhaps it is the special ability of the devil fruit, or perhaps Ayla hasn't died yet. Her obsession, her hockey is maintaining the ability awakening. Yusheng reached out, his fingertips touching the shoulder of the skeleton. A warmth surged in along his fingertips. It was not an attack, not hostility, but an invitation. It was as if someone, across 50 years of time, had gently pulled his hand. The four mist curtain mirrors lit up simultaneously. I am the captain of the Tomorrow Pirates, Ayla. Chapter 125, Ayla's past. The images in the mirror were not reflections, they were flowing memories. They were not holographic projections, but remnants of Hockey. Ayla had used the last of her life force to seal these images within the tower, like locking away her most precious possessions in a safe. I'm Captain Ayla. Welcome to the crew. From now on, this place is your family. In the image, Ayla was very young, in her early 20s, with short hair and an oversized captain's hat, her smile tired but gentle. She stood on a small boat, a very small boat with 37 children squeezed onto the deck. The oldest were 15 or 16, the youngest only 7 or 8, packed together like a crate of potatoes. Scenes from 50 years ago unfolded for Yusheng and his group. The Tomorrow Pirates, what an intriguing name. Violet looked at the young girl in the image, who had adopted orphans under the guise of being pirates. A pirate crew that adopts orphans, and with a bounty of only 3 million berries, that's practically telling the Marines and bounty hunters that they're weak. Dragon stated the fate awaiting the Tomorrow Pirates calmly. The image flowed. Ayla stood at the bow, pulling her hands through the air, and an invisible curtain appeared. Behind the curtain was another sea, another ship, and another battle taking place. She used her devil fruit ability to rehearse. She pulled open the stage, allowing the impending battle to be rehearsed upon it, searching for the optimal solution to keep the children alive. So that's it. Is this the power of Ayla's curtain fruit? Yusheng watched the girl in the image use her ability to avert danger time and time again. Every time a rehearsal ended and the curtain dissipated, Ayla's complexion would pale. But she would smile, reaching out to pat the head of the nearest child. See you tomorrow. The image suddenly darkened. It was the eve of the Marines' encirclement. Ayla sat alone in the cabin, a nautical chart spread out before her. She had conducted the 1024th rehearsal. The curtain pulled back, the Marine fleet opened fire within the curtain, shells raining down like drops of water. She had tried 100 sailing routes, 200 counterattacks, and 300 negotiations. There were only two outcomes: the captain dies, the children live, or total annihilation. Ayla chose the former. She decided to stay behind alone to cover their retreat. But at dawn, as she tiptoed onto the deck to untie the small boat, the anchor was cast onto the reef. The anchor chain was pulled taut, like a stubborn finger pointing toward the seabed. The first mate stood before her, a 15-year-old boy, as thin as a bean sprout, but with eyes that were terrifyingly bright. He gripped the anchor chain, his hands trembling, but his voice was steady. "We rehearsed it last night too." Ayla froze. The boy smiled, though tears streamed down his face. The 1025th rehearsal. The result was still the same. "We decided not to perform the captain dies script." He looked back at the deck. 36 children were huddled at the hatch, all awake, all with red eyes, but not a single one was crying. "We're going to perform the Die Together script, or the Live Together script." Ayla opened her mouth, but no sound came out. At this point, the image flickered violently, the memory was collapsing. Ayla's image turned toward the lighthouse. She sat alone in a chair, not supporting her head, but holding her head with both hands, her knuckles digging deep into her hair, her shoulders trembling violently. She was crying silently, so intensely that the whole room resonated. Ayla's devil fruit ability had gone berserk in her despair. It wasn't the light of awakening, but a distorted, screeching sound like a curtain being torn apart. The curtain fruit refused to accept the Die Together answer. It had awakened, amidst the collapse, turning Extermination Day into an eternal rehearsal. The fog mirror began to shatter, piece by piece, as if pried open from the edges by an invisible hand. With every piece that shattered, the real wall behind it was revealed. On the wall, densely packed, were words. "Sorry, sorry, 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 sorry." It was all sorry. How desperate must she have been to keep repeating those 3 words? Perhaps because they empathized with her despair, Violet's words resonated with Beta and Ada. Scratches overlapped scratches, new ones pressing over old ones, deep ones covering shallow ones. The bottommost line, written in a childish hand, was completely different from the madness above. "Captain, see you tomorrow." Yushin crouched before the skeleton once more, looking at the frame that maintained the supporting head posture. He suddenly realized that Ayla's right hand wasn't supporting her jaw. It was covering her face, a face that had been crying for 50 years. A drop of something condensed in the skeleton's eye socket, not a tear, but sadness materialized through hockey. Like a small, searing piece of amber, it rolled out of the hollow eye socket and landed in Yushin's palm, burning him into pulling his hand back. Sealed within that drop of tear was a sentence that had gone unspoken for 50 years. "Please tell them, the anchor was the right choice." "I dare not look." Yushin gripped the burning amber tightly. He looked up at the shattered fog mirrors all around. The mirror fragments hovered in the air, each reflecting a child's face, the vibrant, crying, laughing, fighting faces from 50 years ago. "Yushin, has Ayla been repeating the rehearsal for these 50 years, trying to find a way for everyone to survive?" Dragon asked. "I think that's probably it." Yushin opened his palm. The amber had already cooled. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then clenched it in his fist and hid it in his pocket. The mirror fragments around them began to fall like burnt paper ash, landing softly on the floor. Each piece made a faint poof sound upon landing, then turned into a wisp of white smoke. The faces of those children dissipated as well, the gap-toothed ones, the dirty-faced ones, the fighting ones, all vanished like dandelions scattered by the wind. Yushin stood up and looked at the walls. He walked closer and scratched the top layer with his fingernail. The carvings were deep, the edges blackened, left there 50 years ago. But as he traced the wall downward, reaching near the floor, his fingertips touched another layer of carvings. That layer was new, absurdly new. Not new like 50 years ago, it was yesterday. Or even today. The edges of the carvings still held white bone powder, as if just scraped out by fingernails not long ago. These words, they're still increasing. Dragon walked over, staring at the carvings Yusheng had touched. You guessed right, Dragon. In these 50 years, Ayla didn't just carve once. She carved every time she rehearsed. Every time the loop returned to Extermination Day, she would sit here, watching the children die while carving. Sorry. Hearing Yusheng's confirmation, Xingyue and Lanyue covered their mouths, struggling to hold back their tears. In other words, the rehearsal hasn't ended, it's still going on. Ayla is still searching for the answer where they all live. The optimal solution is for the children to live. The answer to Violet came from Ayla's skeleton. Ayla's voice was like an old record scratched by a needle, filled with static and trembling gasps. But the children chose together. The voice continued, every word seemingly exhausting her strength. I cannot calculate the solution for together. My fruit refuses to acknowledge this answer. Yusheng looked at Ayla's skeleton, so it awakened. Yes, it decided to rehearse forever. It calculates the ending where everyone survives. But it's been 50 years, every rehearsal is Extermination Day. Because the moment the children dropped the anchor, tomorrow had already ceased to exist. The voice cut off there. 126 Chapter 126 Confessional Chapter 126 The Confessional. Thank you to Yu Xiaoyuan for the boba milk tea. Also thanks to everyone for the gifts. Suddenly, Yusheng's pocket glowed slightly. That amber teardrop jumped out on its own, suspended in midair, emitting a blinding light. The light didn't explode outward, it collapsed inward, as if it had sucked the air out of the entire room in one breath. Yusheng and his group felt everything go black, as if they had been swallowed whole by something. In that instant, Yusheng and Dragon them saw it. It wasn't just a scene, it was what Ayla had felt over these past 50 years. Ayla sat in a chair, hugging her head, her fingers dug into her hair, breaking her own scalp. She pulled back the curtain again and again, rehearsing that battle over and over. She had tried having the ship go left, go right, charging head-on, surrendering, negotiating, even begging for mercy. The curtain fruit showed her every possibility, but in every ending, the children died. I don't accept this. I can't let the children die. Ayla hated herself for not being the optimal solution. She hated herself for not being strong enough, fast enough, smart enough. She hated herself for not being able to let them leave. So, Ayla locked herself here. She built this lighthouse, this domain, this eternally repeating day of annihilation. She watched the false ending of, if we had won over and over again as punishment. Dragon looked at Ayla's scene and sighed, sigh. For Ayla, this lighthouse is a confessional. The scene flickered. When they opened their eyes again, Yusheng and the others were standing on a street. The sunlight smashed down on them, so bright that Yusheng and the women had to squint. The air was filled with the charred fragrance of toasted bread, mixed with the sweetness of orange soda, cloying enough to make one feel dizzy. Underfoot was a road paved with colorful stone slabs. Each slab was carved with a little bird spreading its wings, an anchor held in its beak. On both sides of the street were low houses, made of wood and painted cream-colored, with flowers on the windowsills that looked so red they seemed fake. I'm afraid this is the core of the space. Violet observed her surroundings, the tactile and olfactory sensations were so real. 37 children were running on the street. They weren't phantoms or condensed mist. They had substance, had weight, and made patter-patter sounds when they stepped on the ground. The older ones were 15 or 16, the younger ones 7 or 8. They wore rough cloth clothes from 50 years ago, but their faces were clean, their hands were warm, and their laughter sounded like a string of shattered glass beads, crisp and piercing. New family. A boy missing a front tooth waved at Yusheng's group, his face smeared with mud. Come eat bread. Today's bread is hot. The children didn't find anything strange about the suddenly appearing Yusheng and his group, everything was so natural. It's too real, so real that it's fake. It wasn't just Dragon, Beta, and the others saw it too. Yusheng looked up at the sky. The sun hung overhead, at the 10 o'clock position. The sunlight was very warm, excessively so. But he stared at it for 10 seconds, 20 seconds the sun didn't move, like a painting stuck on the sky. There was a very thin gray outline around the edge. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a solar halo, but Yusheng recognized it. That was the lampshade of a stage spotlight. The voice came from behind. Everyone turned around. A young Ayla stood at the door of the bakery, her apron stained with flour, her hair pinned up, with a few loose strands hanging in front of her forehead. She smiled, her smile so perfect it looked measured with a ruler, the curve of her upturned mouth, the angle of her crinkling eyes, all just right. So perfect it didn't look like a real person. This is the Tomorrow Pirates base. Ayla wiped her hands, leaving a white mark of flour on her apron. You can stay forever. No marine, no death, no. Yusheng looked at her. Forever. How far is forever? Ayla tilted her head. The movement was exactly like the afterimage of Yusheng, stiff as if pulled by a string, until you don't want to leave. Then what if we want to see tomorrow's sun? Ayla's smile froze for 0.5 seconds. Like a machine with a stuck program, then quickly recovered. Tomorrow. Today is tomorrow. Yusheng didn't respond, his gaze shifting to the group of children. 37 children were gathered in a circle, playing a stone-throwing game. But in one spot of the circle, there was an empty space. That position should have been occupied by the first mate, that 15-year-old boy who held the anchor chain and said, "We are going to act out a script where we live together." But there was only a blurry shadow there, like a pencil mark faded by an eraser. The outline was still there but the color was gone. Ayla's subconscious couldn't forgive him because he was the decision-maker who dropped the anchor. In this perfect world, he had been erased. This sun, it won't set, will it? Yusheng said softly. Ayla didn't answer. Her smile was still there, but the depths of her eyes were empty, like two glass beads. Yusheng didn't look at her anymore, turned around, and the women followed him toward the end of the street. There stood a phantom of a lighthouse, exactly the same as the one in reality, just newer, wider, without cracks. In the phantom's window, a hunched shadow could be seen. It was the real Ayla, in her skeleton form. She sat behind the window, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders trembling violently. She refused to enter the happiness she had created because she believed she didn't deserve it. Yusheng pushed open the door of the lighthouse. Inside was not a spiral staircase, but a room of infinitely extending mirrors, entities condensed from mist, one after another, like countless lakes side by side, reflecting countless Aylas. Crying, breaking down, angry, smiling, but not a single mirror showed her enjoying it. All the smiles looked like they were painted on, the corners of her mouth were smiling, but her eyes were crying. She thinks she caused those children to die. She gave all the tomorrows to the children, but she herself has no tomorrow. Beta and Purple Rose were talking behind him. I think those children probably want to give tomorrow back to Ayla. Lambda suddenly said this, which was the unanimous thought of all the women. The Ayla in the mirror's voice suddenly became sharp, like a piano string snapped violently. Dropping the anchor was wrong. They should have left. They should have lived. Yusheng shook his head, his movement slow but firm. They dropped the anchor because, for them, a tomorrow without you is not a tomorrow. This is not a mistake, this is the answer they gave you. You don't need to calculate this answer, you just need to accept it. Accept. Ayla's voice was trembling. Accept that you lost. The protagonist said. His voice wasn't loud, but every word felt like a nail hammered into wood. Accept that you couldn't protect everyone. That they loved you enough to be willing to die with you. The largest mirror banged and shattered, like an ice sheet cracking in spring, dull and releasing. The shards didn't fall to the ground, they floated in the air, each piece reflecting a child's face. They looked at Ayla, not speaking, but the look in their eyes was the same. That meant see you tomorrow. Ayla's skeleton fell out of the mirror. She was no longer sitting upright, but curled into a ball, arms hugging her knees, her jawbone resting on her ribs, just like that night 50 years ago when she broke down, as if nothing had ever changed. The skeleton's fingers moved, pointing to the ground. Everyone followed her knuckles and looked down. In the cracks of the floor, the black fruit energy was retreating, revealing what was hidden underneath a heart-shaped gem soaked by tears into a translucent amber color, the size of a fist, with vein-like patterns on the surface, beating slightly. It was the core of the fruit. I don't accept it. My optimal solution is for everyone to live. Chapter 127. The rehearsal ends. A thunderous sound like shattering glass echoed across the sky. The surface of that frozen sun was covered in cracks, and golden light leaked from the fissures, dripping down like molten iron. The laughter of the 37 children came to an abrupt halt. They froze in place, their smiling faces stiffening like wax figures before beginning to melt. Violet watched the sudden change. Is this devil fruit ability driven by obsession, or rather, the core that has merged into one, collapsing after hearing the truth of accepting defeat? Gray mist surged from all directions, gathering toward the center of the street. The mist swirled, compressed, and condensed, gradually taking on a silhouette. It stood 3 meters tall, wearing a dark red coat, with black hair, scars, and 37 eyes embedded in the same face. It was the 37 people plus the only outsider, the optimal solution, forged by the core using 50 years of data. It held a blade in its hand, the body of which was woven from countless threads of memory. Each thread was connected to a swallowed remnant, the ends still twitching slightly, like a nest of snakes whose tails had been stepped on. I knew it, no matter how much we rehearsed, a woman and a group of children alone could never survive. Outsiders. What I needed was help from outsiders. Children, you can all survive now. The giant spoke, its voice a chorus of 37 people, layered and overlapping, vibrating the chest cavity. It was at times dull, at times manic, at times joyful, and at times weeping. Lord Yusheng, if 50 years ago, there had really been help from outsiders, would the ending have been different? Ada, who usually focused on practical results, suddenly asked this unprovable question. Not only her, but the other women also wanted to know the answer. The giant became violent, mistaking Yusheng and his party for the marine, and swung its sword wildly. Having no other choice, they had to retreat to the outside. Watching the giant go berserk, Yusheng pointed out the cruelest fact, that if does not exist. Whether it was the more than 1,000 rehearsals before death, or the 50 years of rehearsals after death, every detail was controlled to the extreme. But the only thing Ella never considered was the possibility of help from outsiders. In the life of pirates, betrayal is the norm, and besides, she had to raise this group of children. Any slight carelessness would have been a huge blow to her. Yusheng's explanation also made Dragon realize a few things. In other words, when we first stepped into this space, it was equivalent to adding a variable to the rehearsal. And then, because she didn't trust outsiders, the simulated versions of us died 17 times. This truth made the women feel a little heavy-hearted. When they were in the desperate situation of becoming demon-possessed, they prayed for someone to come and save them, and they waited for Yusheng. But Ella did not. The fragmented memories were vivid, because they were the tomorrow pirates. She could only try every possible way herself. Yusheng stood before the collapsing giant. Rest in peace, children. Lightning Dragon. Lightning engulfed the giant, emitting 37 layers of screams. The sounds overlapped, like fingernails scratching against 37 pieces of glass, before shattering into countless points of light. Yusheng bent down to pick up that amber heart. The core was so hot it made his palms ache, but he held it tightly, as if holding a dying bird. Let's go give Ella a final send-off. Yusheng turned and walked back to the lighthouse. Ella's bones were still curled up on the floor of the mirror room, maintaining that posture of collapse. The gifts given by the children began to glow: the scarf, the nautical chart, the seashell necklace. They floated up as if lifted by invisible threads, swaying gently in the air. 37 phantoms walked out of the light. They were not the wax figures from the perfect theater, but the real children from 50 years ago. The gap-toothed ones, the dirty-faced ones, the ones in the middle of a fight, they held hands, forming a circle, surrounding Ella in the center. The first mate's phantom finally appeared. A 15-year-old boy as thin as a bean sprout, but with eyes that were frighteningly bright. He walked up to Ella, knelt on one knee, pressed his right hand to his left chest, and said softly, "The rehearsal is over. It is time for the curtain to fall." Ella's bones began to tremble, emitting a faint, clattering sound, like a string of wind chimes being stirred. Yushin walked over and gently placed the core into her palm. The core resonated with the bones, emitting a muffled sound like a heartbeat, thump, 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 like someone knocking on a door that had been closed for 50 years. "Do you know why they dropped anchor?" Yushin asked. Ella did not answer, but the fingers of the skeleton tightened, the knuckles gripping the core like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. It wasn't because they were foolish, it wasn't because of anything else. Yushin's voice was very soft, but every word struck the air. It was because they knew that tomorrow is not the rising of the sun. Tomorrow is where you are. You gave them tomorrow, and they only wanted to be with you tomorrow. The skeleton's jaw opened, as if gasping for air, or perhaps weeping. The skeletal frame trembled violently, shoulder blades clashing, ribs rubbing against each other, making a sound similar to broken porcelain colliding. "I couldn't give them." Ella's voice seeped out from the air. It was no longer the static of an old record, but that of the young captain from 50 years ago, filled with a sobbing tone, the flood suppressed for half a century finally breaking through the dam. Yushin held her hand. The bones were ice-cold, but he held them tightly. "You gave them a choice. The choice to drop anchor, the choice to stay, the choice to..." To him, a tomorrow without you has no meaning at all. Ella's sobbing echoed at the top of the tower, without tears. The phantoms of the 37 children gathered even tighter. They did not touch Ella, but simply held hands, tightening the circle, smaller and smaller, like an invisible blanket covering her. The first mate looked up at Yushin, his eyes full of gratitude. Then he reached out and placed his hand over the hands of the other children. 38 phantoms glowed simultaneously, an amber color like the rising sun. Ella's skeleton slowly raised its head, and first, her feet slowly turned to ash, drifting away with the wind. "Thank you." Her voice rang out one last time, like a gust of wind passing through a hollow window frame, "for seeing it for me." Finally, the core turned to ash, the mist space began to collapse, and the rehearsal ended. The gray mist dissipated, like dry ice on a stage being gently brushed away by a gentle hand. It revealed the real, azure sea behind it. Floating on the sea were 37 rusted anchors, forming a circle. In the center was a small, intact lifeboat, the lifeboat of the Tomorrow Pirates. The paint was peeling, but the hull was intact, as if forgotten by time. The sky was an indigo blue before dawn, and in the east, there was a line of golden red that was the real sun, rising. "Lord Yushin, I want to film this story so that all of Shadow Garden can remember the Tomorrow Pirates." "Sure, Beta. I support you, but I want to be the female lead, and as for the first mate, let Violet do it." "Get lost, you're old enough, I have no interest in playing with you." Meow meow meow, squeak squeak squeak. Tom and Jerry once again brought over a spiral-patterned devil fruit. The women stopped their discussion about filming, and looked at the devil fruit in the little guy's claws. "That is Ella's fruit, right?" Xingyue and the others hadn't rotated for long, but they knew that when a devil fruit user dies, it regenerates somewhere in the world. I think it's Ella's doing. Since that's the case, we must keep it safe. This matter is settled. Set sail." The ship sailed away from the sea area, the sun rose completely, and the sea surface looked as if a handful of gold dust had been scattered over it. After Yushin's ship had sailed far away. "Tomorrow Pirates, assemble." "Oh oh oh. Captain, where are we going?" "We are going to tomorrow." 128 Chapter 128 Delta, Who's Gone Astray Chapter 128, Delta Gets Carried Away. 3 days later, ancient capital Alexandria. A powerful wave of magic suddenly enveloped the entire base, pressing down on the members of Shadow Garden and causing them palpitations. What's going on? What's happening? Did the cult attack? No, it's Delta. She has finished refining the mythical Zoan devil fruit that Yusheng brought back. After the magic storm subsided, a silver-gray, mountain-like giant wolf appeared before the members. Is this the Fenrir form of the mythical Zoan? I suppose so. According to Yusheng, Fenrir is the wolf from ancient mythology capable of devouring the sun and the moon. As expected of Yusheng, to be able to obtain such a fruit, he must have spent a great deal of effort to acquire such an extremely rare fruit. Yusheng, cough cough. Actually, I found it while playing with the cat and mouse. After finishing the refinement, Delta was eager to test her brand new power. With a light wave of her front paw, she whipped up a storm, blowing the surrounding forest topsy-turvy. Those nearby were reduced to wood chips. The massive mountain range in the distance was left with enormous, terrifying claw marks. Delta felt it wasn't satisfying enough. As the correct usage of the fruit surfaced in her mind, she opened her mouth wide, creating a black hole-level gravitational force that swallowed the surrounding matter and energy. Delta, stop. Everything in the base is about to be sucked away. Alpha will be angry. Luiwa struggled to maintain her stance, trying to stop the playful Delta. Have you played enough? Speak of Alpha, and Alpha arrives. The members cleared a path, and it was clear she was very angry. Her angry shout, filled with powerful authority, stopped the reckless Delta. The wolf head and mouth revealed a human-like, fawning smile. Alpha, I just wanted to test how this power feels. When she first joined Shadow Garden, memories of being beaten up for refusing to obey Alpha's discipline flooded back. But then again, now that she had gained new power, Delta found courage from somewhere and harbored thoughts of challenging Alpha. Hee Alpha, why don't we have a spar? Alpha held her forehead, sighed, and shook her head. How could she not know what Delta was thinking? She wanted to be the strongest under Yusheng, and even ascend to the seat of the leader of the 12 Shadows. Whoosh, she disappeared on the spot. Delta thought she could capture her figure, but she still couldn't keep up, and thus she regretted it. But it was already too late. Alpha appeared above Delta, and with one palm imbued with Shinra Tensei, she pressed down directly on the giant wolf's neck. Delta's forelimbs only supported her for a moment before she collapsed. Alpha didn't stop, which made her want to stand up with brute force, but she was firmly suppressed and unable to exert any strength. Have you had enough? I was wrong. Seeing Delta revert from her wolf form, Alpha stopped the suppression. The aggrieved Delta didn't dare to look directly, and her tail didn't even wag. Alpha is still so strong. Stay here since you've had enough fun. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Since Delta was finished, it was now her turn to refine the rumble fruit. The reason she didn't choose to do it simultaneously was, first, the fruit had not finished converting, and second, to prevent any accidents in the base. Have the shadow seat and moon seat returned? Alpha asked Luiwa beside her. Alpha, except for Gamma and Nu, everyone has returned to the base to guard. Elizabeth is also on her way back, and will arrive tonight. Good, keep alert. I'm starting now. Understood. Alpha arrived at the room deep in the castle, where Yusheng's scent still lingered. She hadn't let anyone go in to clean. The scent here allowed Alpha to feel at ease. Yusheng, I will always stand by your side. In the One Piece world, former Elven Empire naval general was steering the ship in the direction of the log pose. I am the captain of the Storm Pirates, with a bounty of 14 million. If you don't want to die, hand over the ship. Of course, I want the women too, ha 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 ha. Yusheng and his group looked at them like they were idiots, speechless. In the past few days, perhaps because they were sailing on a normal route, 5 pirate crews had already come to rob them. Just the ship, which could run even without masts, had already tempted many pirate crews, not to mention that Yusheng was the only man on board, and the rest were stunningly beautiful crew members. The cliché opening line made Yusheng too lazy to even take a look. Scared stiff, right? Brothers, charge with me. Whoever kills that pretty boy, I, the captain, will allow him to sleep with 2 women. Captain is mighty and grand. Hiss, damn it, I need to go right now, let me go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the vice-captain, who was thinking about something, looked at Yusheng's face, and searched through the bounty posters he had memorized in his mind. Which bounty poster was it? The amount doesn't seem low. Suddenly, the vice-captain's face turned pale. 70 million. Captain, we can't go over there. That captain named Dante has a bounty of 70 million. We'll die. Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, he couldn't stop the captain whose brain was occupied by greed. Kid, remember in your next life not to pretend to be a pirate if you don't have the strength. Tom, Jerry. You stole food again last night, didn't you? As punishment, I'll leave this to you to handle, and clean the deck while you're at it. Tom and Jerry immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yusheng ignored these passers-by and went fishing on his own, walking over to Dragon and Violet. The others were doing whatever they were doing, completely ignoring the one-sided battle. Yusheng, why do you think these pirates love to announce their bounty as soon as they come up? It's like it's something glorious. Seeing no fish biting, Dragon boldly started a topic. Well, to a certain extent, the bounty can be said to be proof of strength. Relying on the bounty to make others surrender is quite convenient. According to you, those with billions, or pirate crews adding up to over 10 billion, are all powerhouses. You could say that. By that point, just the name alone can scare people. Things like the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, or marine vice-admirals and above. Are these people all devil fruit users? Violet asked. Most of them, yes. Some can make a name for themselves just by relying on swordsmanship, physical techniques, and hockey. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Let's go find them directly. Sitting on the ship slowly like this is such a waste of time. Dragon's eyes flashed, wanting to spar with the people Yusheng mentioned. Alright, you can turn into a dragon and fly in the sky now. If you see any ship, fly down and give them a scare. If they dare to fight back, then they are the powerhouses of this world. Yusheng also wanted to find them directly, but he didn't know where they were hiding. Let's forget it then. Dragon didn't want to be hit by the chaotic magnetic field, that feeling was too uncomfortable. Meow meow meow. The enemy ship has disappeared. How much money did you scavenge? Yusheng, after counting, there are about 500,000 berries. Purple Rose came over to report the supply situation. TCH, another poor pirate crew. Yusheng had no intention of keeping the heads to exchange for the bounty, just keeping them was disgusting. Not to mention there was still the gold from Sky Island that hadn't been exchanged yet. Report to Yusheng. An island has been discovered ahead, it looks like a town. Oh, finally here. Chapter 129, Arcana. Whoa, this island is quite large. It doesn't look like an ordinary town, it should be a small country. Yusheng took the telescope and stood at the bow, one hand resting on the cable, as the salty, humid sea breeze brushed past his ears. There were harbors, spires, and a complex of white buildings built against the mountain. There was a light source in the center of the island. It wasn't a lighthouse, but a soft golden halo, as if someone had embedded a church icon into the mountainside. Yusheng, what should we do with this ship? Should I store it in my space, or just dock it at the harbor? Dragon stood nearby, asking Yusheng. Just dock it at the harbor. Besides, Violet needs to refine the rumble fruit. Do you plan to start now? Yusheng turned to look at Violet. Let's start now. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can handle any unexpected situations. Alright, Xingyue, Lanyue, former Elven Empire Naval General. Thank you for your hard work in staying behind to guard the ship. Understood, Lord Yusheng. Hee Lord Yusheng, can I ask for a reward tonight? Xingyue wouldn't miss this opportunity. And once Lanyue, and former Elven Empire Naval General heard this, they also joined in the request. No problem. I'll reward you until you're full. Lord Yusheng, I will also stay behind on the ship. Ada walked over. Are you not interested in things on the island? Not interested, my research is at a critical point. Yusheng knew that Ada was just a shut-in who didn't want to move, so he didn't call her out. Fine then. Then I'll begin. When I'm done, remember to tell me about anything interesting on the island. Violet turned and walked toward her room as she spoke. Just then, former Elven Empire Naval General glanced at the log pose in her hand. Lord Yusheng, the needle is shaking. The thin needle was vibrating with a visible amplitude. It wasn't the usual reaction of a log pose locking onto a magnetic field, but some kind of more chaotic fluctuation. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Is there something else waiting for our arrival on this island? Dragon thought about how, since arriving in this world, aside from idling at sea, there seemed to be an endless stream of trouble, and couldn't help but complain. Lord Dragon, that's what adventure is all about. Beta, on the other hand, thought about how there was new material to write into the chronicles of Lord Yusheng. Regardless of what kind of trouble it is, I'll just cut it down with one sword. Lambda had a simple thought. In her eyes, there was only following Yusheng. This reminds me of my days as an adventurer. There were also many troubles. Purple Rose recalled her adventures in her original world. Meow meow meow, squeak squeak squeak. Tom and Jerry were holding paws, spinning in circles nearby. Perhaps it's just a problem with the magnetic field. Never mind, if anything comes, we'll just take its life. Let's dock. The harbor was cleaner than imagined, so clean that it didn't seem like it belonged in this world rampant with pirates. White stone bricks paved the pier, each one polished smooth and flat. Workers in white robes were loading and unloading cargo, their movements uniform and synchronized. There was no shouting, no idle chatter, and occasional exchanges were made in hushed tones, accompanied by standard smiles. A word surfaced in Yusheng's mind, trained. To the surprise of Yusheng's group, they weren't interested in the mastless ship at all, not even lifting their heads, just focusing on their work. Welcome to Arcana. A white-robed receptionist appeared at the ship's rail out of nowhere, a young man in his early 20s, his smile so perfect it looked like it had been copied from a holy icon. His white robe was spotless, and a golden holy emblem and open eye was pinned to his collar. May the light of creation guide you. Please follow me, new guests need to register at the reception center. Then I'll leave it to you. Yusheng led Dragon, Beta, Lambda, and Purple Rose to follow the young man. As for Tom and Jerry, they had already slipped away to explore. The two little ones were familiar with the scent of Yusheng's group, and would return when they were done playing or hungry. The reception center was a white-domed building, empty and quiet inside, with marble floors where footsteps would echo under the dome for several seconds. Several outsiders were queuing behind the registration desk, merchants, travelers, and what looked like lost fishermen. After registering, everyone was guided to a side hall, and received a silver pendant. This is a sacred object of Arcana, the receptionist said, handing the pendants to Yusheng's group. Everyone who comes to the island should receive the protection of the light of creation. It is free to take. Taking the pendant, it had a silver base with a rice grain-sized red crystal embedded in the center. The moment his magic probed inside, he sensed the patterns within it was a miniature transmutation circle. It wasn't offensive, nor did it have brainwashing functions. It was more like some kind of monitoring device, with intricate patterns and skilled craftsmanship. Good grief, a transmutation circle from the Full Metal Alchemist world has ended up here. It seems this is inseparable from the cult. Dragon and the others exchanged glances, having also discovered the secret of the pendant. Thank you. Yusheng smiled and hung the pendant around his neck. His magic had already formed an invisible film, completely isolating the pendant. Seeing Yusheng put it on, they followed suit. The receptionist smiled and nodded, then stepped aside to reveal a door behind him. From now on, a guide will accompany you throughout your journey in Arcana. The guide will introduce you to the local customs, answer your questions, and ensure you have a pleasant trip. Yusheng frowned. He hadn't expected such comprehensive service. The side door opened and a person walked in. Silver-gray long hair swayed slightly on her shoulders, and her light blue long dress was completely different from the white robes. This was the exclusive attire of the guide, distinguishing her from ordinary priests. She looked to be in her early 20s with delicate features, but her pale blue eyes lacked luster, as if covered by a thin layer of ice. She walked up to Yusheng's group and bowed slightly. "Hello, I am your guide during your time in Arcana. My name is..." When she mentioned her name, she paused. It was very short, only about half a second, but in that mechanical self-introduction, the half-second pause was like a crack in glass. "Please take care of me." The tone was polite but stiff. Yusheng noticed that after she finished speaking, her lips pursed tightly, as if she had forcefully swallowed some extra words. Yusheng smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, young Miss Swain. Being new here, I was just looking for someone familiar with the local area." Swain did not respond to the pleasantry, she just nodded, turned, and walked toward the door, her steps uniform and her back straight. The hem of her blue long dress swayed slightly with her steps, casting a faint shadow on the white marble floor. On the way through the town center to the hotel, Yusheng kept observing. The streets were spotless and flower pots were placed on the windowsills of houses, with almost the exact same spacing between each pot. The passing residents all wore pendants, walking with serenity and peaceful expressions, and when they were in groups of 3 or 5, their conversations were so quiet that the content couldn't be heard. Occasionally, someone would greet Swain, and she would just nod slightly, the arc of her lips looking as if it had been measured beforehand. A perfect city, so perfect it was like a stage set. "What are the plans for tomorrow?" Yusheng asked casually. "I will formulate an itinerary based on your needs," Swain said, not looking aside. "The Cathedral of Repentance, the Fountain of Holy Light, and the Museum of Creation, these are all must-visit places for tourists." "Sounds good." The conversation ended just like that. 130 Chapter 130 The Guide Has a Problem. Chapter 130, The Guide Has Problems. Thanks to you Xiao Yuan for the reward and the update urging talisman. Also thanks to all the readers for the generous gifts. Yusheng continued to observe her. Her right hand was gripping her left wrist, her fingers tightened with much more force than when standing normally. It was a sign of nervousness. But her expression was completely calm. Her body and face seemed to be controlled by two different people. No, it was more like one of them was trying hard to act like the other. They arrived at the inn, and Swain stopped at the entrance, turning to bow to Yusheng. "Please get some good rest. I will come to pick you all up tomorrow morning." Yusheng nodded in thanks, and before she turned to leave, he suddenly spoke, "Miss Swain." Her footsteps paused. "That is a very nice name." Her shoulders moved imperceptibly, and then she quickened her pace into the twilight streets. Inside the inn room, Dragon and the others had settled in. Yusheng took the pendant off his neck and placed it on the table. The silver base glowed warmly in the candlelight, and the red crystal flashed intermittently. A miniature transmutation circle. Functional type, looks like it's for monitoring, not for attacking. A transmutation circle from your previous world. Dragon toyed with the pendant in her hand. "Lord Yusheng, that woman named Swain." Beta said. She is a dual fruit ability user." "Does such a situation exist in this world?" Dragon asked. "As far as I know, there is one person who can do it, but he shouldn't be able to make others dual fruit users as well." After ruling out the possibility of Blackbeard, only two possibilities remained. The first possibility is that there is a secret in this world that even I don't know about. The second possibility is the cult. Beta said. "Let's wait and see. This island also has problems. Don't take off the pendants tomorrow, and don't let your magical power wrapping slacken." "Understood." Night deepened. The spire of the Church of Repentance cast a huge shadow under the moonlight, shrouding half the town. The shape of the shadow looked like an open palm. And on the sea thousands of miles away, another ship was breaking through the waves. Two giant sea serpents hissed low beneath the surface, and the 9 snakes emblem on the sails was bleached white by the moonlight. The woman standing at the bow held a broken ornament in her hand, her gaze piercing through the darkness, landing in a certain direction. That place was exactly Arcana. Accelerate. The snake princess's voice dissipated into the night wind. The sea serpents hissed, and the ship's speed suddenly increased. The morning sun shone through the gap in the inn's curtains, cutting a golden line across the wooden floor. When Yuxing pushed open the door, Swain was already waiting in the hallway. She had changed into a light blue guide dress today, the same style as yesterday, but with slight changes in the pleats of the skirt. She stood by the window, backlit, her long silver-gray hair bathed in the morning light, turning it pale gold. Hearing the door open, she turned around, her expression as indifferent as ever. Good morning. Today's itinerary is the town center. Yuxing interrupted her arrangements. Before that, I need to go to the exchange to convert my gold into berries. If you want to exchange for berries, I can take you to the best gold shop in town. Her tone was crisp, without any superfluous syllables. As polite and stiff as yesterday, like reading from a pre-written schedule. Yuxing looked into her eyes. There was no warmth in those light blue pupils. He nodded. Since it's your recommendation, I'll trouble you to lead the way. Yuxing noticed she was wearing gloves today, white silk gloves extending to under her cuffs, which she hadn't worn yesterday. After breakfast, Dragon and the others indicated they wanted to join Yuxing, so they all followed Swain to the gold shop. The gold shop was located on the east side of the town's central square, a 3-story stone building with a gilded holy emblem hanging on the lintel. The shopkeeper was a man in his early 50s, slightly chubby, with a smile as kind as if it had been painted on. When he took the gold ornaments handed over by Lambda, his movements were skillful as he flipped, weighed, and checked the purity, all while chattering on about the blessings of the light of creation. Where are the guests from? These gold pieces are of such high purity, goods from the New World, right? Being able to come to Arcana is all thanks to the guidance of the light of creation. His voice suddenly cut off. The scale pen was still suspended in midair, the gold bars wobbling on it. The shopkeeper's gaze was fixed on Yuxing's neckline, which was bare. Guest, the shopkeeper's smile retracted by half. Where is your holy object? Yuxing looked at his own neckline, then at Dragon and the others' necklines. They had all agreed last night not to take them off, but he was the only one not wearing it. He fished the pendant out of his pocket and shook it. It was uncomfortable to wear, so I put it in my pocket. How can that be? The shopkeeper's tone changed. It was no longer enthusiastic pleasantries but a seriousness bordering on an elder's reprimand. The holy object must be worn on the body. This is the protection of the light of creation, and also the rule of Arcana. Please put it on now. The shopkeeper's eyes became sharp, staring intently at Yuxing's hand, as if confirming he would really hang the pendant back around his neck. Yuxing smiled and hung the pendant outside his collar. Only then did the shopkeeper resume weighing, but the atmosphere had already changed. He stopped chattering, his movements quickened, and while weighing, his eyes still glanced at Yuxing's collar from time to time, confirming the pendant was still hanging there. When the transaction was completed, he gave a few extra local silver coins, saying it was the grace of the light of creation to the devout, but when he spoke, the warmth did not return to his smile. Lambda took the money box from the leather bag, her eyes scanning the holy image hanging on the wall. The symbol of the light of creation was a huge open eye, with a red gem embedded in the pupil, glowing with a gloomy reflection in the daylight. Her magical perception probed over, and inside the gem, a faint soul fluctuation was pulsing. Good grief, the philosopher's stone has become common goods. If the people from the Full Metal Alchemist world saw this, they would go crazy. Yuxing looked away as if nothing had happened. When walking to the shop entrance, Swain suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, as if squeezed out from between her teeth. That pendant, you had better not wear it for too long. Yuxing turned to look at her. She had already returned to her indifferent expression, looking straight ahead, as if she hadn't said anything just now. But her right hand was gripping her left wrist, the same nervous gesture as yesterday, only this time it was gripped tighter, her knuckles showing pale white through the white gloves. Yuxing didn't press for details, he just nodded, as if he had heard a casual remark about the weather. But he confirmed one thing, this Swain had a problem, not the kind of problem like the cult, but that she herself had a problem. Coming out of the gold shop, Swain returned to her usual guide mode, beginning to mechanically introduce the buildings along the way. Her tone was steady as she spoke, and the introduction was detailed, but there was a fixed interval between words, and there was no fluctuation in emotion. When they walked to the south side of the square, an argument cut off her explanation. A small crowd had gathered in front of a bakery. A middle-aged man dressed as a traveling merchant was slapping the counter, his face flushed red, his voice already hoarse. I've traveled by sea for a whole day, and I've been hungry for 3 days. You're open for business, what right do you have not to sell? Chapter 131, Men Shouldn't Touch Each Other. Yuxing and his group also stopped and looked over. This was the first time they had seen an argument between a merchant and a resident. From yesterday until now, there had been quite a lot of merchants coming and going on this island, but they all had one thing in common. These merchants seemed rather reluctant to communicate too much. Most importantly, pirate flags were barely visible in the harbor, which was highly unusual. Spending most of their time on the sea, they desperately needed supplies, whether by plundering or buying. It looks like this merchant is here for the first time. I hope he can leave safely. Swain's voice was very quiet, but Yuxing caught it. Instead of pressing further, he stared at the proprietress behind the counter, waiting for the answer as to why Swain would say that. The proprietress behind the counter wore a standard, polite smile and spoke in a gentle voice, "Sir, you are not wearing a sacred relic. Those without a sacred relic cannot receive the grace of the light of creation. This is the rule of Arcana." The merchant slammed the counter. "What bullshit sacred relic? I came here to spend money, not to." His words were choked back by the silence of the surrounding crowd, most of whom were experienced traveling merchants. Those merchants, people who had been busy or chatting in front of their respective stalls, all stopped what they were doing and stared at the merchant in unison. Their expressions were not of anger or vigilance, but something far more bizarre, pity. It was like looking at a blind man who was about to fall into a pit without realizing it. The merchant who had slammed the counter was eventually invited away by 2 white-robed men who had appeared out of nowhere. One white-robed man put a hand on his left shoulder, while the other walked behind him on the right. Their posture seemed polite, but their positioning blocked all possible escape routes. The merchant was still cursing as he was led away, but his voice grew softer and softer, as if absorbed by the surrounding white buildings. Yuxing gave Beta a look. Understanding his meaning, Beta quietly slipped away from the group and vanished into the shadows of an alley beside the plaza. Swain stood in place, watching them leave. Her expression didn't change, but her hands clenched tightly again. Fine wrinkles strained across the knuckles of her white silk gloves, as if the bones beneath her skin were pushing outward with force. Yuxing took all of this in. As night fell, the candlelight flickered inside the hotel room. Beta returned at dusk. She took the cup of water handed to her by Lambda, drank it in one gulp, and began her report. Lord Yuxing, the place the merchant was taken to is called the Indoctrination Center. It looks like an ordinary religious lecture hall. After the merchant was brought inside, he was seated in the front row and subjected to hours of doctrinal preaching. The content was nothing more than the light of creation protecting Arcana, wearing the sacred relic being a bridge to connect with God, settling here to enjoy eternal peace, and so on. The white-robed priest who preached spoke in a gentle tone, smiling the entire time, without a single threat from beginning to end. Beta put down the cup. After hours of preaching, when that merchant came out, he had changed. Chen Dragon asked. His eyes were unfocused, and he walked 2 beats slower, as if a string had been pulled from his brain. He wasn't beaten, nor was he drugged, I checked with my magic. A profit-seeking merchant. I don't believe he would accept this so-called doctrine so easily. Chen Dragon had lived for so long, and knew human nature very well. Moreover, in this world where pirates were rampant, how could a merchant who had seen so many storms be brainwashed by some bullshit doctrine? After he entered the indoctrination center, was he forced to wear a pendant? Yusheng asked. Beta thought for a moment. Yes, Lord Yusheng. Those white-robed people forcefully put it on him without a word. It seems the problem lies with the pendant. After all, there is a miniature transmutation circle inside. But didn't you say that a transmutation circle is for the decomposition and reorganization of matter? Something consciousness-oriented like this is invisible and intangible. Dragon asked, voicing his doubts. Who can say for sure? The cult has been to so many worlds. Perhaps the cult's transmutation circles are even more advanced than those of that alchemy world. The room fell silent for a moment. Yusheng stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtain. In the night, the spire of the Cathedral of Repentance was still lit. That glow burned quietly in the darkness, like an eternal flame. We'll continue to observe tomorrow, especially that guide. He paused. The guide who was forced upon us today is completely different from the one yesterday. Now that you mention it, I remember. This guide is still the same person physically, but it seems two different personalities reside in her body. Different personalities. You're right, Dragon. Perhaps this swain really does have a split personality. After all, possessing dual devil fruits, such a situation is not surprising under the cult's experimentation. On the third day in Arcana, the sunlight was still unbelievably bright. Yusheng, Dragon, and the others stood at the entrance of the hotel, looking up at the sky. It was cloudless and as blue as if it had been washed. The sea breeze blew from the direction of the harbor, bringing a slightly salty scent, and the hourly chiming of the distant clock tower. White-robed pedestrians bustled on the streets, everyone walking with calm and serene steps, their faces wearing just the right smiles. If one ignored the pendants around their necks, this place was practically a holiday resort. Hello, everyone. Today's itinerary starts from the central plaza. Swain's voice came from behind. Yusheng and Dragon glanced back at her, then looked at each other. She had become cold today. Yesterday, her voice would rise slightly at the end of her sentences, as if she wanted to ask something but didn't dare. Today, she spoke in a single tone from beginning to end, her sentences ending as sharply as a knife cut. Yusheng asked curiously, what is there to see at the plaza? The altar of the light of creation is where the believers of this island pray daily. It is also a must-visit attraction for tourists. Swain said calmly, without any discernible emotion, neither fanaticism for the doctrine nor enthusiasm as a guide. Since you recommend it, let's go take a look. The plaza was larger than Yusheng and his group had imagined. In the center was a three-tiered fountain. Water gushed from a stone carving in the shape of a holy emblem, refracting tiny rainbows in the sunlight. Several rows of stone benches were arranged around the fountain, where resting tourists and local residents sat. Further out were various stalls selling fruit, souvenirs, and sacred relic pendants. There were orderly queues in front of almost every stall, and even the sounds of bargaining were kept very low. Yusheng stopped by the fountain, and was about to tell Dragon and the others to look around and gather information, when a hand was placed on his shoulder. Damn it, are we close? No manners at all. If I were playing cards, I would have chopped your hand off. Traveler. A young man emerged from nowhere. He wore a white robe, was of medium build, and wore a sacred relic around his neck that was a size larger than the ordinary pendants. It seemed to be the symbol of a mid-level member of the church on this island. Clutching a thick stack of pamphlets in his hand, the smile on his face was even brighter than the spray of the fountain. Yusheng turned around and took a step back to maintain his distance. Seeing that smile, he almost thought the man was from Chengdu. Before you say anything, please keep your distance. Men shouldn't touch each other. 132 Chapter 132 I'm not from the capital. Chapter 132 I'm not from Johto. The young man's smile stiffened for a moment, but it quickly returned to a bright grin. He didn't bother to clear up the misunderstanding. His goal was to convert Yusheng and his group into believers. Welcome to Arcana. Since you have already received the holy relic, you must be someone chosen by the light of creation. He spoke extremely fast, as if reciting lines he had practiced countless times. Let me introduce you to the grace of the light of creation. Joining the church grants you free food and lodging, and grand masses are held every week at the Cathedral of Repentance, which all devout believers can attend. What's more? The young man took a step closer and lowered his voice, as if sharing a monumental secret, but before he could speak, he was firmly interrupted by Yusheng. Stop, stop, stop. I said keep your distance. Don't get close to me. I'm not from Johto. Yusheng took another step back, gesturing for the other party not to come any closer. Tonight, he was going to make up for his wounded soul. Cough, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Although the man didn't know what a Johto native was, seeing Yusheng's strong resistance, he could only apologize first. It's like this, the most devout believers will be chosen as light offers, to become one with God during the Holy Descent Festival, and obtain eternal life. Yusheng noticed Beta, Lambda, and Purple Rose behind him clenching their fists. How could they not understand the underlying meaning of his words? It wasn't enough that he wanted to convert their beloved Yusheng into a believer, now he even wanted Yusheng to voluntarily sacrifice himself. If Yusheng hadn't been there, they would have reduced the men to ashes long ago. Yusheng raised his hand slightly, signaling his companions to stay calm. He said calmly to the fanatic, that sounds very tempting. However, I've just arrived, and I don't know much about your church's doctrines yet. That's fine. The fanatic immediately stuffed a pamphlet into his hands. This booklet, The 7 Graces of the Light of Creation, will answer all your questions. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to the cathedral and find us at any time. The outside world is full of sin and chaos, only this place is a true paradise. With that, he turned to his next target, his white robe weaving through the crowd like a fish injected with stimulants. Yusheng flipped open the pamphlet. It felt quite smooth, was well printed, and had beautiful illustrations. The first page featured the sacred emblem an open eye. The second page was the table of contents, with the 7 graces written in large letters. They were listed as health, peace, abundance, joy, redemption, devotion, and eternal life. He flipped to the 6th page, where the heading read, Those who devote themselves to God shall obtain eternal life. Below the text was an engraving, a person standing on an altar, with light descending from the sky to envelop their entire body, their facial expression depicted as one of ultimate bliss. Eternal life. Yusheng closed the pamphlet, inwardly grumbling, the kind exchanged with a philosopher's stone, I suppose. He noticed Swain standing 2 paces away, remaining silent and expressionless. Let's go and see what's over by the fountain. In a way that Swain wouldn't notice, Yusheng burned the pamphlet. Evening arrived quickly. Dusk in Arcana was beautiful. The sky transitioned from azure to orange-red, and then to deep purple, while the horizon was burned into a golden line by the setting sun. Yusheng and Qianlong's group walked back along the path they had come. The street lights along the way had already been lit, enclosed in glass covers, and inlaid with miniature sacred emblems. The firelight shone through the glass, tinting the entire street in warm tones. On the way back to the inn, Yusheng's group was stopped by an old woman standing at the mouth of an alley. She held a pendant in her hand, its silver chain dangling between her fingers. Her back was slightly hunched, and the wrinkles on her face were as deep as tree bark, but her eyes were very bright. Young people, are your holy relics all properly worn? Yusheng and Qianlong's group frowned slightly. They had already encountered many residents asking this with similar good intentions. The old woman smiled, her tone as kind as a grandmother's. She stepped forward and checked them one by one. Only after confirming they were wearing them did she nod with satisfaction and move on to the next person. Good, good, you're all wearing them. Suddenly, the kind grandmother's expression was replaced by a solemn and cold face. The wrinkles were still the same, but the angle of every fold had changed. She spoke in a voice that only the people in front of her could hear, though her tone remained gentle. If you don't wear the holy relic, bad things will happen at night. There were travelers before who didn't listen, and they disappeared the next day. Don't be like them. With that, she resumed her kind smile, turned around, and slowly walked away. Her hunched back and slow steps made her look no different from any grandmother in a small town. Was that old woman threatening us just now? Chunlong's pupils turned into vertical slits. She hated being threatened the most, yet she hadn't sensed any malice from the old woman just now. Looking in the direction where the old woman had disappeared, Yusheng shook his head. No, it was a well-intentioned warning. What do you mean? She truly believes that something bad will happen if one doesn't wear the pendant, because that's what the church told her. Yusheng withdrew his gaze. A brainwashed person warning you with her good intentions is far more terrifying than direct violence. The cult is as filthy as ever, using doctrines to achieve their goals. All right, don't be angry. Let's go back to the inn first. Lord Yusheng, that merchant who was taken to the indoctrination center is walking toward us. Yusheng looked in the direction Beta was pointing. He noticed that the merchant had become dull and expressionless. He wore the pendant very conspicuously, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. Then, he walked past Yusheng's group on his own, without stopping. Yusheng stopped and turned around, staring at the merchant's back for a long time. Let's go back. The room on the second floor of the inn was very quiet. The candlelight burned silently on the table, the flame straight and barely flickering. Yusheng, that merchant is very strange. It seems a part of him has been drained away. Yes, Chunlong, you're not mistaken. A part of his soul was indeed drained away. I'm afraid that's the effect of the pendant. Yusheng looked at the pendant he had casually set aside. Is this related to the Philosopher's Stone you mentioned before? Refinement of the Philosopher's Stone requires the souls of living people, mixed with outbursts of resentment, hatred, and anger to be refined. Yusheng paused. I'm afraid the cult has a very deep understanding of the transmutation circle, and can even slowly extract it beforehand. So what should we do now? Take it step by step, or... Chunlong did not speak the words of destroying the entire island. Those fanatical believers disgusted her. To her, she was originally a magic dragon, and didn't care about the life or death of humans at all. She only cared about Shadow Garden and Yusheng. Let's take it step by step. I believe that in this world, situations like this island are not uncommon. Moreover, we are those who lurk in the shadows to hunt the shadows. The residents of the island are, after all, innocent. Yusheng did not want to cause unnecessary slaughter. If this island were to be destroyed directly, what about the next island? And the one after that? How would that be any different from Kiritsugu Amiya's questioning of the Holy Grail? Killing to the very end would only leave behind a devastated world. But the prerequisite is that it doesn't harm Shadow Garden or my family. Just then, the door was opened a crack. It was Tom and Jerry acting sneakily, the two little ones hiding behind the door and peeking inside. Well, you've finally had enough fun and decided to come back, huh? You only return for dinner when your stomachs are growling. Tom and Jerry could only stand at attention and take the scolding. Meanwhile, on the sea far away from Arcana, another ship was slicing through the moonlight. Its sails were fully billowed in the night wind, the mast making a low creaking sound under pressure. Two giant sea serpents broke the waves beneath the surface, their massive bodies churning the seawater and dragging two glowing wakes behind the stern. Standing at the bow was the current ruler of the pirate nation, Amazon Lily, and the current captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock, her cloak fluttering loudly behind her. An attendant stepped up and stopped 3 paces behind her, bowing to report, Snake Princess, the island where the ship that abducted our clansmen finally docked is Arcana. At our current speed, we are expected to arrive in 5 days. The citizens of Kuja, locked up like cargo on someone else's island. Hancock raised her eyes, her pupils reflecting a deep darkness under the moonlight. I would like to see if those who dare touch the citizens of Kuja have the courage to face the Empress herself. Chapter 133, Swain's Abnormality. Lord Yusheng, time to wake up and eat breakfast, Beta, and Purple Rose called out gently from within Yusheng's embrace. Breakfast. I want to drink soy milk first. The groggy Yusheng, sandwiched in the middle, nuzzled forward and began to suckle. You're so bad. It's morning, you know. Good morning. The early bird gets the worm. After another round of battle, Yusheng finally got out of bed with the help of the two women. There were two light, brief knocks on the door. No one entered, but a voice drifted in through the door. Dante, today's itinerary is arranged. May I ask if you are ready? It was Swain. Her voice was still the same as yesterday, but this time, the end of her sentence trailed upward slightly. Bordering on a question rather than a statement, it was as if she suddenly became unsure halfway through whether she had the right to speak. This wasn't coldness. Coldness wouldn't hesitate. Beta stood up to open the door. Yusheng had just finished the breakfast delivered by Lambda. Qianlong was also there, while Tom and Jerry were fast asleep in Beta's room. Yusheng sat on a chair and asked casually, "Morning. Where are we going today?" Swain blinked, half a beat faster than normal. According to the itinerary, we can continue touring the town center in the morning. In the afternoon, if you are interested, we can visit the outskirts of the cathedral. After saying this, her shoulders relaxed imperceptibly, as if she had completed some arduous task. Swain's subtle movements and changes were all noticed by Yusheng's group. They looked at each other. Today's guide seemed to have quite a lot of emotional variation. All right, sorry to trouble you then. No trouble at all, it is my duty. I will wait for you at the entrance. Yusheng watched Swain's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. It seems Swain isn't very suited for playing the cold role today. Qianlong offered his critique of her acting. Let's go take a look at the cathedral. The town's morning was as clean as yesterday's, with the sunlight reflecting off the white stone pavement to form a thin film of light. The shops along the street opened one after another. The flower pots were still in the same positions as yesterday, and the woman watering the ground maintained the same rhythm as yesterday. Every day in Arcana was a carbon copy of the previous. Swain walked half a step ahead. Her pace was deliberately kept steady, but she would occasionally slow down. The timing of her slowing down was very regular. Whenever she passed by a spot where people were talking, she would subconsciously slow her pace, as if trying to listen. The first slip-up in her acting occurred in front of a bakery. The proprietress still wore the same standard smile as yesterday, but this time, instead of turning away a customer without a pendant, she was scolding her apprentice. The apprentice was a girl of 12 or 13. Her head was lowered, her eyes were completely red, and the dough in her hands had been squeezed into a strange shape. The proprietress's voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly harsh. The light of creation gave you hands to make bread, not to waste flour. Swain's steps slowed by half a beat. She glanced in that direction, her gaze lingering for a moment on the apprentice's red eyes, and the corners of her mouth twitched downward slightly. Then, she quickly withdrew her gaze and quickened her pace. Yusheng, what do you think? Qianlong asked. Perhaps she really has a split personality, but that doesn't prove anything. It might just be to lower our guard. The exchange between the two was very quiet, except for Beta and the others, no one else could hear. After walking a few more steps, Swain spoke. Her voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself, but the volume was just enough for the people behind her to hear. She's just a child. After saying this, she immediately shut her mouth, her jaw tightening. The second abnormality was even more obvious. In the plaza, a boy ran out of an alleyway clutching a loaf of bread. Looking back as he ran, he had probably stolen breakfast from his home. Not looking where he was going, he crashed headfirst into Yusheng's leg, bouncing back and falling onto his buttocks. The bread rolled into the fountain pool. The boy froze, looking at the pool, and then at Yusheng, his eyes quickly welling with tears. A mother chased him out of the alley, still clutching a rolling pin. Seeing this scene, she froze for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This child is too reckless. Guest, you aren't hurt, are you? As she spoke, she stole a glance at her son. Her expression wasn't one of anger, but fear that Yuxing would hold them accountable. Yuxing originally wanted to say it was fine and planned to buy them another one, but before he could speak, Swain had already made a move. She bent down, squatted in front of the boy, and reached out with her gloved hand to gently pat his head. Be careful, don't fall. The naturally revealed gentleness made her completely out of character compared to yesterday. After Swain spoke, she herself froze first. Her hand froze above the boy's head, and then she quickly withdrew it as if she had been burned. Standing up straight, she restored her cold expression, but she did so with too much effort, as if a layer of plaster had been pasted onto her face. It's fine, little buddy. Yuxing signaled Beta to take out some berries. This is for you. Go buy another one. He patted the child's head, bailing Swain out of her awkward situation. After walking a few steps away, Qianlong leaned close to Yuxing's ear. If her acting can fool me, then this woman is hiding very deep. This woman cannot be allowed to live. Yuxing rolled his eyes at Qianlong. The afternoon sun bleached the stone slabs of the plaza white. After finishing their tour of the town center, Swain led Yuxing's group to a famous restaurant to dine. For Yuxing's group, it still tasted like chewing wax. The Cathedral of Repentance is a landmark building of Arcana. Outside tourists usually visit it. When she mentioned the Cathedral of Repentance, Swain's speaking speed quickened slightly. Yuxing nodded. Then let's go take a look. The Cathedral of Repentance was located on the north side of the town, built against the mountain. Yuxing had previously seen its spires from a distance, but only upon getting closer did he realize it was larger than imagined. The giant white tower rose from the mountainside. The tower body had no excess decorations, with only a massive holy emblem embedded at the very top, an open eye. The red gem embedded at the pupil still gleamed with an eerie light even in broad daylight. It was the same kind of object as the grain-sized fragment in the pendant, only dozens of times larger. The stained glass windows on the front of the cathedral refracted magnificent colors under the sunlight, dyeing the plaza's ground into a vibrant collage. A sweet, cloying aroma filled the air. It wasn't a floral scent, nor was it spices, it felt more like some sort of precisely formulated chemical. The cathedral was crowded. Some people knelt on the stone steps in front of the cathedral to pray, some queued to enter the side door, and others sat by the fountain with their eyes closed in meditation. Everyone's expression was similar, serene, focused, with a faint smile at the corners of their mouths. With so many people gathered together, there was no noisy chatter, only the occasional tolling of bells, and the low hum of the wind blowing past the spires. Swain stopped her steps at the edge of the cathedral. The exterior of the cathedral can be toured freely. Her speaking speed returned to normal, even slightly slow. The interior requires a reservation in advance. It is not open to the public today. Yuxing's group glanced at the main entrance of the cathedral. The two massive oak doors were tightly shut, and the door frames were carved with dense runes, sharing the same origin as the patterns of the transmutation circle in the pendant. A white-robed guard stood on each side of the main entrance, weapons at their waists. Yuxing withdrew his gaze and said to Swain, "Then we'll just look around outside." "What's inside?" Swain answered immediately, as if reciting from a textbook, "The altar. Besides that, there is an organ, confessionals, and the Mass Hall. The weekly Mass is open to the public and believers can enter to pray. At other times, only priests are allowed to enter." She paused, then added, "Probably like that." "Probably. That's what I heard." Swain averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Yuxing again. 134 Chapter 130 For the Depths of the Church. Chapter 134, Deep Within the Cathedral. No, listen to yourself. Heard it from someone else. Back on Earth, you'd get fired for that. Speechless, Yusheng stopped looking at Swain. However, he was certain she wasn't lying, so he didn't press further. He walked slowly along the edge, his gaze sweeping over the side of the cathedral. There was an inconspicuous small door, its dark gray frame forming a subtle contrast with the white outer wall. 2 white-robed guards stood on either side of the door. Their posture was more relaxed than those at the main entrance, but they also wore weapons at their waists. One of them kept his hand on his hilt, his thumb tapping it idly from time to time. Yusheng asked. Swain's voice suddenly tightened slightly. Priests and relic keepers go in and out through there. Tourists are not allowed near it. Yusheng nodded and continued walking forward. When he reached the side wing of the cathedral, he stopped. This place was quite a distance from the main entrance, and tourists were scarce, with only a few elderly people kneeling on the grass to pray. Pretending to be interested in the texture of the wall, he rested one hand on a stone brick of the cathedral's outer wall. The texture on this wall is quite beautiful. Is it naturally formed or carved by hand? Swain also thought it looked nice. It should be natural, I suppose. In reality, Yusheng was sending his magic through his palm into the wall, letting it spread silently downward. There was a structure underground. And it wasn't a simple one like a basement. His magic perception detected 1 layer, 2, 3, 5 layers in total. Each floor had an independent transmutation circle in operation, with the direction of energy flow all pointing to the deepest part. In a certain space on the lowest floor, there were abnormal soul fluctuations, quite numerous and highly dense. There was also a larger energy source, pulsing slowly and rhythmically. Yusheng withdrew his hand and patted the dust off his palm. That's about it. Swain turned around to lead the way, guiding them to view the murals. After taking a dozen steps, Yusheng suddenly asked, "Do you believe in this religion?" Swain's steps halted. A look of resistance appeared on her face, but only for a brief moment, not even 5 seconds before she continued walking forward. But Yusheng saw that split-second hesitation. "I have no choice." Swain's voice was very soft, so soft that the wind on the plaza almost drowned it out. It was not a cold tone, nor was it yesterday's gentleness. It was something else, exhaustion. The honest answer blurted out by someone who had been struggling with a certain question for a very long time, finally being asked. This answer caught Yusheng by surprise. He had expected a simple yes or no. But instead, it was no choice. After saying this, Swain quickened her pace, leading the way in front without speaking further. The hem of her light blue skirt dragged a long, thin shadow across the white stone road. The wind blew from the direction of the spires, scattering a few strands of hair over her shoulders, which she didn't bother to smooth back. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Yusheng didn't ask any further. On the way back from the cathedral plaza, Yusheng pieced together the underground structure he had perceived with his magic into a rough sketch in his mind. 5 underground floors, with at least 3 independent transmutation circles operating simultaneously. The energy source at the deepest part was highly likely the core reserve of the Philosopher's Stone. Interesting. The cooperation between Father and the cult is truly deep. It seems you had quite a harvest just now. Qianlong had naturally noticed Yusheng's perception just now. A holy cathedral, yet burying all its unholy parts underground. When Swain escorted them back to the hotel, she stopped at the bottom of the steps by the entrance. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yusheng watched her back disappear past the mouth of the alley, turning onto the path leading toward the holy temple. Only after closing the door and ensuring no one was eavesdropping did he speak about his investigation of the cult. Beneath the cathedral, there are 5 floors. It's not just a transmutation circle for sacrificing and refining the Philosopher's Stone. Yusheng sat down at the table, tracing the rough sketch of the structure he had perceived onto the tabletop with his finger. There are also transmutation circles running continuously underground, not intermittently, but 24 hours a day without stopping. This means their daily operations themselves rely on transmutation circles. Daily operations? Qianlong asked. To maintain the free energy on this island, keep the cathedral lit, sustain the magic weapons of those white-robed guards and so on. But Lord Yusheng, to maintain such a massive amount of energy, I'm afraid everyone on the island would have died off. I heard this island has existed for several decades. Beta voiced her doubt, and Qianlong also looked at Yusheng, waiting for an explanation. I have two theories. Yusheng looked at the pendant in his hand. The first theory, the cult sacrificed a large number of Jinchuriki from elsewhere, refining them into philosopher's stones to supply this island's experiments. Right after stating this theory, Yusheng shook his head again. This possibility is relatively low. The cult is like mice hiding in the shadows. Doing something like this would inevitably invite a powerful counterattack from the powerhouses of this world, which wouldn't be worth the loss for the cult. What if the world government cooperated or rather covered it up? Lambda asked. No matter how they cover it up or cooperate, the news cannot be suppressed. For example, the Revolutionary Army, whose goal is to overthrow them. Or the great pirates who have carved out their own territories. There will always be one or two who would take action. What Yusheng referred to was Whitebeard and Red Hair Shanks. Whitebeard indeed managed to scare off those petty pirates with his reputation alone. Once his flag was planted, anyone who dared to make a move would face severe retaliation. As for Shanks, who spent all his time balancing this and that, he wouldn't be able to sit still now that an unknown force had emerged. The second theory. Do you remember that group of magical girls and boys from our world? I remember, Beta said. The existence that signed contracts with them knows exactly how to convert things like emotions and souls into energy. Yusheng, you mean, this transmutation circle is gathering those things? Qianlong immediately questioned in return, having already understood what Yusheng was getting at. Yes, this possibility is very high. Yusheng looked up out the window. The holy emblem, atop the spire of the Cathedral of Repentance, looked down over the entire town. The people on this island, whether outsiders or local residents, are probably all fuel. That really fits the cult's style. How sickening. Beta and Lambda showed disgusted expressions, and even Purple Rose, who came from another world, did too. Becoming a god through the Philosopher's Stone. Yusheng, you said that path is a dead end. Could they be experimenting with devil fruits? Qianlong thought of Swain, who was a dual devil fruit user. That possibility is very high. Yusheng fell silent for a moment before continuing. We need to conduct a deeper investigation to see just how far the cult has gone. This island won't be an isolated case. Understood, the three of them, including Beta, responded. And what about Swain? Qianlong asked. She said today that she has no choice, which at least shows this personality knows something. She is a breakthrough. You guys handle the infiltration investigation. I'll take care of Swain. Chapter 135, Preparing to initiate a buster call. Since they had already divided the tasks, Beta and the others began to take action. Seeing that it was still quite bright outside, Yusheng planned to go and see what Swain was doing at the moment, and Qianlong followed along. Following their perception of the unique dual devil fruit user, the two headed to a small park on the edge of town. Yusheng, I don't quite understand. Aren't split personalities just different temperaments? Why would this personality of Swain come to the park to space out? So when you previously said all mysteriously that two personalities lived in one body, you really just thought they were just different temperaments. Otherwise? Qianlong said with a look of utter sincerity. All right. People with dual personalities have two ways of thinking at the same time. The operation and decision-making of these two minds are not interfered with or influenced by the other, functioning completely independently. You mean two independent people with different thoughts on the same thing live in a single shell? You could understand it that way. Swain's case is actually quite mild. In more severe cases, they don't even share the same memories, and some even have multiple personalities. As Yuxing and Qianlong walked to the park, he explained the concept of multiple personalities, even telling her the story of the classic movie from his previous life, Identity. Perhaps calling it a park wasn't entirely accurate. This place was more like the boundary of the town's layout. Walking further out, the stone-paved road ended, replaced by a packed dirt path that led to the rolling hills deep within the island. A few nameless broad-leaved trees were planted in the park, with several benches under their shade. In the distance, the active volcanic crater in the center of the island was visible. The mountain appeared a dark grayish-brown in the afternoon sun, and a thin column of smoke rose slowly from the summit, dispersed by the sea breeze into a pale gray band of mist. Swain sat on a bench. Her posture was still upright, but her shoulders were half an inch lower than usual. There were no white-robed priests or fanatical believers around, only a young mother pushing a stroller and dozing off under the shade of a distant tree, and two children playing with pebbles in a sandbox. It was so quiet that it felt like a corner forgotten by the bustle of the town. Yuxing and Qianlong sat down on the bench next to her. "Miss Swain, do you usually come to sit here when you have free time?" "I saw that I had some free time today, so I came over to sit for a while." "Why did you come here?" "There's nothing much to see here. If you still want to sightsee, I know of several other scenic spots." Swain hadn't expected Yuxing to come here. She hadn't wanted to bring tourists to this park in the first place. And since her gaze had been fixed on the volcano just now, both Yuxing and Qianlong understood that there was nothing wrong with the park. The problem lay with that volcano. "Miss Swain, is that active volcano very dangerous?" "It should be one of the scenic spots, right?" The silence lasted for about 2 minutes. Swain's gaze remained fixed on the distant volcanic crater, where a pale gray column of smoke slowly rose, trailing a faint smudge across the blue sky. "Don't go there." Her voice was very soft, so soft that it seemed to be carried over by the wind. Yuxing asked, "Why?" "That place is a furnace." Her fingers curled into the folds of her skirt on her lap, her white silk gloves gleaming faintly in the sunlight. "They will take people inside." "And then, there is no then." "Is it the church taking people inside?" "Why do they take them in?" Swain snapped her head to look at Yuxing, then quickly turned away. "Don't know." Yuxing and Qianlong already knew the answer. "Have you been inside?" Swain did not answer. Her gloved fingers clenched tightly, the white silk stretched over her knuckles trembling slightly. The laughter of children as their stone pile collapsed came from the sandbox, sounding exceptionally jarring in the quietness. The mother pushing the stroller was still dozing, the stroller's canopy swaying gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, Swain sat motionless on the bench, her breathing even skipping a beat. The answer was self-evident. "How old were you when they took you in?" Yuxing's voice was very calm. Swain's lips twitched, and then she suddenly stood up, her skirt whipping up a gust of wind. "I'm sorry. I have things to attend to, so I must leave. Please suit yourselves, but remember, do not stay too long." Her tone returned to coldness, too fast and too forced, as if a layer of plaster had been smeared over her face, fixing even the curve of her lips to a degree that did not belong to any real emotion. But the moment she stood up, Yuxing saw unshed tears glistening in her pale blue eyes. She wasn't crying, the tears had welled up on their own, and she herself hadn't even realized it. Without raising a hand to wipe them, she turned and walked toward the town, her steps hurried, as if she were escaping. Yuxing stood up and stared silently at her retreating back for a moment. Then he looked up, re-examining the distant volcanic crater. "Aren't we going to chase after her and keep asking?" Qianlong asked. "We can't chase her to ask. With her dual personality, if the other personality comes out, she might turn into an enemy." Swain was pouring out the truth bit by bit, in a way she could cope with. Each time she only poured out a little, then immediately fled back into her cold shell. But each time she revealed something, it was more than the last. Meanwhile, in the underground of an abandoned lighthouse on the east side of the island, another group of people was compiling intelligence. Marine Vice Admiral Enigmo sat on a folding chair in the temporary command post, a map of Arcana Island spread out on the wooden table before him. Multiple locations were marked in red pen on the map: the port, the indoctrination center, the Cathedral of Repentance, and the volcanic crater. A date was written next to each red circle, recording the last cited location of the missing persons. His intelligence officer stood before the table, reporting the last batch of data, in a flat tone. Over the past 6 months, missing person incidents reported by 7 surrounding allied nations, combined with marine reports, total 213 people. All final shipping records of the missing persons point to Arcana Island. Survivors, 0. Confirmed bodies found, 0. Enigmo repeated the number, his fingers slowly tightening on the table. 213 people, and not a single one has left this place. His gaze fell upon the church surrounded by a red circle in the center of the map. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice calm yet echoing deeply in the cramped basement. The evidence is sufficient. Send an application for a buster call to Admiral Akainu. The intelligence officer hesitated for a moment. Vice Admiral, the island's residents. Every single islander is part of the cult, they are also involved. Enigmo interrupted him, his tone devoid of anger, carrying only a cold certainty. This is not coercion, it is voluntary. Such actions make them as guilty as the enemy. He stood up, the legs of the chair scraping against the stone floor with a sharp, brief screech. Report to Admiral Akainu. The evidence is conclusive. The target is Arcana Island. The intelligence officer saluted and withdrew. Enigmo sat back down in his chair, folding his hands on the table as he looked at the marine flag on the wall. A white background with a dark blue cross, the seagull emblem in the center swaying slightly in the candlelight. Absolute justice does not allow the existence of evil. 136 Chapter 136 The Truth About Two Fruits. Chapter 136 The Truth Behind the Dual Devil Fruit. As night blanketed the streets of Arcana, Yusheng and Beta were in their hotel room discussing where to begin their infiltration. Lord Yusheng, I believe we should start with the indoctrination center. That merchant only spent a few hours there, and when he came out, he had changed. Plus, there is a 2-story underground space there. Beta voiced her opinion. She had been there once before, and taking advantage of some time in the afternoon, she had gone again. Have you scouted out the indoctrination center? There is a narrow alley behind the building, and at the end of the alley is the entrance to an abandoned drainage channel. From the drainage channel, we can bypass the main entrance and enter the underground directly. In that case, you and Lambda go together. Remember, if there are any unexpected situations, retreat immediately. Understood. At midnight, the moon was mostly obscured by clouds. Beta and Lambda slipped out of the hotel's back door in single file, moving along the shadows of the walls. They passed through the deserted alley, climbed over a low wall, and moved forward, hunched over, along the dried-up bottom of the drainage channel. The mud at the bottom of the channel had long since cracked, and stepping on it produced a faint, crisp sound, but the noise was drowned out by the night wind whistling overhead. At the end of the drainage channel was an iron grate. The lock on the grate was rusted shut, but the grate itself was not securely fastened, so Beta and Lambda simply used their intangibility to pass through. The first underground level was a spacious area, much larger than the footprint of the building above ground. Wooden doors lined both sides of the corridor. There were no windows on the doors, only numbers. At the end of the corridor was an open hall containing over a dozen chairs. The chairs were equipped with restraints, leather buckles at the wrists, ankles, and neck. There were dark stains on the backrests and seats, not blood, but something more subtle, sweat stains, tears, and the oils left behind by human skin rubbing repeatedly in fear. On the wall directly facing each chair was an engraved small transmutation circle, with dense patterns that shared the same origin as the markings inside the pendant. Those transmutation circles were currently dormant, but embedded in the center of each circle was a grain-sized piece of Philosopher's Stone, emitting a faint red glow in the darkness. At the back of the hall was a staircase leading downward. The stone steps were worn smooth and shiny, indicating high frequency of use. At the end of the stairs was a heavy iron door. The door had no lock. In places deep enough or absolutely secure, locks were superfluous. Pushing open the door, a stench mixed with rust, sweat, and stale despair rushed to meet them. The second level was larger than the first. In the center was a massive transmutation circle, with patterns extending from the center, spanning over 20 meters in diameter. Dark red deposits remained in the grooves of the patterns that was not paint. Surrounding the transmutation circle were dozens of iron cages, just large enough for an adult to curl up inside. Most of the cages were empty, but over a dozen contained people. Their eyes were vacant, their breathing shallow and slow, and they showed almost no reaction to external movements. Some wore merchant attire, some wore fishermen's clothes, and some were so ragged that their original status was unrecognizable. Humph, this is truly in line with the style of the cult. Lady Beta, should we dispose of these people? Beta remained silent for a moment. No need to bother. These people, they are already living dead. They won't pose a threat to us. They began gathering intelligence and found a logbook in the guard room in the corner. It had a hard cover, and the pages inside were densely recorded with numbers, dates, sources, emotional state ratings, and transfer statuses. The ink on the most recent page was still fresh. Numbers 147 to 162, a total of 16 people, all met the emotional rating criteria, and the transfer status column was uniformly marked transferred to Cathedral. Flipping back a few more pages, another batch was marked transferred to Furnace. At the end of every entry was a signature line, all signed with the same name Simon. Lady Beta, according to our previous intelligence, this person codenamed Simon is very likely one of the 12 apostles of the cult. I think so too. This island is not small, yet only an apostle-level figure is stationed here. I fear the scale of a Sin official-level operation would be even larger, and it is even possible for the 12 Knights of the Round Table to appear. The two tucked the logbook and other intelligence into their robes, and after confirming there was no other valuable information, they prepared to retreat. Those locked in the cages showed no reaction at all, not even making a sound despite seeing Beta and Lambda rummaging through everything. They didn't even speak up to ask to be let go. Just as they retreated to the stairwell, the base of an aging torch fell onto a loose stone slab. The slab sank only slightly, but it was enough to trigger the alarm spell. The fragments of Philosopher's Stone in the corners suddenly lit up, and a metallic resonance hummed from the end of the corridor. Rapid footsteps echoed from deep within the underground facility. It wasn't just one person, but at least a dozen. Beta and Lambda exchanged a glance, activated their intangibility, and sank into the floor. The leader of the well-trained white-robed guards did not believe the base had fallen naturally. Turn the whole island upside down if you have to, but find the intruders. The sacrificial festival is coming up anyway, so having more materials is a good thing. Under the leader's command, the fire from the large group of guards illuminated half the street. By the time the guards searched near the hotel, Beta and Lambda were standing in front of Yusheng, handing over the logbook. Yusheng opened the logbook. The room was quiet, with only the sound of pages turning. He read through it page by page, his expression unchanging, but the speed of his page-turning grew faster and faster. When he reached the last page and closed the logbook, his fingers lingered on the cover for 2 seconds. Yusheng placed the logbook on the table. They are not just transmuting Philosopher's Stone, they are using it to experiment with devil fruit combinations, and they have even incorporated Diabolos cells into the process. Dragon was shocked. The combination of Philosopher's Stone, Diabolos cells, and devil fruit, she dared not imagine what kind of monster that would create. Could it be that the reason Swain is a dual devil fruit user is? Beta and the others understood what Dragon wanted to say. Yusheng stood up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain open a crack. Under the moonlight, the spire of the Cathedral of Repentance was still glowing, soft and holy, like an eternal lighthouse. Meanwhile, on the sea less than half a day's voyage from Arcana, Boa Hancock was standing at the bow of the ship. The scouts of the Kuja pirates had returned, bringing back the final reconnaissance report. Big Sister, our warriors report that they still haven't found your people, and they also discovered the Marines are on that island too. The second sister, Boa Sandersonia, came behind Hancock to report. The Marines? What are they doing here? Perhaps some people from other nations have gone missing, and the Marines have come to investigate, or perhaps their own people have gone missing too. The third sister, Boa Marigold, voiced her thoughts. If the Marines' people have also gone missing, then we have trouble. The Hawks are not so easily fooled, they might even initiate a buster call, which will increase the difficulty of finding our people. Humph, no matter who stands in my way, I will turn them to stone, because everything I do can be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. The second and third sisters were long used to Hancock being this way. After dawn, sail directly into the harbor. The second sister hesitated for a moment. Snake Princess, wouldn't that alert the enemy? That is exactly what I want them to know. Hancock's voice was cold and calm. The sea breeze suddenly intensified, and the two giant snakes beneath the ship let out low hisses. Chapter 137, The Holy Descent Festival, and the arrival of the Empress early in the morning. Arcana had changed. Yusheng woke up in the lively atmosphere, holding Purple Rose and Beta. The inn did not do a very good job of blocking out the eager discussions outside. Lord Yusheng, it's so lively outside, has something happened? Beta rubbed her eyes groggily. I don't know. Perhaps some festival is approaching. When Yusheng pushed open the inn window, the first thing he saw was white. It was not the gray-white of flagstones, nor the cream-white of the walls, but a pervasive white, filled with countless flags and wreaths. White and gold flags hung down from every window, golden holy emblems spun slightly in the morning breeze, and wreaths woven from fresh flowers hung on the pillars of every street lamp. Overnight, this island had transformed from a quiet little town into a dressed-up stage. Swain arrived very early today. When Yusheng went downstairs, she was already standing at the inn's entrance, her back to the doorframe, watching the growing crowd on the street. Hearing footsteps, she turned around, her expression cold and blank. Good morning. Swain's tone was crisp, like a completely different person from the one who had whispered, "Do not approach the furnace," in the park yesterday. Is there some festival activity being held today? Yusheng greeted her casually, testing whether there was a possibility of communication with her under this personality. Yes, it will be announced shortly. I will take you there. Yusheng glanced at Swain. All right, we'll set off in a moment. After waiting a while, Yusheng and his party set off with her. There are just too many people. Dragon followed the dense crowd, looking somewhat disgusted. I heard they are announcing some festival, but I don't like crowded places either. Yusheng shrugged, remembering the insanely popular tourist spots during holidays in his past life. The streets and alleys were already packed with people. All the local residents were wearing white ceremonial robes with holy emblems pinned to their collars, consciously forming a fan shape around the central announcement platform. The crowd density was at least 3 times greater than yesterday, but the noise level had not increased accordingly. It was like a muffled buzzing, a silent preparation before some kind of collective ritual. Some were praying, some were gripping their pendants and chanting silently with their eyes closed, and others were holding their children's hands while repeatedly admonishing them about something. On the announcement platform, a priest in white robes unfurled the scroll in his hand. Children of the light of creation. The priest spoke, and the crowd instantly quieted down, making his voice clearly audible in every corner of the square without the need for amplification equipment. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, we will welcome the most sacred celebration on this island, the Holy Descent Festival. The Holy Descent Festival is the anniversary of the light of creation descending upon Arcana, the moment when God is closest to the world. At that time, the light offers chosen by the light of creation will ascend the sacred altar, returning to the embrace of God under the gaze of all believers, becoming the bridge connecting heaven and earth. All devout believers shall gather at the Cathedral of Repentance Square to witness this supreme glory together. The priest finished speaking in one breath without pausing. The crowd remained quiet, appearing to listen attentively. Unexpectedly, the crowd in the square did not erupt into earth-shaking cheers, but instead, a tidal wave of low murmurs arose. Some knelt to pray, some raised their hands high, and others were moved to tears. An elderly local standing next to Yusheng pressed his palms together, repeatedly chanting, "It's finally here," in a trembling voice, as if waiting for a moment he had longed for half his life. The priest waited for the cheering to subside slightly before continuing to read. His voice was even louder than before, and every word sounded like a gold coin tossed into the air. All believers wearing holy artifacts may enter. Furthermore, the list for this Holy Descent Festival has been announced in advance. The following individuals have been granted the Holy Descent to participate in the final ritual and return to the embrace of God. He read out a string of names, about 30 or 40 of them. Each time a name was read, a corner of the crowd would let out a sob of envy. After finishing the list, the priest closed the scroll and said with a smile, "May the light of creation shine upon us. May the light of creation shine upon us." Tens of thousands of people responded in unison, the sound wave causing the reeds by the roadside to tremble slightly. Yusheng stood on the periphery of the crowd, watching the entire announcement. His gaze lingered for a moment on the scroll the priest had closed, then swept across the fanatical faces of the surrounding believers, and finally landed on the list of selected individuals posted next to the announcement board. 30 or 40 names, written in the neat font of the cult, with a number marked after each name, likely the serial number of the pendant. Interesting. They are blatantly posting the list of sacrificial candidates. The homunculus of the Full Metal Alchemist world would be drooling if they saw this. They are actually volunteering to become materials for the Philosopher's Stone. Yusheng, didn't you say before that besides souls, resentment is also needed? Why does it look to me like these people are eager to become materials? Dragon asked curiously. Perhaps the cult has improved the process, or perhaps it's because of the addition of the Diablo cells. Yusheng turned his head to look at Swain. She stood where she was, maintaining a cold, blank expression on her face, no different from usual. But when the priest said the words "light offer," her pupils contracted. It was very subtle, like the ripple at the moment a needle pierces the surface of water. It disappeared quickly, but Yusheng saw it. It seems that because the two personalities have different views on this Holy Descent Festival, they are struggling violently. The midday sun made the sea surface at the port dazzlingly bright. The dorsal fins of two giant sea serpents sliced through the water, cutting two straight white wakes across the sea as they approached the port from the horizon. Their scales reflected a cold cyan-purple light in the sunlight, and with every breath, they sprayed water mist several meters high from their nostrils, emitting a low hiss that caused one's chest cavity to resonate. The pirate ship sandwiched between the two sea serpents was larger than any merchant ship this island had ever seen. The bow featured a coiled snake statue, and the sails were embroidered with the 9 snakes emblem, which was glaringly vivid in the midday sun. The receptionists in charge of registration at the port were stunned at first. Their usual smiles were still hanging on their faces, the arc of their mouths unchanged, but the light in their eyes had changed. Some turned and ran to the reception office to report, while others instinctively took 2 steps back, only to realize they were still wearing white robes and managed to force themselves to stand still. Before the ship had completely stopped, 3 figures had already leaped from the deck. They made almost no sound when they landed on the pier. Their slender figures cast sharp shadows on the flagstone ground, their purple cheapao-style tops clung to their figures, and a corner of their white cloaks flared up behind them. Their long black hair hung to their waists, and their snake-shaped earrings flashed with a cold golden light in the sunlight. Her features were so exquisite that she didn't look like a real person, but there was no tenderness in those black eyes that one could approach. That was the gaze of an empress. Hancock strode forward with her second and third sisters. Her boot heels clicked against the stone ground, the rhythm unhurried, each step taken with the same stride, as if measuring the land beneath her feet. A receptionist in white robes squeezed out a smile, and went up to meet her. The smile was still the standard arc, the curve of his lips correct, but his throat bobbed. He swallowed his saliva. "We welcome to Arcana. May the light of creation." 138 Chapter 138 The Trap targeting Hancock. Chapter 138. A trap set for Hancock. The 3 Boa sisters walked past him without even sparing him a glance. To them, his existence was not even worthy of a word. The receptionist's words hung in midair, his smile still plastered on his face, but the corners of his mouth began to twitch slightly. He stood there, maintaining his bowing posture like a statue forgotten by the roadside. The Kuja warrior sniper, Rindo, stepped out from behind Hancock, her tone calm, but leaving no room for doubt. Captain of the Kuja pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Lady Boa Hancock has arrived. Where is the person in charge here? The receptionist opened his mouth, uttering a few incoherent syllables. May I ask the reason for Her Majesty the Empress's visit to this island, so that I may report it? He wiped his sweat. His heart had been pounding just now. He had finally laid eyes on the famously renowned Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai. But he had a feeling that if he uttered one more word, he would die. Cut the chatter. Just tell me where the person in charge is. If you displease Her Majesty the Empress, everyone on this island can prepare to turn to stone. The 3 Boa sisters had already walked into the town center. The crowd around the plaza began to stir. Some stared blankly, only to be dragged away by their companions pulling at their sleeves. Some lowered their heads with flushed faces, not daring to look directly. Others dropped what they were holding, their fingers trembling as they bent down to pick it up. Whispers spread through the crowd like wind sweeping through a wheat field. Who is that woman? Didn't you see the flag behind her? That's the Kuja pirates. A member of the Shichibukai. Why would a Shichibukai come to Arcana? Yushin was currently browsing local spices in front of a grocery store on the south side of the plaza. When the commotion drifted over from the direction of the harbor, he only glanced up once before putting down the cinnamon in his hand. Even the pirate Empress Boa Hancock has come here. I thought it would take me quite some time before I'd get to see her. Having come to the One Piece world, Yushin naturally wanted to see the Empress, who was praised by the people of this world as the world's #1 beauty. What's the matter, did you take a liking to her? Chenlong nudged Yushin's shoulder, asking him with a mischievous grin. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. And you still deny it? Your eyes have been glued to her long legs. Not just Violet but also Beta and the others. I heard that you have a special soft spot for long legs and stockings. That's called appreciation of human art. Yushin decided that he must teach them a lesson and make them beg for mercy on their knees. But then again, at 1.9 meters tall, Hancock's long legs took up most of her height. Such a mature beauty definitely deserved to be played with. Playing her like a cello wouldn't be bad either. Hancock's gaze swept across every face in the plaza. Her gaze lingered on Yushin for a second, perhaps even less. Those dark eyes swept over him without pause or any extra reaction, and then moved on. Hancock withdrew her gaze, looked around and spoke. Her voice was cold and resonant, and though there was no amplification equipment, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the plaza. This one's journey is not for plunder, nor for destruction. Hand over the citizens of Kuja, and this one shall leave immediately. She paused, and her voice suddenly dropped. The air itself began to vibrate. An invisible pressure radiated outward from her as the center. The tiny pebbles on the plaza ground began to tremble slightly, and ripples of disturbance spread across the water of the fountain. The residents in the plaza began to collapse not from an attack, but because their bodies sensed the danger even before their consciousness did. Their legs gave way, their heartbeats spiraled out of control, and their breath was choked off. One by one, they fell like stalks of wheat blown down by the wind. Conqueror's Hockey. Yushin and his group stood where they were without even knitting their brows. His breathing rhythm remained unchanged, and his heart rate stayed steady. With the surrounding residents collapsing in droves, Yushin, Chenlong, and the others stood out conspicuously among the fallen crowd. The 3 Boa sisters were somewhat surprised not that someone had resisted the Conqueror's Hockey, but that they were completely unaffected by it. Are you the lord of this town? Hancock adjusted her Conqueror's Hockey to a directed release, sweeping it toward Yushin's group. Yushin was completely unafraid, releasing his magic power to clash with her hockey. The resulting shockwave violently slammed into the surrounding pavement and buildings. You've misunderstood, Hancock. However, our goals are to some extent aligned. I am the captain of the dragon hunting pirates. Let's chat again when there's a chance. As the dust cleared, there was no longer any sign of Yusheng and his group. He had already sensed a large group of people rushing this way. Now was not the time to make a move. While the three Boa sisters were initially wondering which powerhouse the dragon hunting pirates were, their faces suddenly turned pale. Big sister, they said they're the dragon hunting pirates. Could they be planning to hunt the celestial dragons? At the mention of the celestial dragons, the dark past buried deep within the three sisters flared up like dying embers, reigniting, burning them inside. They even forgot about the fact that Yusheng had easily neutralized the conqueror's haki. Lady Snake Princess. Two groups of people were rushing over. One was the Kuja warriors, while the other was the reception party sent by Simon. The three Boa sisters had no choice but to suppress their dread and compose themselves. Her Majesty the Empress, our Pope requests your presence. Yusheng and his group had not gone far. They were merely watching from a high vantage point. Yusheng, is this the conqueror's haki? It's truly interesting, using one's own presence to intimidate and deter enemies. I've made up my mind. What do you want to do? Tie her up and bring her back, of course, to have her teach us how to use haki. Besides, I feel like she and your sweetheart, Princess Rose, would have a lot of common topics to talk about. If we're looking for a teacher, there are plenty of people in the new world who are better at it than her. Yusheng rubbed his nose. He naturally knew that two love brains would definitely have plenty to talk about. Meanwhile, in the meeting room deep within the temple, Simon was receiving the white-robed priest, who had just rushed over from the harbor. The priest had sweat on his forehead and kept his voice very low during the report, but Simon listened very intently. After hearing the last word, he leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table 3 times. Boa Hancock, the Empress of Kuja, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He repeated the name as if tasting wine, assessing its vintage and origin. Kuja's people are indeed in the recent manifest. There seem to be a few warriors. My lord, shall we return them? Simon smiled, a strange smile. The corners of his mouth curled up, but his eyes held no warmth. Return them. Once something enters this place, there is no reason to return it. However, he stood up and walked over to the massive holy icon of the light of creation hanging on the wall. The icon's eyes were embedded with the philosopher's stone, glowing with a deep red light under the indoor illumination. The Holy Descent Festival requires a sufficiently powerful light offerer. A soul of the 7 warlords of the sea level, a possessor of Haushaku, and a devil fruit user. Simon spread his arms. Raw materials of this quality, we couldn't even gather in 3 years. Now she has delivered herself right to our doorstep. He turned around and issued orders to the priest, his speaking pace steady, each word sounding carefully considered. Receive her with the standards befitting a king, and arrange for her to stay in the VIP guest house next to the temple. Tell her that we are honored to host the Empress of Kuja. Do not block her in any way, let her move freely about the island. Try your best to stall her. Do everything you can to keep them here. You can return 1 or 2 pieces of cargo as appropriate. When that night comes, the tolling of the Holy Descent Festival will be her dirge. Chapter 139, Shimon's Trap. Lord Shimon, you've returned. How did it go with the Empress? Shimon returned to the council chamber with a grim expression. Clearly, his conversation with Hancock just now had not gone smoothly. I had to use every persuasive tactic, promising to do everything in my power to help find her people, just to keep her calm. That damned woman. She's nothing more than a slave of the celestial dragons. If she hadn't escaped during the chaos, she wouldn't be where she is today. Shimon slammed his hand on the table, where a structural diagram was spread out. Lord, it will only be a few more days. By the night of the Holy Descent Festival, she will be nothing more than material for the cult to achieve godhood. Shimon took a deep breath, trying to suppress the humiliation he had just endured. You're right, she is merely material. He stood up, pressing his finger against the floor plan of the guest house, slowly tracing the outlines of the corridors and rooms. Outside the window, the midday sun shone brightly, but the curtains of the council chamber were only half drawn. The light was sliced into a long, diagonal rectangle, illuminating the diagram perfectly while leaving his face in shadow. Boa Hancock. He spoke the name slowly, as if dissecting every syllable to examine it. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, a user of the Mero no Mi, and a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. In a direct confrontation, this island has no guarantee of victory. 2 high-ranking priests stood before the table, waiting for him to continue. As long as a devil fruit user touches sea stone, their fruit's power cannot be activated, and their stamina will be rapidly drained. This is the fatal weakness of all ability users, and she is no exception. As for her Conqueror's Haki, our Philosopher's Stone can resist it. Sheeman analyzed Hancock's abilities point by point, contemplating ways to trap her here. He lifted his head, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Phase 1. Send someone to visit her at the guest house under the guise of a special guest, to deliver a set of ceremonial robes and matching jewelry. The inside of the jewelry will be mixed with our specially crafted sea stone powder. The amount must be small, just enough that she won't notice immediately, but once worn, it will be enough to leave an ability user unsteady. The priest was about to nod, but Sheeman raised a finger to interrupt him. When you deliver it to her, tell her it is a courtesy for the Empress's arrival. I have already invited her to attend the Holy Descent Festival as a special guest, and she has already agreed. Understood. Phase 2. Hostage coercion. His finger moved inward along the corridors of the guest house. The Kuja captives are still locked in the church basement. On the night of the Holy Descent Festival, bring her people to the side chamber of the altar and tell her via Den Mushi that if she makes any rash moves during the ceremony, her people will return to the embrace of God right before her eyes. Will she compromise? Sheeman did not answer directly. He picked up a small wooden box from the corner of the table. Inside, lined with dark blue velvet, lay a piece of Philosopher's Stone the size of a fist. It was dark red and translucent, with a light slowly flowing within, as if countless half-open eyes were hidden in a pool of congealed blood. This is the essence extracted from all the souls sacrificed in Arcana over the past 3 years. Using it as a core, we can release a soul barrier within the range of the altar transmutation circle. The essence of Conqueror's Haki is the projection of will. When the resentment of hundreds of souls clashes simultaneously, any will can be neutralized. He placed the Philosopher's Stone back into the box, his movements gentle, as if laying down a holy relic. Phase 3. The Altar Transmutation Circle. When she comes to attend the Holy Descent Festival, her seat will be arranged in the VIP section, which is located exactly on the core node of the Transmutation Circle. At the climax of the ceremony, when all attention is focused on her, Sheeman closed the wooden box with a click. Sea stone chains will spring from the ground, locking her limbs, the soul barrier will neutralize her Conqueror's Haki, and the hostage coercion 3 layers of insurance, all triggered at once. As the light offerer, her soul will become the most brilliant foundation stone on the path to my Lord's Godhood. One of the priests bowed in acknowledgement and turned to arrange the clothing and jewelry. The other priest hesitated for a moment before asking, Lord, what if she discovers the sea stone powder in the jewelry beforehand? Then she will only be a bit more vigilant during the ceremony. Sheeman turned and walked toward the window, but she will not refuse to attend the Holy Descent Festival. Because she is here to save people, as long as there are captives on the island, she will not leave. And since she doesn't know where the captives are being held, she has no choice but to accept our invitation so she can approach the altar during the ceremony. She thinks she is using us to gather intelligence, but in reality, every one of her steps is within my predictions. He withdrew his gaze from the window and let it fall on the wooden box at the corner of the table. 3 days from now, on the night of the full moon, until then, do not let anyone disturb the recuperation of our Kuja guests. If she wants to walk around, let her. If she wants to enter the church, let her. Let her look. How could she possibly find where the people are being held on her own? Lord Sheeman is wise. That night, there was a knock on the door of the guest house. Hancock and her two sisters were discussing how to rescue their people. She glanced at the guarding warrior and signaled for her to open the door. Outside the door, a female priest in white robes held a wooden box in both hands, her bowing posture as standard as if it had been cut right out of an etiquette manual. "Empress, this is the ceremonial robe and matching jewelry prepared for you by the island. We wish you a pleasant time in Arcana." The warrior took the wooden box without thanking her or asking any questions. The priest retreated tactfully, her footsteps fading quickly at the end of the corridor. After closing the door, the warrior placed the wooden box on the table without opening it immediately. "Big sister, are you really going to attend that so-called Holy Descent Festival?" "Why wouldn't I? Although the man named Sheeman said that the kidnapping of our people had nothing to do with them, my intuition tells me that he is the mastermind." Hancock stood up and walked to the table. "Alan, have you found where my people are being held?" Alan, with her short hair, stepped forward and bowed. "Apologies, Empress. We still cannot find where they are being held." "Is that so?" Hancock felt a bit irritated. Since stepping onto this island, she had used observation hockey to investigate, but she could not find where her people were being held. "Since that's the case, I will see for myself what they intend to do to my people at the Holy Descent Festival." Hancock lifted the lid of the box. Inside was a white silk robe with gold trim, exquisitely tailored. Beside it was a set of jewelry, a necklace, earrings, and a ring, each piece inlaid with a pale red gemstone. She picked up the ring, flipped it over, and examined it carefully under the candlelight. On the inside of the ring, silver particles as fine as dust formed an uneven texture on the metal surface. It wasn't rust or wear, someone had deliberately embedded it there. Hancock slid the ring onto the index finger of her right hand. It was a perfect fit. Wearing just one ring was far from enough to make her lose her combat ability. She then put the necklace and earrings back into the box and closed the lid. "See stone powder." Her second and third sisters, along with the officers in the room, changed expressions. "Empress, they think I am the prey." Hancock's cloak slid half an inch off her shoulder, and she casually pulled it back into place. "Interesting. Pass the order down, all personnel prepare for battle. Mark all guard posts on the perimeter of the church clearly." She walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. Moonlight flooded in from the window, plating the silhouette of her profile in a cold white. Not far away, the spire of the Cathedral of Repentance flickered silently in the darkness. That cluster of golden light stood out conspicuously in the night, like an eye opening in the darkness. Hancock spun the ring on her finger, a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Since they have prepared the stage, I will show them who the real prey is." 140 Chapter 140 Swain's Past. Chapter 140. The past of Swain. The hotel corridor, after midnight, was so quiet that one could hear their own breathing. Swain had been standing outside Yushing's room for nearly 10 minutes. She raised her hand, her knuckles hovering 3 inches from the door, paused, lowered it, raised it again, and paused once more. This action was repeated 4 times, each time held back at the last moment by some stronger force. Only one wall lamp was lit in the corridor, its light shining through the frosted glass shade, casting a long, blurred shadow of her on the wall. She took a deep breath and knocked twice, very lightly, so lightly that if the person in the room were asleep, they wouldn't hear it at all. The door opened. Yushing stood inside the door, fully dressed, with a candle burning quietly on the table behind him. His expression held no surprise. From the moment Swain appeared at the hotel, everyone had been waiting for her to knock on the door. He stepped aside to clear the way, his tone as casual as when he had asked, "Where are we going today?" in the square earlier. Swain walked into the room, first glancing around to find all of Yushing's companions present, along with a cat and a mouse. She stopped in the center of the room, her back to the candlelight, facing Yushing, but her gaze did not fall on him. Instead, it remained fixed on the floor. Her hands tightly gripped the fabric on both sides of her skirt, her knuckles protruding as pale, sharp angles beneath her gloves. She wanted to say something, her lips moving several times, but each time the words were swallowed before the first syllable could form. Yusheng didn't rush her, he sat down in a chair by the window and waited quietly. Swain's hands were trembling, a violent shaking that started from her shoulders, traveled down her entire arm to her fingertips, and made the hem of her skirt quiver. She stood in the center of the room, her whole body taut like a string about to snap. Finally, Swain spoke, her voice hoarse and hurried. "Must leave before the Holy Descent Festival." Yusheng looked at her, his expression calm, waiting for her to pour out what was weighing on her heart. "The Holy Descent Festival is not a celebration, it's a sacrifice." Swain's breathing became erratic, her chest heaving more and more violently. "They lock people in the indoctrination center, and once their emotions reach the required level, they are sent to the church basement. The altar is the center of the transmutation circle, and the light offers are placed upon it." Yusheng interrupted her fear. "Which personality are you right now?" Swain jerked her head up, looking at Yusheng, completely forgetting the terror she had been trying so hard to suppress. "You all figured it out?" "Yes, including the fact that you are a dual devil fruit user." Yusheng's words were plain, but they carried a power that could calm people down. In that instant, Swain's pupils contracted violently, as if struck by a memory. Yusheng knew the time was right. "Can you tell us about this island or your past?" "Don't worry, no one can get in here." Swain seemed to have finally found a corner where she could safely break down, and the words began to pour from her throat. As it turned out, this island, named Arcana, had once been an incredibly ordinary island on the Grand Line. Even pirates rarely visited it. Until one day, the arrival of several ships completely shattered the peace. They called themselves the Apostles of God, bringing the light of creation to bathe Arcana. At first, these people did indeed bring abundant food, and changed the barren state of Arcana. But as time passed, for some reason, pirate raids and attacks by unknown demonic beasts increased, and incidents of people and children disappearing on the island happened frequently. Strangely, both the world government and the Marine turned a blind eye to the situation here. Swain, who was just a child then, was captured and taken to the depths. An orphan since childhood, she had long since become sensible. She knew she had to stay calm and survive to tell the Apostles of God about all of this. But what drove Swain to despair was that everything was orchestrated by those so-called Apostles of God. Subsequently, she was subjected to various experiments. I remember it all. Their experimental materials, how the Philosopher's Stone was made. The dark red liquid in the syringes injecting those makes all the children go berserk. Perhaps out of sympathy, Beta stepped forward and gently stroked Swain's back. Having calmed down, Swain resumed telling her experimental experiences. They took a syringe filled with dark red liquid and jabbed it into my arm. I remember clearly that my mind was full of hatred and pain, and a force was rampaging through my body. Then my feet and hands became abnormally swollen, like masses of tumors. Yusheng and Dragon exchanged glances, their eyes communicating that this must be the Diablo cells. Swain continued. After turning into masses of tumors, she was injected with a bright red liquid. 2 different forces rampaged and tore through her body. Life was worse than death for Swain, and she couldn't even commit suicide by banging her head against the wall because her body would heal. After wailing in the cell for days, the chaos inside her body suddenly subsided. It was then that Swain discovered an extra person inside her. It was her, yet it seemed like it wasn't her. That person was very cold and said to her, "I am you, and I am not you. If you don't want to die, let me take control of this body." From that day on, the surviving Swain became a key subject of observation for the cult. Because she was, so far, the most successful individual in combining the Diablo cells and the Philosopher's Stone. Other test subjects either burst and died or became demented. The most successful ones were merely mindless human weapons. For people similar to Swain, the cult began experimenting with artificial devil fruit on them. The experiment was very successful. First, the artificial devil fruit became stable, at least capable of understanding commands. Secondly, it broke the limitations of this world. Under the influence of the Philosopher's Stone and the cells, dual devil fruits, or even multiple devil fruits, could exist within an individual. But users with multiple devil fruits had a huge demand for the Philosopher's Stone. And these individuals were not afraid of sea stone, and possessed both devil fruit abilities and magical properties. But the side effects were also obvious, a craving for living flesh to calm the internal conflicts. The cult called these individuals mutants and secretly rented them out to other factions, with the world government being one of their clients. So the purpose of the cult's experiments on this island is the Philosopher's Stone, and the influence of the cells on artificial devil fruit. Dragon looked at Swain, who was holding her head in her hands, and summarized the cult's objectives. Sometimes, I have to admire the cult's scientific research spirit. Yusheng sighed. He really hadn't expected that the Diabolo's cells and the Philosopher's Stone could be combined. If Lady Ada were here, she would probably be very interested. Lambda didn't need to say it, Ada had indeed thought about it, but only regarding the effect of the Philosopher's Stone on devil fruit users. The biggest problem now is that the users with multiple devil fruits have already been rented out by the cult. I'm afraid the enemies in this world are not just the cult. Purple Rose voiced her concern. It wasn't unreasonable. The cult had broken the theorem that an individual could only eat one devil fruit, and that wasn't all combined with previous discoveries. The artificial devil fruit had become stable. This would cause pirate crews or organizations of different factions to ally with the cult. Just then, Swain finally emerged from her memories. Leave, I beg you. Too many travelers have already been kept here by me, the guide. Please, just leave. Her eyes were red, but there were no tears. The tears had long since dried up during the countless personality switches in the past. Yusheng was silent for about 3 seconds, then spoke, his voice not loud, but every word landing steadily in the room. Chapter 141, The Storm Before the Full Moon Night. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot stop a lion from advancing. Qianlong crossed his arms and leaned against the door, imitating Yusheng as he spoke pretentiously. Swain wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yusheng, who was rolling his eyes at Qianlong. There are no buts. I understand the mastermind behind this better than you do. Whether it's double devil fruit abilities or multiple, to us, the shadow. The dragon hunting pirates, they are all targets that must be eliminated. Yusheng stood up and walked over to her. The candlelight behind him cast his shadow upon her. Goal from the very beginning, has it always been that church? Yes, and that is why we are waiting for you in this room tonight, because we knew you would come. Swain lowered her head, and her shoulders began to tremble violently. It was not a tremble of fear, but the trembling of something that had been suppressed for a long time finally snapping. She covered her face with her hands, covering that indifferent mask she had maintained for too long, and stifled, hoarse sobs leaked out from between her fingers. There was a time when Swain constantly tried to turn people away from the inn, hoping that someone could break the stalemate, but without exception, they all ended up resting here forever. Having endured alone in the darkness for so long, when someone suddenly offered a lamp, she didn't even dare to reach out and take it, fearing that the lamp was fake, or that it would go out the moment she touched it. Are you planning to make your move on the night of the Holy Descent Festival? If possible, that night. The next day, the sky over Arcana was cloudless. Sunlight paved the white stone roads, and flags and garlands still hung where they were yesterday. There were fewer people on the streets than yesterday. Shops opened as usual, but the proprietress's movements while wiping the counter were much slower. She wiped the same spot over and over again with her rag. Beta, Lambda and Purple Rose acted according to plan. The three of them headed to the church to gather more intelligence. Even if it was just experimental records, it would be good to bring them back for Ada to reference. Yusheng didn't want to conduct experiments. He wanted to figure out the progress of the cult's research and, at the same time, see if it was beneficial to Shadow Garden without conducting human experimentation. Gathering strength and enriching Shadow Garden, Yusheng had never forgotten this goal. As for Yusheng and Qianlong, they strolled through the town. Since Swain has double devil fruit abilities, why didn't you ask what kind of abilities they are? I watched for a long time. Those double devil fruit abilities are artificial. They have no core, and they will dissipate after being stripped away. To us, they have no value. Then only pure, wild devil fruits are useful. That's probably going to take quite a lot of time. Yuxing and Chen Long walked down the street, chatting while listening to the residents' conversations. I heard the light offer has already been chosen. The neighbor woman lowered her voice, but there's no name on the list. They say we have to wait for the night of the Holy Descent Festival for God to personally select her, and she will lead the chosen ones to the Holy Descent. What a great honor it is to be chosen. The old woman clasped her hands together, the pendant swaying between her fingers, its red crystal flashing in the sunlight. Similar conversations were repeated constantly in the square, in shops, and by the fountain. No one questioned where the light offer went, and no one asked why the light offer from last year never appeared again. Speaking of which, that Shichibukai who suddenly visited, could she be that unnamed light offer? Chen Long listened to the conversation, and voiced his question. Boa Hancock. I think it's very likely to be her. Knowing the cult's nature, they wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Oh ho, judging by your tone, you seem to know quite a bit about that female pirate. Mind your own business. At dusk, Yuxing spread the map, logbooks, and his own notes out on the table in his hotel room. The candle hadn't been lit yet. Borrowing the last trace of orange light from outside the window, he drew a circle around the location of the church square with his finger. The range is the entire square, the nodes are on the 6 stone pillars, and the core is directly below the altar. Yuxing took the intelligence gathered by Beta and the others. Based on the information you collected, that so-called Holy Descent Festival is for repurifying the Philosopher's Stone. Repurifying? Chen Long asked. Yes, this repurified Philosopher's Stone is far superior in strength and quality to those from the Full Metal Alchemist world. By comparison, those were crude and simple. Could it be related to the Diabolos cells? This time, it was Beta who answered Chen Long's question. It's also related to ability users. I investigated today and found that those experimental subjects, after being injected with the cells and the Philosopher's Stone, if they survived, would be fed a devil fruit, and then refined into a Philosopher's Stone again. So you mean, the repurified Philosopher's Stone also contains devil fruit abilities? Yuxing nodded, confirming Chen Long's guess. There are artificial ones, and there are those from hunting local ability users, but judging from the records, the artificial ones are more common. Then who does the cult want to make into a god with this experiment? Whether they will become a god or not, it's currently unclear. Yuxing straightened up and pulled another tattered logbook from the table that had been salvaged from the ashes. He turned to a dog-eared page where a few lines were scribbled, the handwriting somewhat distorted by excitement. On the night of the full moon, the prototype will complete its final verification. If the 3 fruits are stable, the cult master can proceed with the final fusion. Judging by the incomplete text, the ultimate goal of this island is how to stabilize the 3 fruits, and as for the means, we are already clear on that. Then in the end, this island. Lambda didn't dare to confirm her thoughts. You're not wrong. Either destruction, or becoming a stable source for the Philosopher's Stone. There was a moment of silence in the room. The last trace of orange outside the window sank below the horizon, and the candle flame lit up automatically, casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. The sea breeze crept in through the gap in the curtains, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. In the direction of the volcano, a vague red glow flickered beneath the clouds tonight. Let everything end with that night's Holy Descent Festival. Yuxing walked to the window and closed it. Another day passed. At dusk, off the coast of Arcana Island, 10 warships sailed for a while longer before entering firing range. Vice Admiral Enigmo stood in front of the porthole on the flagship's bridge, his hands behind his back. The warships formed a single-file line on the sea behind him, their cannons all pointed at the glowing spire on the island. The setting sun plated the hulls in a dark red. The marine soldiers on deck were making final preparations for the bombardment, transporting ammunition, calibrating cannons, and checking firing mechanisms. Everyone was silent and efficient. A captain's log lay open in front of him to the last page. He picked up his pen, the ink pausing on the paper for 2 seconds before landing steadily. The islanders are all participating in a cult ritual, voluntarily assisting an anti-world government organization. According to the principle of absolute justice, there is no need for distinction. This ship will execute a buster call on the night of the full moon. He set down the pen and closed the logbook. Outside the porthole, the full moon was slowly rising from the horizon, and the spire of Arcana shimmered in the moonlight. Meanwhile, in the direction of the harbor on the other side of the island, the Kuja pirates' sea snakes let out low hisses in the water. Hancock stood by the window without lighting a lamp, the moonlight making the ring she held between her fingers shine faintly. There were no marks on the finger that had worn the sea stone ring for 3 days, because she had added a thin layer of hockey inside the ring, enough to block the effects of the sea stone, yet thin enough for the cult not to notice anything unusual. She had already marked all the guard posts around the perimeter of the church, and the warriors had quietly taken their positions in the darkness. Tonight is the night of the full moon. 142 Chapter 142 What if I refuse? Chapter 142, What if I refuse? Thanks to the big boss Yu Xiao Yuan for the update urging talisman. Also thanks to all the big bosses for the gifts. As the full moon rose from the horizon, the bells of Arcana rang out. The largest bronze bell at the top of the cathedral spire produced a deep, resonant sound, echoing one stroke after another, causing the candle flames in the square to tremble slightly. Each bell toll felt like it was striking the spines of the believers, forcing them to straighten their backs and hold their breath involuntarily. The square was already packed with people. Thousands of believers wore uniform white ritual robes, held slender white candles, and stood in formation according to their artifact numbers. The candlelight flickered gently in the night breeze. Looking down from the cathedral spire, the entire square resembled an inverted starry sky. The air was filled with a sweet, cloying fragrance, even thicker than during the day, so thick it could almost be tasted on the tip of the tongue, mixing with the smoke of burning candles to form a thin mist over the square. The altar stood in the very center of the square, circular, raised about 3 feet above the ground, and surrounded by 6 stone pillars. Each stone pillar was engraved with transmutation circle runes, which were currently slowly turning from gray to pale red, like blood vessels gradually engorging in the darkness. Directly in front of the altar was a VIP seat, a high-backed chair covered in white silk, with its legs embedded into stone grooves in the ground. Yusheng and Dragon stood at the highest point, overlooking the entire square. If the crowd looked up, they might only see several dark shadows. This is quite the elaborate setup. Dragon actually quite disliked these useless rituals. They reminded her of the ancient capital's people holding sacrifices in the past, which were actually prayers for the demon dragon's protection. Lord Yusheng, the transmutation circle has been activated. Lord Yusheng, confirmed, the Shichibukai Boa Hancock will attend tonight's ceremony. She is highly likely to be selected by the cult as the light offer. Beta and Lambda reported the situation from the side. Should we save her? Dragon asked. Of course we should save her. It's good to have her help keep an eye on the cult's movements in the new world. However, how we save her depends on when she falls into crisis. Hee, you're really bad. Meanwhile, inside the VIP pavilion next to the temple, Hancock stood in front of a floor-length mirror. She wore the white ritual robe sent by the cult. The silk texture was excellent, emitting a soft pearlescent luster under the light, with gold trim tracing simple patterns along the collar and cuffs. Her second sister, Boa Sandersonia, stood behind her, her voice kept very low. Big sister, the guard posts around the cathedral have all been marked. We haven't grasped the location of the captives yet, but the warriors are in position, waiting for your signal. Damn it, I have a bad premonition that my people might be sacrificed. Then big sister, what should we do? Should we launch a direct assault now? Continue participating. If they really intend to sacrifice my people, then we will launch a full-scale attack. Understood. Hancock had to suppress her anger and step into the square. At that moment the bell stopped. The light of thousands of candles converged on her simultaneously. The believers automatically parted to create a path, as if split open by an invisible force. No one dared to speak, they only bowed their heads in salute, secretly following the figure walking through the center of the path with their peripheral vision. The white robe dragged a long, slender shadow on the ground, the purple cloak fluttered gently in the night breeze, black long hair hung to her waist, and snake-shaped earrings flashed with cold golden light in the candlelight. Hancock looked straight ahead, her pace arrogant and composed. Each step was taken with the same stride, and the heels of her boots clicked crisply against the stone floor, echoing far across the silent square. She passed through the corridor of candlelight and stopped in front of the VIP seat, not sitting down immediately. "I hope your ceremony won't bore me." Because she still couldn't find her people, Hancock had to play along. After a brief silence, a voice came from inside the cathedral's main entrance. Sheeman walked slowly out from the main entrance of the cathedral. He wore a white bishop's robe, and the philosopher's stone embedded in his chest emitted a deep, dark red glow under the moonlight. He walked to the front of the altar, spread his arms, and faced all the believers. "The Holy Descent Festival officially begins." Yusheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He watched as the runes on the 6 stone pillars of the altar lit up simultaneously the moment Sheeman's voice fell, turning from pale red to dark red. "He must be Sheeman of the cult. It's a pity he's just a disciple. Did you find any records of contact with the Sin official?" "Lord Yusheng, unfortunately, we searched repeatedly and didn't find Sheeman's superior." Beta was a bit disappointed. The task Yusheng assigned hadn't been completed. "It's okay, Beta. It's just a matter of spending more time." "Have Hancock's people been found?" "Found. They are currently locked on the east side of the second basement level." "Since that's the case, let's watch the show a bit longer. If we appear too early, it won't be good if the other party doesn't appreciate it." The chanting of the white-robed priest swirled over the square, deep and long, as if seeping out from underground. The scriptures used an ancient language. No one could understand the specific words, but the melody itself carried a certain hypnotic stickiness, making the listeners sway involuntarily. The candles in the believers' hands rose and fell with the rhythm of the scriptures, the flames swaying in unison in the night breeze, like an invisible hand conducting them. "Playing God, those scriptures are the ancient characters of our world, right?" "Yes, Lord Dragon." The runes on the 6 stone pillars of the altar had turned from an ominous dark red to a scorching bright red, every line pulsing with a frequency synchronized with a heartbeat. Sheeman stood in the center of the altar, his white bishop's robe illuminated from below by the red light, and the philosopher's stone on his chest looked like a clump of solidified flame embedded in his chest cavity. He spread his arms and his voice, amplified by magic, echoed over the square. "People of the light of creation. Tonight, God will descend among us. The chosen light offerer will return to God's embrace, and become the bridge connecting heaven and earth." He paused, letting the scripture hang in the air for an extra second. "Let God personally choose his light offerer." The 6 stone pillars emitted a shrill resonance simultaneously, and red beams of light shot into the sky, converging in the night sky into a giant eye pattern. That eye opened, and the 6 beams of light converged overhead before spreading into an oval halo, with a vertical dark red crack in the center, like a pupil. It overlooked the square, overlooked the thousands of candles, and overlooked the figure sitting on the VIP seat. Then its gaze fell. Sheeman's voice exploded in the square, "God has chosen." Yusheng and Dragon fixed their gaze on Hancock. They were not surprised by this result. "Tell me, how will this pirate empress resolve this?" Dragon asked Yusheng curiously. "We'll know by the afternoon. She'll probably just flip the table, but the cult should be guarding against her." Standing at the high vantage point, Yusheng and his group were clear that the so-called "I" was just an optical phenomenon created by the cult, picking whoever they wanted. The 6 beams of light shifted direction, pointing squarely at the VIP seat. Hancock was enveloped in red light, her white ritual robe illuminated as if soaked in blood. The square erupted in thunderous cheers. Believers raised their hands high, some knelt and kowtowed, some had tears in their eyes, some hysterically shouted the title, "Light Offer," the waves of sound rising one after another. Thousands of candles were raised simultaneously, the flames shaking violently in the sound waves, illuminating the square as if it were daylight. Shiman extended his hand toward Hancock, palm up, his posture humble and respectful. Lady Snake Princess, please ascend the altar. Hancock did not move. She sat on the VIP seat, crossed her legs, rested her face on one hand, and tilted her head to look at Shiman on the altar. Her posture was as relaxed as if she were sitting in her own living room watching an uninvited performance. What if I refuse? Chapter 143, Yushing strikes. Sorry, I had something to do today, a little late. What if I refuse? The cheers in the plaza were cut off as if by a single blade. The believers looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In their understanding, the light offerer should be weeping with gratitude, kneeling to thank the gods for their selection, not sitting with legs crossed and asking what would happen if she refused. The chanting stopped, the priests ceased their handbells, and all eyes turned toward Shiman. Shiman's smile did not change, he did not even withdraw his extended hand. But Yushing noticed that his fingers curled slightly. It was the restrained excitement of someone who had waited a long time for the prey to finally step into the trap. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Shiman snapped his fingers. The sound was soft, but after the lingering echoes of the chanting and the remnants of the cheers, the snap was exceptionally crisp, like a glass bead hitting a stone slab. From beneath the VIP seating came the metallic clanking of mechanical devices engaging. For thick chains shot out from the gaps in the stone tiles beneath the chair, moving so fast they left silver afterimages. The first wrapped around Hancock's right ankle, the second coiled around her left wrist, the third locked onto her right wrist, and the fourth clamped around her waist, fixing her entire body to the back of the chair. The surface of the chains was an uneven, matte grayish-white, gleaming with a cold luster in the moonlight. See stone, devil fruit users become powerless the moment they touch it. Almost at the same moment, the 6 stone pillars emitted a deep resonance. Traveling up from the soles of their feet, through their bones, and straight to their brains, a dark red light shield suddenly expanded from the altar, enveloping the entire plaza. Countless human faces drifted on the surface of the light shield, blurred, twisted, silently wailing faces. They pushed against each other, overlapped, dissipated, and reformed, like resentful souls compressed onto an incredibly thin spherical surface. Soul barrier. Hancock looked down at the chains on her wrists, then looked up at the light shield overhead, where countless faces swirled. Her expression remained arrogant and calm. When she tried to activate her ability, the pink glow of the love fruit flashed on her skin, only to be immediately swallowed by the matte finish of the sea stone. She tried to release Conqueror's Haki again. Purple-black lightning appeared in the air, but the moment it struck the soul barrier, the wails of hundreds of resentful souls rang out simultaneously, and the lightning was countered, diluted, and devoured completely. The sea stone sealed her ability, and the soul barrier neutralized her Haki. Shiman walked slowly down from the altar, each step deliberate, as if to ensure everyone present could clearly see this moment. He stopped 3 steps before the VIP seating, looking down at the chained Hancock, his tone filled with pious cruelty. Lady Snake Princess, you have been chosen by the gods. Your soul shall become the most brilliant cornerstone on my Lord's path to divinity. The believers in the plaza began to stir uneasily. They were confused whilst being chosen by the gods in honor. They were afraid of divine punishment. Someone whispered, "Isn't the light offerer supposed to be a volunteer?" Someone else muttered, "This is different from before." But the white-robed priests immediately began chanting loudly, using the increased volume to drown out all questions. Shiman waved his hand again. The side door of the church opened and several white-robed guards marched out, escorting 5 Kuja pirates warriors. Their hands were bound behind their backs with sea stone handcuffs. Their bodies bore clear signs of a fierce battle, but their eyes remained sharp, none of them lowered their heads. The leading warrior raised her head, met Hancock's gaze, her lips moving to silently say a few words. "Lady Snake Princess, please do not worry about us." Hancock's expression did not change, but Yushing noticed her fingers twitch and tighten forcefully. Shiman's voice rang out at the perfect moment, "Lady Snake Princess, if you cooperate with the ritual, I can guarantee that your people will leave safely after it ends. If you resist, they will return to the embrace of the gods before you." Of course, the cult had no intention of letting them go. The plaza was so quiet that one could hear the sizzling of burning candles. Thousands of people knelt on the ground, their candles still burning, but every face was illuminated by the dark red light of the soul barrier, making them look twisted and strange. Hancock laughed. She curled her lips slightly, raised her eyes to look at Sheeman, her voice cold and steady. See stone chains, some power to neutralize conquerors' hockey, hostage coercion, is that all? Kuja pirates, rescue Lady Snake Princess and our people. Since Sheeman had stopped being polite, the warriors of the Kuja pirates had no need to wait any longer. The second and third sisters commanded the warriors to swarm in from the perimeter of the plaza. Suddenly, the believers who had been attending the Holy Descent Festival were stunned by the sudden attack, then began to scream and scatter in all directions. It's the pirates. I pray you bring down divine punishment to punish the villains who disturb you. Some knelt and begged for mercy, some prayed for divine punishment, and others were wondering if being chosen by the gods wasn't an honor. Why would they resist? Sheeman's smile faltered for a moment, then he shook his head. Is this your final resort? I admit, the destructive power of your Kuja weapons infused with hockey is very strong. However, my cult's warriors have divine grace. Initially, the Kuja warriors, relying on hockey-infused weapons, easily carved a path through the plaza, heading straight for the altar. But a bizarre scene unfolded. Those warriors from the church, or rather, the test subjects, had all their injuries healed. Even bodies that had been blown open with gaping holes were, as if time had reversed, whole and intact once again. The Kuja warriors suddenly fell into a disadvantage: immortal cannon fodder, not to mention the highly skilled cult soldiers and ability users assisting from the sidelines. Some Kuja warriors were already injured, with swords held to their necks. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Hancock glared fiercely at Sheeman. She wanted to help, but her body was powerless. Devil fruit ability. Sheeman spread his arms. This is the power of the gods. A mere Kuja pirates want to resist the gods. This is your fate. He walked up to Hancock, preparing to activate the altar's transmutation circle. Don't worry, you, along with your sisters and warriors, will soon become a part of the gods. Big sister. Lady Snake Princess. For a moment of distraction, the second and third sisters, along with the Kuja warriors, were caught in a trap. Just then, in the pitch-black sky, thunder and lightning roared. Don't make me laugh, it's nothing more than a philosopher's stone. Let me show you what true divine power is. As a deep male voice rang out, 9 purple-blue lightning dragon heads emerged from the sky, encircling the plaza, and looking down upon it. The god is descending. It's the Lord God. The ignorant believers stopped running and stopped panicking, kneeling one after another, not daring to look directly at the majesty of the dragon heads. Even some local residents who had joined the cult knelt down, facing the 9 dragon heads, not daring to look up at all, their heads pressed tightly against the ground. Who is it? Who dares to disrupt the god's ritual? The elders of the cult from the main world and Sheeman, how could they not know that this suddenly appearing divine power was fake? Even if it were real, only the cult's supreme throne could achieve such a feat, and there was no reason for them to sabotage their own ceremony. Realizing this, Sheeman knew the newcomer was an enemy. He glared angrily at the plaza, trying to find where the enemy was hiding. Sheeman wasn't afraid of the ability users in this world. But he did harbor some fear. Up to this point, he hadn't seen any ability user capable of such a feat. What, pretending to be our god, only to be a rat hiding in the shadows? Insolence, receive divine punishment. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths and spat out 9 bolts of dragon lightning, accurately striking the test subjects and cult soldiers in the plaza. In just a moment, they were all reduced to ashes, leaving only Sheeman and a few local priests. 144 Chapter 144 How's this level of sophistication? Chapter 144, How's this for style? How is this possible? My test subjects, my soldiers, they all injected the philosopher's stone. It's impossible for them to be used up so quickly. Sheeman clearly knew the drawbacks of the philosopher's stone, but in terms of regeneration, it was impossible to exhaust the Philosopher's Stone that quickly. Moreover, the Philosopher's Stone in some of the cult soldiers had been purified and infused with Diabolo's cells. Yusheng and his group didn't care about Shimon's surprise. By adding the black flames of Amaterasu into the lightning, combined with Yusheng's precise control, they burned the energy inside the Philosopher's Stone to nothingness. They had intended to appear directly in the square, but were stopped by Dragon. To make an entrance, it naturally has to be in a way befitting a god. Then tell me, what would be considered stylish? Hey, let me tell you, this isn't about style, it's about divinity. Watch me work, you guys just need to cooperate. Yusheng's sweat dropped. Under Dragon's control, the 9 dragon heads spat out lightning again, not towards the ground, but towards the center of the circle, forming a dazzling ball of lightning. Afterward, the lightning ball struck straight down, just like a beam of light in an alien movie where aliens appear on the ground. The believers on the ground had long since cleared the area of the lightning ball. They knelt piously, and when the figures appeared, they did not look up but kept close to the ground, shouting in unison. Welcome, Lord God. The waves of sound grew higher and higher. In their brainwashed perception, gods never reveal their true forms. How's that? Is this entrance direction divine enough? Yusheng's mouth twitched. He didn't know where Dragon had learned this, but in his view, this was just an alien entrance. Aliens use UFOs, while Dragon condensed 9 dragon heads. The reason Dragon did this was because Violet had once talked about appearing in the Fullmetal Alchemist world in the manner of a god. She considered that since these humans were already brainwashed, they might as well be utilized. Perhaps one day, they would truly ignite a divine status through faith. But from the perspective of Shimon on the altar, that was nothing more than a trick achieved through ability. Although he feared that someone could develop a fruit ability to such a degree, that was all it was. Even for a Logia type, there were ways to deal with them. But what Shimon didn't know was that Yusheng, Dragon, and Violet, who was currently working on it, had already finished refining their fruits, and had become the origin. What, finally willing to show yourself? You madman impersonating our gods, I will punish you with the light of creation. Having seen the Shadow God King, why do you not bow? Cutting off whatever Yusheng wanted to say, Dragon pointed a jade hand, and the 9 dragons roared, thunder rumbled, shattering all the glass of the arcana. A bolt of lightning struck Shimon, and the smell of burning continued to spread. Dragon held back because she still needed to keep his miserable life to extract information. The believers kneeling in the square, who had originally been confused because both sides were claiming their own truth, now seemed to believe even more firmly that Yusheng was the god, given Dragon's display of absolute power. It's just the Shadow God King and the light of creation, they seem not to go well together. Yusheng and Dragon wouldn't bother explaining such trivialities. They were already mature believers, they had to learn to fill in the details themselves. Yusheng ignored the cries of the believers and walked toward Hancock, who was trapped by sea stone. After Dragon spoke with extreme majesty, the believers fell silent. We, the Shadow God King, have never required believers to wear pendants. Moreover, these pendants are evil and filthy objects. Words had been spoken, and displays had been made. It was up to the believers to decide whether to remove them or not. Hancock was bound by 4 sea stone chains, and looked up at him. Those black eyes were still bright in the red light, carrying scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of expectation she was deliberately suppressing. It's you. The captain of the dragon hunting pirates who hunts celestial dragons, you. Hancock stopped mid-sentence. She looked at the struck Shimon, then at her rescued younger sisters and warriors, and finally took a glance at the dragon heads in the sky. Are you in cahoots with them? This second half was not suitable to be said out loud. What reward do you want? The arrogant Hancock could only say this, as she was weakened by the sea stone, and the Kuja warriors were covered in wounds. A reward, you say? Then it shall be you. Impossible, the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom has no need for men. Yusheng just smiled slightly. He actually wanted Hancock to become a transit point for gathering intelligence on the cult in the New World. Without waiting for her to react, he bent down, slid one hand under her knees, and the other under her back, and lifted her into his arms. The chains were still wrapped around her limbs, but the anchor points at the fixed ends were just ordinary stone structures. Yusheng stomped his foot, and magic power poured from the soles of his feet into the ground. The stone slabs where the 4 chains were connected shattered simultaneously, and the chains fell off with a clatter, freeing her wrists and ankles from restraint. Hancock's body stiffened for an instant. "I'll help you remove these sea stones." Yusheng used his magic to destroy the structure of the sea stone locks, and they fell off with a clatter. And just at this moment, the love fruit activated. How could this be? Someone actually managed to resist my ability and didn't turn to stone. Hancock, having reacted, blurted out. Just now, she hadn't actively used her ability, it was a subconscious act. Due to the country she lived in, combined with her childhood experiences, Hancock abhorred men. Not to mention being touched, as long as she sensed a man's malicious gaze, Hancock would directly use her ability. From the moment Yusheng touched Hancock, although she froze, her fruit ability had been subconsciously and desperately activating, but it hadn't come out because of the sea stone. For Yusheng, the love fruit naturally had no effect on him, not because he wasn't lecherous, but because his magic power nullified it. "Hey, you little thing, let's see if I can't handle you." Yusheng looked down at her, his gaze clear, without a trace of being charmed. Hancock stared back into his eyes, confirming she hadn't seen wrong, and then said, "Put me down first. I am not so weak that I need to be carried." Surprised that Yusheng was unaffected by the fruit, Hancock completely forgot to wonder how he was able to destroy the sea stone and remain unaffected. "Then stand steady." Hancock flexed her wrists, recovering from her earlier surprise and returning to her arrogant, tyrannical posture. Shiman had also recovered and, having come to his senses from his brief shock, shifted his gaze from Hancock to Yusheng. The mask of benevolence and solemnity from before had shattered halfway, the other half still hanging on, but his eyes had turned cold. His gaze shifted away from Yusheng, and landed on the severed chain anchor point on the side of the altar. The shattered stone slabs, the 4 hanging chains, and the man standing in front of Hancock, holding a dark gold longsword in his hand. The smile remaining on Shiman's face finally disappeared completely. "I don't care who you are, those who dare to oppose the cult only deserve death." A bug that popped out from who knows where. He walked slowly down from the altar, and with every step, his body underwent a layer of change. "Dares to bite on my turf." Chapter 145, Mythical Zoan. A 3-headed dog, a bug that popped up from nowhere, dares to bite people at the Holy Descent Festival. A mass of black matter bulged on Shiman's left shoulder, rapidly expanding and deforming, condensing into a giant dog head. Deep blue flames burned in the dog head's eye sockets, its mouth stretched to its ears, revealing 2 rows of asymmetrical fangs. Immediately after, another dog head burst out from his right shoulder, forming a mirror image of the first, with deep blue flames flickering in synchronization within both eye sockets. Above his head, a third dog head opened 6 eyes, looking down at the entire square. Artificial dog fruit, Mythical Zoan. 3-headed dog model. The changes did not stop there. As the dog heads condensed, Shiman's right hand began to melt, his skin, muscles, and bones peeled away layer by layer, revealing the flowing orange-red magma inside. The dripping lava burned sizzling scorch marks into the stone floor, cooling into black volcanic glass. He brought the fingers of his left hand together, and a metallic luster appeared on the surface of his skin, which then extended, thinned and sharpened. 5 long, narrow blades grew from his fingertips, gleaming with a cold, chilling light under the moonlight. Artificial Logia type magma fruit, artificial Paramecia type a dice fruit. Shiman's voice issued from all 3 heads simultaneously, the triple audio tracks overlapping to form an eerie harmony. Mythical Zoan. Hell Gatekeeper dog model, plus the magma fruit, and dice fruit. 3 fruits fused within my body, with no rejection and no berserk state. The Philosopher's Stone core provides perfect stability. I am the cult's most successful creation. He looked at Yusheng, and all 3 dog heads grinned simultaneously, revealing 6 rows of fangs. You ignorant pirate, do you think you can change anything just by saving the snake princess? On this island I am God. Monster. Lord God. Please rain down divine punishment to discipline the monster before us. Although Shimon's appearance had become terrifying and hideous, the believers did not feel much fear, relying on the presence of the god Yusheng. They simply knelt and backed away a few meters, maintaining their pious posture. Yusheng ignored the people in the square, and upon hearing Shimon's self-introduction, accidentally laughed out loud. Even Dragon and Beta laughed as well. What are you laughing at? Shimon spat out a mouthful of magma, but it passed straight through Yusheng. A guard dog is just a guard dog. You add 2 heads and call yourself a hell 3-headed dog. Look at yourself now, neither human nor dog. Don't you think that's hilarious? Humph, sharp-tongued. We'll see if you can still laugh in a moment. Hellhound. He swung his front paw forward, which transformed into a dog made of condensed magma, pouncing toward Yusheng. Then let's return dog with dog. Lightning hound. Yusheng simply raised his hand, transforming into a Tibetan mastiff made of lightning, and bit at the hellhound. Yusheng's attack was superior, completely devouring the hellhound. The massive shockwave knocked over everyone in the square, and they took the opportunity to move away from the plaza, but immediately got back up and resumed their kneeling position. They didn't understand anything about devil fruit abilities, they only knew this was the power of a god. Magic power, or these traces of magic power. You are not from this world. You are even from the main world. Shadow God King. You are Shadow Garden. From that last strike, Shimon had sensed magical fluctuations and instantly realized where Yusheng and his group came from. It seems you are quite a qualified disciple compared to the others, you truly live up to being a guard dog. Shimon did not respond to this provocation. His perception had already covered the entire altar area, with the 3 heads monitoring different directions, leaving almost no blind spots. He was calmly thinking about the current situation. The believers were the simplest factor and could be ignored. Moreover, the cult had connections with the world government, so even if this island were lost, there were other islands. The biggest problem was Shadow Garden, which also possessed cross-world capabilities. If he could resolve them here with his own strength, that would be a great achievement. However, Hancock could not be left unwatched. She and her warriors had to become nutrients. Thinking of this, Shimon turned his head and ordered toward the side door of the church. His voice was not loud, but it possessed great penetrating power. Swain, you lot, come out. 5 slender figures walked out of the shadows. They were all Swain, to be precise, 4 of them were clones. They wore dark blue combat uniforms different from those of ordinary priests, tailored to be form-fitting, outlining their slender shoulder lines and straight backs. Each held a rapier in both hands. The blades were narrow and thin, gleaming with a specially treated matte finish under the moonlight. These were not decorations, they were designed specifically for quickly piercing into and extracting from a human body. Their expressions were as blank as a sheet of unwritten paper, their eyes hollow yet focused, like weapons tuned to their optimal state. The Swains, the cult's loyal death warriors, dual-fruit experimental subjects. Hancock and the remaining people, I leave to you. Shimon continued, leave the leader to me. If you can't resolve them, just stall them. The Swains stood up and each found an opponent, while the true body found Hancock. Hey, do you think the cult is looking down on us, just sending a clone to deal with us? Lord Dragon, think about it from another angle. Perhaps Swain doesn't want to face us, or maybe she is protecting herself from being beaten to death by you. Hearing Purple Rose say this, Dragon felt it made some sense. Hancock looked at the group of Swains, frowned slightly, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yusheng. Hancock, please spare the life of the Swain before you. I understand. Hancock didn't know why she couldn't maintain her arrogance in front of Yusheng. Could it be because he has touched me, and is unaffected by the love fruit? The true Swain, now in her cold personality, constrained by control, raised her dual swords, one guarding in front of her, the other pointing obliquely toward the ground. It was a standard dual sword starting stance, without any superfluous movements. The black luster of armament hockey spread upward from the hilts, covering the entire blades. The next second, she disappeared, moving so fast that it was beyond the dynamic vision of ordinary people. The rapier tore through the air with a sharp, short whistling sound, the first strike aimed directly at Hancock's throat. Hancock dodged to the side, the tip of the blade grazing her collar and piercing into the air. Perfume femur. Not giving Swain a chance for a second strike, and with Hancock's observation hockey, she had already kicked toward Swain the moment she dodged the first strike. Unable to dodge, Swain took the kick head-on, which caused part of her body to petrify. On the altar, Sheeman was already too busy to pay attention to Swain's situation. It appeared that he had exchanged blows with Yushing for several rounds, relying on his three-fruit abilities. But upon closer inspection, Sheeman was covered in wounds. Sheeman, which cult master of which Sin division is your superior? Or is it a deputy cult master? You are too weak, you really don't pique my interest. He, you want me to tell you? Keep dreaming. Yushing's feet were limited, so he could only step on the middle dog head. The moment the other two dog heads bit toward him, he returned to in front of Sheeman. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, several of your cult masters and deputy cult masters have already been reincarnated. No, wait, given your sins, you'll probably just be locked in hell. Now that you mention it, does this hell three-headed dog called Sheeman have to suppress his masters to keep them from reincarnating? Having long since dealt with the clones, Dragon laughed out loud from the sidelines. Shut up. Sheeman's three heads roared toward the sky. Meteor volcano. He spewed a large amount of magma, firing it into the air, where it expanded several times in size and fell from the sky like a meteor shower. 14,614th Fire Atomic Chapter 146, Thunder Fire Atomic. Yo, an artificial fruit can actually pull off this move. What do you think, Chenlong? The magma fruit, huh? Well, it's just SOSO. Strictly speaking of the fruit, its destructive power is quite strong, but it can't compare to the lightning I generate with magic. Of course, Sheeman wouldn't rely solely on this move to defeat Yushing. After releasing Meteor Volcano, he used the dice fruit to unleash countless slashes. However, whether infused with hockey or powered by the Philosopher's Stone, the slashes didn't hit at all. To put it bluntly, the slashes passed right through Yushing and Chenlong's bodies. How is this possible? Your elementalization is actually this proficient. Sheeman was mistaken on one point. He didn't know the situation of the other cult masters and assumed this was just elementalization. In reality, this was the simultaneous use of elementalization and phasing. Yushing and Chenlong had no intention of explaining, simply looking up and marveling, wow, so many shooting stars. Everything on Sheeman's body was artificial and held no value. Even if it was the Logia-type magma fruit, and even if Akainu himself were here, Yushing wouldn't be interested. Strictly speaking of the fruits, the magma fruit is the superior version of the Mera no Mi, and the former's ability is stronger. But to Yushing, the Mera no Mi had a much higher ceiling than the magma fruit. Once refined and driven by magic, there was no upper limit to the temperature of the fire. A mere meteor shower, and you dare look down on my 9 thunder dragon heads. With a wave of Chenlong's hand, the 9 dragon heads expanded once more, frantically devouring the meteor-like magma. Under her precise and massive control of magic, the magma was turned to dust. Only now did Sheeman confirm, to think that the Shadow Garden has also mastered the preparation method of artificial devil fruits. Let me ask you, you were the one who established the experiment on that nameless island, right? And that artificial Logia type was the magma fruit, correct? His 6 eyes narrowed simultaneously. It was you. You destroyed my experiment. That was my life's work. Sheeman's 3 canine heads roared in unison. He realized he had to give 200% of his effort to escape from here, and pass the information along. The sound waves exploded across the ruins of the altar, causing rubble to bounce off the ground from the vibration. The magma in his right hand suddenly erupted, and a giant orange-red lava fist blasted toward Yusheng and Qianlong. It was over 2 meters in diameter, moving so fast that the air in front of it was compressed into a visible white mist. At the same time, the blades of the dice fruit separated from the magma, turning into dozens of flying blades that circled around from the sides, blocking all paths of retreat. "Your turn or mine?" Yusheng asked Qianlong. "You go ahead. I still have to maintain your mystique for you." "So you finally admit it's all about the mystique." Yusheng did not dodge. Tapping his toes against the ground, he lunged forward, passing through the gap between the giant lava fist and the flying blades. The longsword condensed from his slime weaponry dragged a dark gold arc behind him, aiming straight for the canine head in the center of Shimon's body. That was the core of the Cerberus's perception. Destroying it would disrupt his coordination. The tip of the sword stopped 3 inches before piercing the forehead of the canine head. It was armament hockey. But it was slightly different, perhaps due to the amplification of the Philosopher's Stone. All 3 of Shimon's canine heads were simultaneously covered in a black hardening layer. The sword tip clashed with the hockey, exploding into a visible shockwave. "Oh, your hockey is quite unique. If I didn't push you, I wouldn't have known how many secrets you're still hiding." "I have plenty of secrets hidden away." Shimon sneered, his laughter layered with 3 voices echoing through the night sky. The left canine head opened its mouth to spit a compressed energy blast, the right canine head simultaneously sprayed magma, and the central canine head bared its fangs to bite directly at Yusheng's sword-wielding wrist. The 3 attacks struck simultaneously from 3 different angles, with a time difference of less than 1/10 of a second. Shinra Tensei. The energy blast and magma were blown away, and the middle canine head was flattened. The left and right heads quickly pulled back, using the Philosopher's Stone to regenerate. "Impossible. You don't have the Philosopher's Stone or Diablo cells, how did you do that? Only you people of the cult treat the Philosopher's Stone and cells as treasures. For the Shadow Garden, it's child's play. You motherfucker." Without waiting for the middle canine head to fully regenerate, Shimon turned his entire body into magma, melting the surrounding obstacles, and moved toward Yusheng at ultra-high speed. At the same time, Magma Shot, Hound Crimson Lotus, Magma Quick Slash, Sonic Slash. Shimon threw all his moves at Yusheng. Although he had cursed in anger, his actual intention was to flee. Using the flashy moves as a cover, he made a sharp turn at high speed and fled toward the sea. "I just said you were more qualified than the other apostles, and now you're thinking of running away." Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenon. Some attacks passed right through, while others were blown away. Using the power of a volcanic eruption, Shimon had flown away from the plaza in a short time, but he was suddenly slammed heavily onto the ground and held fast by a powerful suction force. Unable to turn into magma, he could only desperately claw at the ground, yet he still couldn't resist this powerful suction force. On Earth, this power. Shimon's massive body knocked down several residential buildings as he was sucked back to the altar. Yusheng stopped. He took a deep breath, then raised his right hand, splaying his 5 fingers. "Since you're trying to run, I'll have to wrap things up as well." Magic power began to gather. It surged from within his body, was drawn from the air, and rose from the cracks in the shattered flagstones beneath his feet. Purple, blue, and black light condensed in his palm, compressing again and again. The surrounding space warped due to the high-density magic power, and the air emitted a sharp humming sound, causing the cultists in the plaza to cover their ears. The subdued Swain and Hancock turned their heads, the increasingly brilliant, multicolored light reflecting in their dark eyes. "This is..." Shimon felt the suction loosen. Thinking it couldn't be used continuously, he prepared to repeat his old trick and pounce at Yusheng. But mid-air, his 3 heads simultaneously widened their 6 eyes. He felt the density of that magic power. It was no longer something that could be measured by the power system of this world. It wasn't hockey, it wasn't a devil fruit, and it wasn't technology. It was pure magic compressed to the absolute limit, enough to tear apart the structure of any matter at the molecular level. His philosopher's stone core vibrated violently in his chest, as if detecting the impending destruction. He wanted to change direction, but the momentum of the three-headed lava hound was too great, and it was already too late. Yusheng's voice was calm and clear, devoid of anger or roaring, as if stating a physical fact that had already occurred. Qianlong also coordinated perfectly. The 9 dragon heads roared with thunder toward the sky, as if responding to Yusheng unleashing his ultimate move. The magic projectile shot out. It was not a beam of light, but a nearly transparent, 3-colored sphere only the size of a fist. Because the magic power was compressed to the extreme, its edges appeared smooth and quiet instead. It dragged a straight trajectory through the air, passing through the bared fangs of the lava hound, and precisely struck the violently vibrating philosopher's stone core in Shimon's chest. Thunder fire atomic. It was the body integration of lightning, and the crimson flames of Amaterasu, driven by magic power. The 3-colored light beam pierced through the chest cavity of the 3-headed lava hound. Under that level of density, the philosopher's stone core didn't just crack, it shattered directly, turning into unrecognizable dust. The 3 devil fruits based on it lost their restraint at the exact same instant, starting a wild backlash. Chapter 147 Gari's Shimon plummeted from midair, crashing into the ruins of the altar and creating a shallow pit. Magma erupted uncontrollably from his body. It was no longer a weapon, but runaway bodily fluids. Dice fruit blades extended chaotically from every joint in reverse, piercing his own arms, thighs, and abdomen. That was the backlash of the dice fruit after losing the host's control. The 3-headed dog's regenerative abilities frantically repaired the organs torn apart by the demon's will, repairing and tearing and repairing, forming an endless cycle of agony. He let out 3 overlapping screams, his body twisting and deforming amidst the conflict of the 3 powers, like a ragdoll being pulled in different directions by 3 hands at once. Yusheng, Dragon, and Beta walked up to him and looked down. Shimon stared at Yusheng and Shadow Garden with his only remaining eye. A mixture of magma and blood welled from the corners of his mouth. His lips quivered as he let out a hoarse, intermittent voice, "Lord Gari's complete. Where is he?" Shimon smiled. It was the final smile of a fanatic, not a defiance of death, but a total surrender to what he believed in. He did not answer. His eyes remained open, but his pupils had dilated, fixed on the soul barrier that was disintegrating above. The vengeful souls imprisoned for years were escaping from the philosopher's stone, dust on his chest, turning into countless silver points of light that rose into the night sky. Gari's. What, you know this person? What is his status in the cult? Not just Dragon, but Beta, Lambda, and Purple Rose also looked at Yusheng, waiting for his answer. Yusheng thought for a moment before speaking, not out of fear, but because there were different versions of the 12 Knights of the Round Table's names, and this one happened to be among them. He is indeed a member of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. So there's finally information on the so-called demigod 12 Knights of the Round Table again. The mastermind behind this world isn't at the Sin official level, but the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Dragon was excited. She would finally be able to clash with a so-called demigod. Beta and the others finally had a deeper understanding of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. So far, this was the second name revealed in Shadow Garden's intelligence. Yusheng was wondering if, based on the cult's experiments on this island, concentrating devil fruits on one person could qualify them to become a god. After a moment of silence, he raised his sword and brought it down. A flash of light passed, and Shimon's life ended forever. His body began to disintegrate. Without the stability of the Philosopher's Stone, the 3 devil fruits frantically repelled each other, turning his corpse into a mixture of ash and magma. The magma cooled into black rock, and the ash was scattered by the night wind, blending into the smoke and dust from the thousands of burning candles in the square. After the 3 artificial devil fruits detached from their host, Yusheng seized the opportunity to envelop them in magic power and annihilate them. He didn't know how far the cult had progressed, and the artificial devil fruits had no value to Shadow Garden, so destruction was the best course of action. Yusheng sheathed his sword, his slime armor dissipated, and the dark golden luster faded from his body. The night wind blew across the altar ruins, scattering the sulphurous smell of magma and the scorched stench. The soul barrier was peeling away from the dome, the fragments turning into red light dust that drifted over the square. The vengeful souls that had been imprisoned for who knows how many years escaped from the cracks, turning into silver points of light that silently rose, swirled, and dissipated under the moonlight. The believers in the square looked up, watching this silent display of fireworks. Some reached out to catch the points of light. The moment they touched their fingertips, they shattered into finer silver dust and merged into the night wind. Hancock stood at the other end of the ruins, observing the captain of the dragon-hunting pirates. After everything was resolved, she finally recalled the meaning of the words dragon hunting. It made the unspeakable brand on her back, known as the hoof of the celestial dragon, feel as if it were burning and aching faintly. Big sister. Lady Snake Princess. Are you all right? I am fine, thanks to. The Kuja warriors followed Hancock's gaze. Yushin was standing on the altar, conversing with Dragon. Beta crouched down amidst Shimon's remains and picked up a logbook, half-scorched by magma, from the ashes. Opening the tattered pages, the scribbled handwriting recorded experimental data, and a list of strongholds in various locations. On the last page, a coordinate was circled repeatedly in red ink, with 2 words written beside it: Divine Body. Lord Yusheng, I've found something. Divine Body. Could it be that to become a god, one must first forge a body that matches it? Purple Rose voiced her thoughts. In her world, this was quite common. Playing God. Dragon hated these kinds of riddlemongers who only wrote half of what they meant. Yusheng, what is your opinion? Aside from forging it, I think it's also possible that they have found a so-called divine body in this world. Yusheng believed that in this world, the physical stats of those pirates were absurd, not to mention the giant's country, and the ruins left by the ancient kingdom. It wouldn't be strange if some divine body actually appeared, just like the Joy Boy leaving behind a rope that scared off the Gorosei and Emu. TCH, the cult is interested in digging up other people's graves. Even if they found it, so what? Can they just shove a soul inside? At Dragon's remark, Yusheng suddenly thought of the combination of Gecko Mariah and the Philosopher's Stone. Just as Yusheng and his party were chatting idly, the 6 stone pillars of the altar stopped pulsating. The runes faded from bright red to dark red, then from dark red to grayish-white, and finally, they couldn't even maintain that. The entire pillars cracked from the inside, and rubble fell with a rustling sound. Half of the altar collapsed, revealing the dense transmutation circle engravings underneath, which were losing their light like a circuit board unplugged from its power source. The transmutation circle that had shrouded Arcana for who knows how many years broke the moment the connector died. Hancock, leading the rescued citizens and Swain, came before Yusheng and extended her hand. Thank you for your help. She wanted to try one more time to see if the love fruit had no effect on this captain. Yusheng, of course, knew what Hancock was up to, so he shook her hand generously. You're welcome. The cult and the celestial dragons are our enemies after all. Hancock's heart tightened, and her hand suddenly gripped his. I'm sorry. The actions of the celestial dragons are indeed disgusting. Let's not talk about this, let's first undo Swain's petrification. Yusheng knew this wasn't the time to discuss the celestial dragons, and took the initiative to change the subject. After the petrification was undone, Swain initially wanted to continue fighting, but she suddenly realized that the control within her body had dissipated. With a clatter, her weapon dropped to the ground. Swain first looked around, then crouched down, clutching her head, and burst into tears. Finally free from control. Arcana is finally liberated. Tears spilled from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto her knees, onto the shattered stone slabs, and onto the blades of the 2 rapiers. This body had just been fighting, but now it was trembling uncontrollably. You are free, Miss Guide, Yusheng said softly. Bang bang bang. At that moment, dozens of explosions rang out across the town, and various buildings collapsed with a roar. Lady Snake Princess, it's terrible. The Marine have launched a buster call. 148 Chapter 148 One move to resolve the demon-slaying order. Chapter 148. A single move to resolve the buster call. Lady Hancock. The Marine has initiated a buster call. We must leave quickly, this island is about to be erased from the map. Another round of dozens of cannon blasts rained down indiscriminately on Arcana. Accompanied by collapsing buildings and the sound of artillery, panic spread rapidly like pebbles tossed into still water. In the plaza, some people who had been out to sea and understood the situation suddenly woke up upon hearing the report from Kuja. Buster call. It's the Marine. What did Arcana do wrong? Why is the Marine launching an indiscriminate, destructive attack? Suddenly, these believers all went silent. The panic from just a moment ago seemed to be erased by an eraser. They remembered that their deity was on the altar. The believers and priests looked in unison toward the altar, or, more accurately, toward Yusheng and his emissaries. Please, Lord Shadow God King, save Arcana. I am willing to pray to you every day. I will offer food to you every day. I will, every day. Looking at the babbling believers, Yusheng felt no ripples in his heart. What should we do? Chen Long asked. Beta and the others were also waiting for Yusheng's answer. As long as it was his order, they would obey unconditionally, and they had no particular feelings for these believers. Hancock also did not leave, watching Yusheng, seemingly curious about what this captain would do. Since he intended to hunt the celestial dragons, would he also take action against the Marine? 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals, and over 1,000 elite headquarters soldiers on each ship for Yusheng, it could be resolved in a single move. But what is the benefit? Yusheng asked himself in his heart. He came to this world to collect power and remove the nails of the cult. Could it be that becoming a god through faith really exists? It exists. A long-lost voice echoed in Yusheng's mind. If you save this group of brainwashed believers, it will be of great benefit to your future ignition of a divine status. What do you know? No matter how much Yusheng asked, the voice did not answer again. Whether he became a god or not didn't really matter to Yusheng. What was important was being able to protect Shadow Garden and his family. Nowadays, the One Piece world is very likely controlled by one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table of the cult. Since they dare to call themselves demigods, what kind of power does the supreme throne behind the scenes possess? Yusheng never believed these so-called gods were devoid of desire. One could see that from the Western mythological stories of his previous life. He sighed softly and said majestically, "In the name of the Shadow God King, I shall protect my believers." Seeing that Yusheng had made a decision, Chen Long snapped her fingers, transformed into a magic dragon, and carried Yusheng toward the sea. As for Beta and the others, they remained here to teach the believers how to chant praises to the Shadow God King. "Big sister, are we still leaving?" The second sister asked Hancock with some worry. They didn't think Yusheng was a god, he was just someone with a powerful devil fruit ability. Since he has gone to resolve it, this island is safe. Let the warriors rest and recover from their injuries first. They couldn't tell, but Hancock could see that the power of Yusheng and Chen Long could not be explained by just a devil fruit. Moreover, she had witnessed everything that happened at the altar. On the other side, on the sea, 10 warships were forming an artillery formation under the moonlight. Enigmo stood at the bow of the flagship, his hands behind his back. The brim of his marine cap was pulled very low, covering most of his face, revealing only the rigid lines of his jaw. The 10 warships behind him were arranged in a single column, with all cannons aimed at Arcana. Report, test firing complete. All ships have entered artillery range. Enigmo picked up the Den Mushi, his tone no different from when he gave tactical briefings, as if he were stating a signed death warrant. Target, the entire island of Arcana. Before dawn, this island will vanish from the map. Upon receiving the order, the gunners on each ship began to calibrate their final angles. The sound of 10 warships firing in unison was deafening. The Marine didn't even look and immediately began the next round of shelling. Dragon Thunder. The cannonballs did not land on the island but were struck by lightning in midair, causing a chain reaction of explosions. This island is the territory of my dragon-hunting pirates. I cannot let you destroy it. Yuxing and Qianlong, who had returned to human form, overlooked the 10 warships from the air. Report: after comparing with the wanted poster, the person who arrived is the captain of the dragon-hunting pirates, Dante, with a bounty of 70 million. A mere pirate dares to try and obstruct justice. Continue the bombardment. Enigumo, along with the other 4 vice-admirals, used moonwalk, intending to deal with Yuxing and Qianlong. Before they could even get close, they were struck by lightning. If you want to deal with us, at least call your 3 admirals over. It was Qianlong who acted. She told Yuxing she also wanted to be on the wanted list. 10,000 thunders. Qianlong waved her hand, and thunderclouds rapidly gathered above the 10 warships. The thunderclouds released countless bolts of lightning as thick as tree trunks. Everything covered by the thunderclouds was within the attack range. In just a moment, all 10 warships were annihilated. Qianlong didn't kill everyone. If she killed them all, how would word get back about who did it? Remember, I am the vice-captain of the dragon-hunting pirates, Qianlong. Hey, when did I say you were the vice-captain? Yuxing asked. Don't worry about such details. When you're out and about, you give yourself your own identity. As you wish. Yuxing thought about it. It seemed only Qianlong was suitable to be the vice-captain. The two didn't look at the wreckage of the marine again, and leisurely returned to the plaza. This is 70 million. How did the headquarters intelligence gather this? Are they allied intelligence officers? I'm afraid this vice-captain is a Logia-type devil fruit user. Why would a pirate with this kind of strength appear here? They could go to the New World and become an emperor. That captain is not simple either, to be able to recruit such a pirate. The surviving marines drifted with the waves, clinging to the disintegrated warships. What are you talking about? Hurry up and save people, especially the vice-admirals. Back to Yuxing and Qianlong. Does the marine in this world really not care about innocent civilians on the island at all? Correct, that's what a buster call is. Once issued, whether there are innocents or not, everything is within the scope of elimination. That's too scary. Yuxing felt ashamed. He had just wiped out the people on 10 warships with a wave of his hand, yet she was calling others scary. Then why did the marine come here to erase an entire island? They didn't come when the cult was here, but only came after we solved it. Are they coming for us? Qianlong knew that the cult had connections with the world government, and the Marine was a directly subordinate military organization. Logically speaking, the Marine shouldn't have come. The Marine and the world government are not of one mind. The Marine doesn't know many of the secrets of the world government. I guess the cult must have captured Marine soldiers for sacrifice as well, and then they investigated here, discovered the whole island was a cult, and thus launched a buster call. His hearing you say that, then if this island was under the jurisdiction of the world government, would it still be erased once a buster call is launched? You guessed right. It would be bombed regardless. I think in a little while, there will be a good show to watch. What Yuxing was referring to was naturally the Eni's lobby incident. He intended to go there. Besides a slight desire to participate in the Eni's lobby arc in person, the most important thing was that he wanted to obtain a devil fruit. The Dordor fruit, a space-type ability. If combined with virtualization, what kind of reaction would it produce? Yuxing was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 149, The Headquarters Response Marineford Conference Room. Akainu, who should have been out chasing pirates, stayed for the meeting. Kizaru, who always slacks off, realized the gravity of the situation and reined in his laziness. Akiji, who was preparing for a vacation, was told to postpone it. The vice-admirals who usually go to various sea areas to execute missions were also told they must participate in this meeting. Since everyone is here, I won't waste any time. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table and looked around. This buster call failed. It's not that we failed to destroy the target, but that all 10 of our warships were wiped out, most of our soldiers died, and we even lost 2 vice admirals. Sengoku took out a wanted poster, attached with a photo taken by an unknown photographer, and slammed it onto the table. The ones who caused such heavy losses to our marine are the captain of the dragon-hunting pirates Dante, and the first mate Long Yi. Fleet Admiral, is this true? Could it be that this dragon-hunting pirates is under one of the 4 emperors? The vice admirals were whispering among themselves. They found this news truly hard to believe. After all, that was 10 warships and 5 vice admirals. In their eyes, only a 4 emperors pirate crew could achieve that. It was Akainu who authorized Enigmo to launch it. He knew more information. The target of the Buster Call was in the first half of the Grand Line. This scum is highly likely to be a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Although Enigmo was not among the dead vice admirals, he was severely injured. Akainu, who already detested pirates, became even angrier, his clenched fists turning into magma. Sengoku, have you confirmed with the 4 emperors? The one asking was the Marine Advisor Vice Admiral Tsuru. She sat at Sengoku's right hand. According to intelligence confirmation, the dragon-hunting pirates do not belong to any 4 emperors pirate crew. That's troublesome. It means a 4 emperors level pirate has already appeared in the first half of the sea. Wakaka, relax, Tsuru. When I run into this dragon-hunting pirates, I'll let them taste my fist. If there was anyone most relaxed in the whole meeting room, it was Garp. No matter how serious it was, it didn't stop him from eating his senbei, crunching loudly. Shut up, Garp. And you're not allowed to eat during meetings. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose. The biggest problem now is that the news has already published that all 10 warships were wiped out. The justice of the Marine and the prestige of the world government have already been challenged. Now I order, the Marine headquarters will pursue the dragon-hunting pirates with full force and kill them on the spot. Then what about the island of Arcana? Does it still need to be erased? One of the vice admirals asked. He was worried about the declining deterrent power of the Buster Call. Wait until the dragon-hunting pirates are dealt with, then launch the Buster Call again. Sengoku also knew that if they went to assemble a fleet to strike Arcana now, and then the entire fleet was wiped out again, the Marine would become a laughingstock. And in the near future, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals would realize that even the term, 4 emperors was not enough to evaluate the dragon-hunting pirates. On the other side, the morning on Arcana came quieter than usual. There was no bell ringing. The spire of the Cathedral of Repentance still shone in the morning light, but that bronze bell had cracked during last night's fierce battle, and now hung silently at the top of the tower. The stone slabs on the square had burn marks from lava. At Yushing's request, the altar had been completely destroyed. Under Beta's adaptation, the so-called doctrines of the cult were cleverly fused with the Shadow God King. The current believers and local priests, upon learning part of the truth, all praised the Shadow God King. As for those who didn't believe, Yushing wouldn't bother with them. He knew these people had already become heretics, and naturally, someone would deal with them. Swain, which personality are you right now? Yushing and Long Yi asked Swain, who was kneeling in the cleaned-up cathedral to atone. If possible, please call me Vane. You are not as cold as before. Thank you all for defeating Shiman and letting us break free from control. Then, have you talked it over? Do you want to keep or give up the double devil fruits? Although Shiman is dead now, your fruits are ultimately related to the Philosopher's Stone and the Diabolo cells. If you run into them again one day, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist. Am tired. Halfway through, Swain suddenly changed her tone, no longer cold and emotionless, but full of emotion. Please allow me to keep the double devil fruits. I know you need a qualified priest to shepherd your people, so I need power. I implore you, my lord, to grant this. No, Swain, Shut up, Vane, we faced so much together. Watching Swain talk to herself, Long Ye's expression looked exactly like an uncle on the subway looking at his phone. Yuxing had worked part-time as a caregiver in a psychiatric hospital in his previous life, so he wasn't surprised by this situation. From her self-dialogue, Yuxing also understood the real reason why Swain wanted to keep the double devil fruits. If the double devil fruits were stripped, one personality would die. Actually, the appearance of the other personality had nothing to do with the devil fruits. But since it was too troublesome to explain, Yuxing didn't intend to clarify. Alright, since you want to keep them, then keep them. With Yuxing's reply, Swain finally stopped talking to herself. But I have one condition. I must purify the philosopher's stone in your body. Once accepted, you will be under my restraint. Betraying me will result in your body exploding and dying. Are you willing? Then, my lord, will you treat me like Shiman did? No, as long as you don't betray me, you will be very free. I am willing. I am willing. Different personalities gave the same answer. Then close your eyes. Yuxing flicked a ball of magic into Swain's body, and Long Yi also flicked one. Alright, open your eyes. By the way, what are the abilities of your double devil fruits? One is the cat fruit, and the other is the dice fruit. Although these two fruits were quite ordinary, combined, they could handle most situations. What's more, with the current Swain bolstered by the philosopher's stone, and the cells, she didn't fear sea stone. Since you said you would manage it for me, we will stay for a few days to teach you combat techniques. Understood, Captain Dante. Violet was also about to finish refining the rumble fruit, and Yuxing took this opportunity to go back to the main world. He missed Alpha and the others. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sea a molten gold. Yuxing, who had been invited, stood side by side with Hancock on a beach by the coast. It was not far from the port, but it was secluded enough that the conversations at the pier couldn't be heard. If it weren't for you, my people, and I'm afraid even I, would have been sacrificed. It's fine, don't mention it. Just remember to help me collect intelligence on similar churches in the New World. That is the reward you give me. Hancock didn't respond. The waves crashed against the reefs, shattering into white foam, then receding, over and over again. Yuxing knew Hancock didn't invite him over just to say thanks, and watch the waves. He was waiting for Hancock to speak first. The two stood on the beach like this, watching the sunset sink into the horizon little by little. The sea breeze blew from the east, dispersing the smell of sulfur remaining from the volcano, and bringing the clean, fishy saltiness of the seawater. Can you tell me why you want to hunt the celestial dragons? Here it comes. This was what Hancock wanted to ask. 150 Chapter 150 Eliminating the Mark Chapter 150, Erasing the Mark. Does hunting celestial dragons require a reason? Yuxing asked calmly. Boa Hancock clenched her hands, but... There are no buts. The only reason they can enjoy all their privileges is because they are built upon absolute force, and I possess the strength to break that absolute force. That is all. She turned her head abruptly to look at the side profile of Yuxing, who was slightly shorter than her, trying to detect a lie masked by a joke, or the usual boasting common among other pirates. But there was none. After speaking, Yuxing was extremely calm, as nonchalant as if he were stepping on an ant. Boa Hancock had seen too many pirates who spoke of the celestial dragons with feigned disgust, claiming they would kill one on sight, only to run as far away as possible when they actually encountered one. Even the Shichibukai and the four emperors were not afraid of the celestial dragons themselves, but rather the powerful enemies they would attract. Do you not know? Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yuxing. Of course I know the three admirals, or CP0, or even the God's Knights, or perhaps the people even further behind them. The people even further behind. This time, Yuxing turned to meet Boa Hancock's gaze. He did not answer the question, but instead said something that made Boa Hancock tremble all over. Boa Hancock, I know the secret on your back and the backs of your two sisters. I can erase it completely, leaving no trace. This won't make you forget the past, but at the very least, that slave mark can disappear forever. You will be able to live openly in this world without worrying about your secret being exposed every single day. Boa Hancock's eyes widened, then she closed them. She hugged herself, trembling all over, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the sand. Yusheng did not reach out to help her. At a time like this, helping would only be counterproductive. The hoof of the celestial dragon on her back was Boa Hancock's greatest secret. She did not ask how Yusheng knew. Because at this moment, he was not trying to capture her for being a slave of the celestial dragons, nor was he shunning her. Instead, he was offering to erase the slave mark on her back. For Boa Hancock and her sisters, this was something they had dreamed of. Go back and tell your sisters. I will be staying on the island for a few more days. That night, the room in the guest house was not lit. Moonlight spilled in through the window, carving a silver-white rectangle onto the floor. Boa Hancock sat on the windowsill, her back against the window frame. One leg was bent, with her foot resting on the edge of the windowsill, while the other hung loosely. Memories surfaced uncontrollably. Dark rooms, hoof prints on the wooden floor, the metallic sound of chains dragging across the ground, and the heart-stopping fear every time someone approached. It was a past she never voluntarily recalled, a slave of the celestial dragons, the cage of Mary Geos, where she had spent her childhood branded. In those memories, all males stood on the other side of the door either as masters, guards, or bystanders who turned a blind eye. The celestial dragons did not harm the young sisters, but instead forced them to eat devil fruits for their own amusement. Since that riot, she had spent over a decade building a wall to keep all men out. That wall was named Arrogance, and any man who touched her would turn to stone. Then, this man named Dante appeared. He lifted her from the sea stone chains with steady arms and calm breathing. He was unaffected by the love fruit, indifferent to her beauty, not in awe because she was a Shichibukai, and showed no pity because she had been a slave. He touched her, then continued to fight as if nothing had happened. Big sister, why did you call us here? Are we preparing to set sail? The lightly injured warriors are fine, but the severely injured ones still need to recover. The second and third sisters thought Boa Hancock was saying they would set sail tomorrow. Captain Dante of the dragon hunting pirates, he knows our secret. The temperature in the room plummeted. How could this be? How could he know? Was it because our clothes weren't worn properly and it was exposed? The second sister, Boa Sandersonia, was the first to reflect on whether they had exposed anything in the past few days. No, second sister, now is not the time to think about that. Big sister, give the order. Even if it means death, we cannot let this secret be exposed. If the news that the current empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom was a slave of the celestial dragons were exposed, the entire kingdom would suffer a devastating blow. Boa Hancock shook her head. We didn't expose it. He already knew. The third sister, how could? Could it be that someone in this pirate crew was also a slave? Or does he know the fisher tiger? What does this Captain Dante want? The quick-witted second sister believed that since Yusheng had brought it up himself, he must want something in return. If I have to say what he wants, it's probably that he needs us to help him gather intelligence in the new world. In exchange, he can. Boa Hancock paused here, struggling to suppress her trembling body, and gathered her courage. Erase our marks completely. How is that possible? The third sister retorted. Exactly, big sister. No one can erase the brand of the celestial dragons. Could he be lying to you? If it could be removed, the three sisters would have done it long ago. Boa Hancock had also considered this, but the battle against Sheeman that night, along with his confident tone on the beach, made her feel that Yusheng could actually do it. No, he isn't lying to me. I believe he can do it. But big sister, what if he is just tricking us, and then ties us up and hands us over to the celestial dragons? The third sister said worriedly. Third sister, after the battle against Sheeman that night, and the destruction of 10 warships, does a pirate crew with such strength need to trick us? Besides, are we just going to live the rest of our lives hiding in this world with this mark? This time, the second and third sisters did not retort. If the mark could be removed, it was certainly for the best. At the very least, they wouldn't be forced to recall that painful past every night because of its existence. The room was filled only with the three of them sobbing silently, their voices hitching with each breath. Big sister, since you trust him, I will trust him too. Big sister, I don't want to carry this painful mark for the rest of my life. With the second and third sisters speaking up, Boa Hancock immediately went to find Yusheng. Yusheng, who was role-playing as King Zhou, sensed someone coming, and had to stop, untying the blindfold covering his eyes. Looking at the three sisters outside the door, Yusheng knew they had come to have the brand removed. Dante, sorry for the trouble. After the three sisters entered the room, although they smelled a faint scent of Photinia flowers, the most important thing before them was to have the mark removed. They knelt with their backs to Yusheng. Rest assured, without my permission, no one can enter except for my companions. Hearing this, the three sisters gathered their courage and untied their robes. They gathered their long hair to their chests, revealing their snow-white backs, though unfortunately, the bright red hoof of the celestial dragon occupied most of them. It will be very painful. Bear with it. No matter how painful, it cannot be more painful than the suffering this mark brings. Yusheng observed for a while. He looked left, right, up and down, but couldn't find anything special about the mark. When he watched One Piece in his past life, he had always wondered why it couldn't be removed. Please, Dante, start with me. As the eldest sister, Boa Hancock naturally had to lead the way. Yusheng was very efficient, using a slime blade. He carved the entire back off Boa Hancock, skin and flesh alike. Boa Hancock endured the pain. Big sister. I'm fine. The pain didn't last long before Boa Hancock suddenly felt a warm current in her body, and her back began to itch. She could even clearly feel her back slowly wriggling and regenerating. Don't move. That was Yusheng using magic to heal her. A long while later. Big sister. It's done. Big sister, you're back. The second and third sisters were too excited to speak in complete sentences. What about my back? The mark on your back, it's completely gone. Chapter 151. The seed of love is planted in Hancock. Thanks to you Xiao Yuan for the like on the tip. Thanks to all the big bosses for the support. Is there a mirror? I want to see. Hancock searched eagerly for a mirror. Unable to find one herself, she called for second sister and third sister to help her look. She completely forgot that she was in Yusheng's room, and that she was stark naked. Her tall figure was adorned with two bountiful fruits. Beta, bring her 2 mirrors. After quickly thanking him, Hancock had second sister hold one mirror behind her while she held one in front. It's gone. The mark is really gone. At this moment, Hancock hugged her knees and began to cry like a little girl. Second sister and third sister also hugged their eldest sister and began to cry. They had finally seen hope. That brand, which had clung to them like bone-deep gangrene, could finally be removed. The past could not be changed, but at least they no longer had to worry about their secret being discovered, and they could truly bury that painful memory. Yusheng actually wanted to ask if they had never thought about removing it, but the current atmosphere wasn't suitable for such a question. He didn't interrupt the sisters' joy, choosing instead to drink his tea and wait. A minute later, Hancock finally remembered to thank Yusheng. Completely unconcerned about her exposure, she hurried forward to embrace Yusheng. The immense pressure made it slightly difficult for Yusheng to breathe. Thank you, Dante. Thank you for not minding, thank you for removing it for me. I don't know how to repay you. That's easy, just repay it with your body. Beta played a word game on the side. The naive Hancock naturally didn't understand the difference and tilted her head. Then how should I repay it? Oh, it just means you lie down now, and then your legs. Yusheng interrupted Beta. There were still 2 sisters whose marks hadn't been removed. It was important to get back to business. It's a small matter. Let me continue and remove the marks from your sisters as well. Watching Yusheng seriously remove the marks from her sisters, Hancock's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. What is this? She covered her chest. She wanted to look away and not watch Yusheng, but the more she tried to look away, the less she could. In this unconscious tug of war, Yusheng had already finished removing the marks for both sisters. Lord Dante, we will never forget your kindness. The two sisters weren't as dramatic as Hancock, they formally bowed to Yusheng. After lingering for a while, the two sisters knew not to disturb Yusheng further. Sorry for the late-night disturbance, Lord Dante. With that, the two sisters wanted to leave, but they noticed Hancock standing there in a daze, with no intention of leaving. Big sister. Big sister, it's getting late. Don't disturb Lord Dante's rest. Oh, are we leaving? We really did disturb you. We'll head back now, Mr. Regaining her senses, Hancock was somewhat distracted. When she reached the door, her heart felt a pinch. After the three sisters had walked far away, a few more people appeared in the room. Xingyue and the others. Hee I'm coming, beauties, the King Zhou game of hide and seek began once again. Come quickly, your majesty, if you catch me, I'll you. 2 days later at noon, Yusheng came to the port to see Hancock off. In these 2 days, what shocked the two sisters most was that their eldest sister, always an ice queen, kept taking the initiative to find Yusheng, acting just like a little girl. Second sister, big sister, didn't she absolutely loathe men? How has she suddenly changed? Third sister said while counting supplies, looking at her eldest sister chattering endlessly in front of Yusheng. I don't know either. We'll have to ask Elder Nyan when we get back. Second sister also felt a bit of a headache regarding this version of Hancock. Kuja Island doesn't welcome men, right? Would it be bad if I went? What Hancock talked about most was hoping Yusheng would come to find her. It won't. As long as I am there, they will definitely welcome you. I promise you, I will come to find you. That's wonderful. Hancock took out a nautical chart, a version exclusive to the Kuja, marking several safe routes that outsiders had never seen, passing through the calm belt and bypassing several dangerous sea kings' nests. Yusheng accepted the chart and glanced at it. Thank you, Hancock. We will definitely meet again. You should depart, your sisters and crew are waiting for you. Hancock turned to look at the Kuja pirates, then looked back at Yusheng, her eyes revealing deep reluctance. We'll wait for you. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Her cape rose in the morning breeze, obscuring her expression. Her gait remained proud and rhythmic, her boot heels clicking crisply and cleanly on the stone pavement. She walked to the ship's rail and turned around. The sea breeze blew from the side, scattering a few strands of hair from her forehead. Yusheng stood at the port and waved. The Kuja pirates' ship slowly sailed out of the port. The two giant snakes carved 2 white wakes on the surface of the sea. The sails were filled with wind, and they gradually drifted away under the midday sun. Hancock stood at the stern the entire time, staring at the spot where Yusheng had stood. His figure was long gone, until she could no longer see it. Her heart felt a faint pain. She supported herself on the railing with her left hand, and clutched her chest with her right. Big sister. What's wrong? Don't scare me, big sister. Second sister and third sister hurried forward to support her. I don't know. It's an old injury from the previous battle acting up. Help me to my room to rest. On the other side, after seeing off Hancock, Yusheng returned to the church. He planned to have Violet open the Black Rose passage here. Yo, the great Casanova is back. Chenlong, who had just finished teaching Swain, teased Yusheng as he returned. I saw that little girl, even though she was a slave, she was still a virgin. Didn't you want to eat her up completely before letting her go? You damn, is that how you see me? How do I see you? Do I look like that kind of person? You don't look like it, you are that kind of person. You 1,000-year-old spinster, I think you're asking for a lesson with a stick. Yo, so scary. Hurry up and take it out, and let me see how you'll educate me. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. If I whip it out, I'll leave a mark on your face. It's been a few days, and you two still love to bicker. After refining the rumble fruit yesterday, Violet had slept until now before waking up. Once the transformation was finished, the next would be Ada. It's worth mentioning that she was the one who proactively proposed the refining, as it would be helpful for research. You're here, Violet. Can you open the passage now? By the way, where did those two little brats Tom and Jerry run off to again? Yusheng asked Qianlong previously. Those two little ones would run back to sleep, but recently they had been staying out overnight and not returning. Relax, relax. They are on the island now. They did go out to sea for a while before. They're probably playing some adventure game. Wait, what did you say? Those two little ones actually went out to sea once. Just then. Meow meow meow. Squeak squeak squeak. Tom and Jerry, at this moment, acted just like a little cat and a little mouse, rubbing against Yusheng's feet. And the most eye-catching thing was the devil fruit beside them. At this point, even Qianlong and Violet couldn't hold it together. What the hell? We ran into artificial ones, and you guys brought back a wild one. These little guys. 152 Chapter 152 The Adventures of Tom and Jerry Chapter 152 The Adventures of Tom and Jerry, Part 1, Time goes back a few days. After Tom and Jerry returned to the hotel once, they didn't go back for several consecutive days. Yusheng was also at ease with these two little guys. After all, they were conceptual-level existences. When Tom woke up, what met his eyes was a dazzling blue sky. He blinked his eyes, twitched his ears, and heard the sound of waves crashing against the beach not far away, as well as some kind of sharp bird call he had never heard before. Tom sat up abruptly and discovered he was lying on a golden beach, with an impossibly dense tropical jungle behind him, and the boundless blue sea in front of him. Tom tilted his head, his brain somewhat lagging. He remembered that just a second ago he was chasing that damned mouse, chasing, and then he was led in a circle by Jerry, crashing into trees as thick as 10 of his master, Yusheng. A familiar sound came from the right side. Tom turned his head reflexively and saw Jerry standing on a rock scorched by the sun, his two little paws placed over his forehead, gazing out at the sea. Hearing Tom's movement, Jerry turned his head and waved his paw at him, his expression clearly saying, "Silly cat, you're finally awake." Tom's whiskers twitched, starting a new round of the cat-and-mouse game. Space on the ship was limited, and most of the time it was just the endless sea. Now that they had arrived at an island, they naturally had to frolic to their heart's content. He arched his back, pushed off the ground with his hind legs, and shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring. Jerry was well prepared. He turned and ran, his short little legs moving rapidly, and in a flash, he darted into the bushes at the edge of the beach. Meow owl. Tom missed his pounce, burying his face in the sand and getting a mouthful of it. He stuck out his tongue and shook his head, sending sand flying everywhere, then dove headfirst into the bushes. The vegetation in the jungle was ridiculously lush. Huge palm leaves lay overhead like fans, vines wrapped around towering ancient trees, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light on the ground. The air was hot and humid, carrying a heavy scent that was a mixture of decaying plants and floral fragrance. Jerry made a series of faint rustling sounds as he ran over the fallen leaves, and Tom followed closely behind, his heavy body making the leaves crunch and creak. A colorful parrot was startled from the branch and flew up, scolding something in a language Tom couldn't understand. "You little furball!" Tom roared, although what came out was just a series of angry meows. Jerry turned back to make a face at him, then suddenly braked hard. There was no road ahead. To be precise, the path was broken. The ground suddenly collapsed here, forming a circular pit about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The pit was not deep, and the bottom was covered with soft moss. In the very center of the pit grew a strange little tree. The tree was only half a person's height, its trunk an unhealthy grayish-white color. It had no leaves, only a single fruit hanging from the fork at the top. Jerry crouched at the edge of the pit, his little nose twitching. Tom also stopped and curiously leaned over to look down. The fruit was about the size of a fist, with deep purple skin covered in spiral patterns, as if it had been meticulously carved by someone with a chisel. It hung there quietly, emitting an indescribable scent, a bit sweet, a bit fishy, like dried fish that had been sitting for 3 days mixed with honey. Tom's pupils constricted. As a cat, he felt an instinctive repulsion to this smell, yet there was also a strange attraction. Jerry was clearly also attracted. He stretched out a paw, tentatively reaching into the pit, then pulled it back and scratched his ear. "Don't touch that thing. It seems to be the fruit we encountered before." Tom blurted out, though of course, what Jerry heard was still meow, meow, meow. Jerry rolled his eyes at him, leaped and jumped into the pit. He rolled on the soft moss, stood steadily, and then walked toward the purple fruit. Tom stomped his feet in anxiety. This damned old friend would touch anything. He didn't care about anything else and jumped down after him. Upon landing, his weight caused the moss to sink, and he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Jerry had already walked to the side of the small tree, and was looking up at the fruit. The fruit was bigger than his entire body. He reached out with both front paws to hug the bottom of the fruit, and gave it a hard tug. It didn't budge. Jerry changed his posture, pushed off the ground with his hind legs, leaned his whole body backward, and used all his might. With a pop sound, the fruit detached from the branch. Jerry fell backward while holding the fruit, rolled twice on the moss, and the purple fruit landed on him, covering him completely. Tom rushed over, swatted the fruit away with one paw, then picked up Jerry by the scruff of his neck, lifted him to eye level, and looked at his old friend speechlessly with one eye bigger than the other. Jerry was still clutching a small piece of fruit peel in his hand, his face stained with purple juice, and he was sticking his tongue out at Tom. Just as Tom was about to explode, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from overhead. It was human voices, the voices of many, many people, along with the sound of metal clashing. Tom and Jerry froze at the same time. They looked at each other. "There are footprints. They went this way. Hurry and chase. That thing must be around here." Rough shouts came from above the pit. Tom's ears swiveled, he understood it. It was human language, and the voices carried a sense of greed and urgency. The boss said, "Whoever finds that fruit gets a bounty of 100,000 berries. Split up and search." The footsteps scattered in different directions. Tom huddled at the bottom of the pit, listening to the movement above. He looked down at the purple fruit that had rolled onto the moss, then looked at himself, and only then remembered that his master Yushing needed these fruits, and this group of people was also looking for this thing. Tom stealthily reached out a paw, pushed the fruit deeper into the moss, and covered it with a few large leaves. Then he pulled Jerry out from his neck fur, tucked him into the fur on his chest, and made a should gesture. For once, Jerry didn't resist. He just poked his little head out, his eyes darting around. A man with a face full of flab appeared at the edge of the pit. He wore a tattered tricorn hat, a scimitar tucked into his waist, and a black eye patch over his left eye. He looked down into the bottom of the pit, his gaze sweeping over Tom. The man frowned. How could there be a cat in this godforsaken place? "Boss, what should we do? The people of Arcana are wicked and strange. We snuck ashore in the first place, what if?" Tom widened his eyes, putting on an innocent expression, and even let out a meow, trying to make himself look like an ordinary, lost, and non-threatening house cat. "It's just a cat, don't be so sensitive. It's not like it's going to tell its master what happened." The man clearly didn't take it seriously. His gaze scanned the pit, landing on the now empty little tree. His expression changed. "The fruit is gone." He turned back and shouted, "The fruit has been picked." More footsteps gathered around. Soon, 5 or 6 men dressed in various outfits surrounded the edge of the pit. Some held knives, others held guns, and all of them looked malicious. A tall, thin man narrowed his eyes. No, the cats on Arcana Island are as strange as those weirdos, catch it. The fur on Tom's tail puffed up. He leaped up abruptly, his claws hooking onto the vines at the edge of the pit, and with a swing, he jumped out of the pit. The moment he landed, he shot into the jungle like a gray lightning bolt. I have to lead them away, Tom thought. Chapter 153, The Adventures of Tom and Jerry, Part 2, Chase Him. If this pirate crew hadn't received news that a devil fruit might appear here, they wouldn't have come to this island even if it killed them. The trauma from the past was so great that this group deemed everything in Arcana, both people and animals, as something sinister. To some extent, they were right. At the very least, normal cats wouldn't hide a devil fruit, let alone understand human speech. Roars and chaotic footsteps came from behind. Tom was sprinting through the jungle, and he had never been so grateful for the physical fitness he'd built up chasing Jerry, regardless of the state he was in. Vines whipped against his face as Tom dodged left and right, leaping over gnarled tree roots and scrambling through low bushes. To the left. Jerry poked his head out from Tom's chest, his little paw pointing the way. Tom instinctively leaped to the left, and a bullet grazed his tail, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk as wood chips sprayed everywhere. To the right. There's a river ahead. Tom made a sharp turn, nearly twisting his waist in the process. Sure enough, the sound of running water came from ahead, and a stream, not particularly wide, lay before them. Without hesitation, he leaped, carving an arc through the air and landing steadily on the opposite bank. The pursuers were momentarily blocked by the stream. The one-eyed man stood on the other side, firing his gun in a fit of rage, the bullet splashing against the water's surface. Tom didn't dare stop and kept running forward. Not until the sounds behind him had completely vanished did he stop at the base of a massive tree root, panting heavily. Jerry crawled out from Tom's chest fur, jumped onto the tree root in front of him, and began cleaning the purple juice off his face. Tom looked down at his paws. During the escape, he had somehow ended up clutching that purple fruit. Perhaps Jerry had stuffed it into his arms, or maybe he'd grabbed it instinctively. Regardless, the fruit covered in spiral patterns was now resting quietly between his front paws. This looks just like the fruit we found before, Tom muttered to himself. Jerry shrugged, patted the fruit with his little paw, pointed at Tom, and then waved his hands, making a gagging expression. You mean it tastes as bad as the last one? Jerry nodded, then mimed an exaggerated motion of his body twisting after eating it, finally rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue to play dead. Tom looked at the fruit, then at Jerry. Although he was always being teased by this old friend, and wanted to swat him to death, he had to admit that Jerry would never actually harm him. He pulled the fruit closer to his chest, and looked up toward the depths of the jungle. It appeared a dimensional space unique to conceptual-level beings, where anything could be stashed away. Then, just like last time, we'll give it to Master, Tom said, and then we have to leave this godforsaken place, otherwise we'll be late for dinner. Jerry jumped onto his shoulder and patted his face with his little paw, signifying his agreement. The setting sun spilled through the gaps in the canopy, casting long shadows of the standing cat and mouse. Someone who didn't know better might have thought this cat had eaten the human fruit. In the distance, the shouts of pirates could be faintly heard, along with the screeching of some even larger, more dangerous beast. Then, they got lost. By the time it was completely dark, Tom and Jerry had found a temporary shelter, a huge, hollow banyan tree. The inside of the tree hollow was dry and spacious, enough for Tom to curl up and lie down, and the entrance was covered by vines, making it hard to spot from the outside. I miss Master's dinner. The cat and the mouse both rested their chins in their paws. Looks like we're going to get a beating when we get back. They looked at each other and shook their heads. But they weren't worried that their master would abandon them, nor were they worried about not finding their way back. After just a moment, the two little ones were full of energy again. The problem at hand was food. Tom hid the purple fruit in the deepest part of the tree hollow, and covered it with fallen leaves. Jerry, meanwhile, had scrounged up a few wild berries from somewhere. Although they were pitifully small, they made up for it in quantity. They sat facing each other, Tom eating the wild berries, and Jerry eating them too, the atmosphere quite harmonious. The thing those people were looking for. Tom used his paw to nudge the leaves, revealing a corner of the fruit. I heard the mistresses call it a devil fruit. Jerry, his mouth stuffed with fruit pulp, nodded with puffed-out cheeks. If you eat it, you get superpowers, but you become unable to swim ever again. Jerry mimed swimming, then waved his hands, indicating his refusal. I don't want to eat it either. Tom covered the fruit back up. Who knows what kind of monster you'd turn into? If I turned into a fish, my life would be over. Tom's worries were completely unnecessary, being a mere non-swimmer couldn't possibly restrict them. Furthermore, devil fruits had absolutely no effect on Tom and Jerry. They could transform into whatever they wanted, and taking on the three admirals would be a breeze. Provided that Yusheng let them do so. Jerry imagined what Tom would look like as a fish and snickered, covering his mouth as his little shoulders shook. Tom put his hands on his hips and glared at Jerry, but he didn't pounce like usual. He lay in the tree hollow, ears pricked, listening vigilantly to the movements outside. There were lights in the distance. The pirates had lit campfires in the jungle, their figures swaying in the firelight like a group of wandering ghosts. Hey, these two-legged beasts sure have a lot of energy, still searching everywhere. I don't know if these humans will leave tomorrow. I'm tired tonight, let's just make do and rest for the night. I hope Master doesn't punish us. Jerry nodded, curled up next to Tom's tail, and soon let out faint snoring sounds. Tom looked at his old friend, sighed, and closed his eyes as well. The next morning, Tom, who was in the middle of a dream, was choked awake by a pungent smell of smoke. He opened his eyes wide and discovered that outside the tree hollow, flames were soaring to the sky. Someone was burning the forest. Oh my God! The two-legged beasts are setting fires. Tom grabbed Jerry in his mouth, balanced the devil fruit on his head, and rushed out of the tree hollow. Thick smoke billowed through the jungle, and flames were spreading rapidly along the dry fallen leaves. The pirates had clearly adopted the most brutal method to force them out. It was evident that this group of pirates had realized the missing devil fruit had something to do with the cat. Tom wove through the smoke, his eyes streaming with tears, his sense of direction completely lost. That way. Jerry climbed to the top of Tom's head and shouted, and although it was just squeaking, Tom understood exactly what his old friend meant. To the left was a trail made by beasts, leading to the beach. Tom sprinted for his life, the flames behind him like an orange-red viper in hot pursuit. His tail tip was splashed by sparks, making him yelp in pain. Whoa, 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 ouch, ouch, ouch. This event is also recorded in Tom and Jerry. Finally, Tom carried Jerry out of the jungle, stepped onto the beach, and then skidded to a sudden halt. A massive ship was docked on the beach, its bow carved with a hideous skull, and the black sails painted with crossed bones and scimitars. Over a dozen pirates were standing on the deck and the beach, holding guns and swords, and that one-eyed man was standing at the very front, a sinister grin on his face. I knew you'd come out, you damn little kitty. The one-eyed man rested his sword on his shoulder. I knew the cats of Arcana wouldn't be ordinary house cats. Hand over the fruit, and I'll let you die quickly, sending you off to embrace that so-called light of creation. 154 Chapter 150 For the Adventures of Tom and Jerry, Part 2, Chapter 154, The Adventures of Tom and Jerry, Part 2. I knew you'd come out, little kitty. The one-eyed man said, hand over the fruit, and I'll make your death quick. Tom took a step back, with approaching flames behind him, and a sword-wielding pirate in front of him. The fruit from above rolled down and landed on the beach, its purple skin shimmering with an eerie luster in the sunlight. All the pirates' gazes were fixed on that fruit. Greed, fanaticism, and killing intent unconcealed. Tom pressed his paw onto the fruit. He looked at the sea of flames behind him, then at the blade in front of him, and suddenly did something that caught everyone off guard. He grabbed the fruit and threw it to Jerry. Jerry caught the fruit in midair, turned the moment he landed, and dashed toward the deck of the pirate ship. Catch that mouse! What the hell? Even the mice of Arcana are wicked. It must have eaten some kind of fruit. Although the pirates' faces were filled with confusion, they chased after it for the sake of the fruit. Jerry was too fast. He climbed onto the deck via the anchor chain, leaping between the ropes as bullets flew behind him, sending wood splinters everywhere. Clutching the fruit that was larger than himself, he nimbly ducked into an open hatch. Chase him. Don't let him get away. The pirates swarmed, climbing down the ladder into the cabin. Tom took the opportunity to slip through the chaos and the gaps in the crowd, rushing onto the deck as well. He found the hatch and ducked inside. The cabin was dim and damp, piled high with wooden crates and sacks. Jerry's figure flashed between the crates, chased by 3 furious pirates. It's too small, hard to aim. How come you're so accurate in a woman's bed? Just shoot. The sound of gunfire was deafening in the enclosed cabin. Jerry rolled behind a wooden crate with the fruit. The bullets riddled the crate like a sieve, and the flour inside spilled all over the floor. Perhaps because Yusheng wasn't there, they didn't transform, or perhaps they were just playing their game of cat and mouse. Tom pounced from the shadows, swatting a pirate across the face with his paw, and leaving several bloody scratches. The pirate screamed and retreated, knocking over his companion behind him. It's that cat. Damn Arcana. The situation spiraled completely out of control. Tom and Jerry began their specialty, a chase in the cabin. Except this time, the one being chased, Jerry, was clutching the priceless devil fruit, and those chasing them besides Tom included a group of furious pirates. Jerry jumped onto a swaying chandelier, and Tom followed. The chandelier couldn't bear the weight and snapped with a crack, sending both cat and mouse crashing into a pile of barrels. The barrels shattered, spilling the wine inside everywhere, and the strong smell of alcohol instantly filled the entire cabin. Find a way to make them let go. The fruit. The fruit is what matters. The one-eyed man rushed into the cabin, saw the chaotic scene, and turned red with rage. He drew his scimitar and charged toward the chandelier. Jerry slid through the wine, clutching the fruit like a purple bowling ball. He slid to the end of the cabin, only to find a wall. There was no way out. Tom followed closely behind. Seeing Jerry cornered, his eyes darted around just for a second and then he accelerated and charged over. He slammed on the brakes in front of Jerry, turned around, faced the charging one-eyed man, arched his back, and let out a low hiss. A cat wants to stop me. The one-eyed man sneered and swung his blade down. What he didn't know was that this cat and mouse were conceptual existences, even Yusheng and Dragon couldn't do anything about them. Tom's body performed an incredibly exaggerated dodge, as if he had turned two-dimensional, then his paw hooked onto the man's pant leg and gave a hard yank. The man lost his balance, stumbled forward, and fell face first into a puddle of rum and flour paste. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Kill them. The pirates raised their blades to hack at them. Tom dodged left and right, sometimes stretching out, sometimes shrinking into a ball, and sometimes lifting himself out of the way with one paw, all while finding time to look back and wink at Jerry. Jerry understood, clutching the fruit as he climbed into a vent and slipped into the space between the cabin walls. Tom followed closely, and the 2 little animals crawled through the narrow space as the angry roars of the pirates and the sound of them tearing the cabin apart echoed behind them. Is that even AF************************************************************************ The pirates could only rage in impotence. This way. Jerry led the way, his little paw pointing to an exit above. Tom pushed open the hatch and found they had reached the lower deck, the kitchen. A fat chef was standing with his back to them, brewing soup, and a huge soup pot was bubbling with steam. Jerry's eyes lit up. He stuffed the fruit into Tom's chest, and the moment the fat chef turned around, he kicked the soup pot over. The soup and food from the pot spilled everywhere. The fat chef turned around, saw a cat and a mouse standing on the stove, and looked at the overturned pot. He froze for a moment, then raised his ladle and said angrily, "Where did these stray cats come from?" He tried to catch them to replenish his ingredients, but he slipped. Tom and Jerry jumped off the stove at the same time, laughing and slapping their hind legs. Then they escaped through another door in the kitchen, dashed through the corridor, ran up the stairs, and finally arrived on the deck. The sun was blinding, and the deck was empty. All the pirates had gone down to the cabin to search. Tom ran to the ship's rail and saw the blue seawater below. Not far away was the island. They weren't far from it, as the ship was only temporarily anchored. "Swim back?" Tom asked. Jerry looked at the sea and shook his head, indicating that the seawater would make him sticky, and that it was too much trouble. Footsteps came from behind. The pirates had realized they couldn't find them in the cabin, and were flooding back onto the deck. Jerry's gaze swept across the deck and suddenly stopped on a small boat hanging off the side of the ship. It was the backup boat the pirates used to land. Tom followed his gaze and understood immediately. He picked up Jerry, leaped onto the railing, and then jumped, landing precisely in the small boat. The small boat rocked violently, and seawater splashed in. Tom scrambled to untie the cable, while Jerry pushed the oars with his little paws. "They're over there." The one-eyed man rushed onto the deck with his face covered in flour paste, followed by a group of bedraggled pirates. He saw Tom and Jerry rowing the small boat to escape, and was furious. "Fire the cannons." Bullets hit the water around the small boat, splashing up sprays. Tom rowed desperately, and Jerry helped on the other side. The small boat shot toward the island like an arrow from a bow. A cannonball landed not far behind them, kicking up a huge wave. The small boat was pushed into the air by the crest of the wave, then landed heavily, nearly falling apart. Tom and Jerry were soaked through, but they didn't stop. Angry curses from the pirates, and the noise of them setting sail again came from behind. Just then, perhaps the cannonball had awakened a sea king. A massive creature emerged from the rippling sea. "A sea king. Save your lives." Now none of the pirates chased Tom and Jerry anymore. They grabbed their oars and rowed frantically to escape the sea king. Tom and Jerry, who had just landed on the shore, were laughing, the former with his whiskers trembling, the latter rolling on the fallen leaves. After a while, Jerry patted Tom's nose with his little paw, meaning, "Time to go back to the master. How about we go back tomorrow? We've already spent one night, what's one more?" Jerry nodded. They began their daily game of cat and mouse again. They played until nightfall, then Tom and Jerry ran back to that hollow banyan tree, and took out the spare wild fruit they had hidden in the tree hole. Luckily, it hadn't been burned by the fire. Tom and Jerry lay in the tree hole, sharing the last piece of wild fruit. The jungle outside returned to tranquility, with only the sound of waves and insects. Jerry yawned, rolled over to Tom's belly, found a comfortable spot, and curled up. Tom lowered his head, pulled Jerry into his arms with his paw, and closed his eyes. Chapter 155, Devil Fruits Can Be Divided Like This. When the space-tearing vortex appeared right in the center of the ancient capital Alexandria's plaza, the numbered members were training in an orderly fashion. Alpha was handling garden affairs in the castle's study, while holding a teacup. Gamma was reporting on the Chamber of Commerce's recent arrangements, and Delta was dozing off on the desk. Nu and Yukaheim happened to arrive just at that moment. The first to appear were Tom and Jerry, sneaking around like cats and mice, holding a purple devil fruit. This was the first time these two little ones had come to the Shadow Garden's base. "Tom, Jerry, don't block the way, you two." Yusheng, who appeared next, drew the numbered members' attention away from Tom and Jerry. At first, the lively atmosphere fell silent because of the two anthropomorphic little animals. Although Tom and Jerry were very cute, no amount of cuteness could compare to Yusheng, whom they hadn't seen for a while. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. A few days apart felt like 3 years. "I'm back." The silence instantly turned into a lively bustle once again. "Lord Yusheng." "Woo-woo, without Lord Yusheng's nourishment, I've become so dry." Aside from the numbered members who were already in the plaza, the first to arrive was Alpha. "Alpha, you've already learned to use it so proficiently." What Yusheng was referring to, of course, was the rumble fruit that Alpha had already refined. "It's all thanks to you." Although she knew Yusheng was extremely strong, and had other members with him, across another dimension, Alpha still couldn't control her worries. Worried about whether Yusheng was eating and sleeping well, or if there would be an existence that Yusheng couldn't overpower, and things of that nature. Lord Yusheng. Gamma used a little trick and successfully beat Delta to him. You're back. Fortunately, I had a hunch you'd return today. Gamma's return this time was not only to hand over matters regarding the Chamber of Commerce, but also to refine the Rumble fruit. This was also a decision Alpha had made after careful consideration. Considering Gamma's athletic nerves and her unspeakable tendency to trip on flat ground, after refining the fruit, she would only need to stand still, and could easily deal with any enemy. It would be an even more extreme case of brute force makes anything possible than before. Delta had already pounced on him with her whole body. She loved facing Yusheng head-on the most. Did you bring any meat back? Is the meat in that world delicious? Then, as if remembering something, she rarely climbed down on her own to show off the results of her fruit refinement. Delta's hair, dog ears, and tail had turned silver white, and her pupils had become golden vertical slits. Unlike her silly and cute self just now, she became extremely majestic. With a wave of her left hand, a claw mark was left in the space before her, which then stitched itself back up. Boss, the fruit you brought back is super strong, I say. The dog fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Fenrir was what Yusheng had specifically set aside for Delta. Not bad, not bad. Yusheng patted and stroked Delta's head. Seeing this, Tom nearby immediately transformed into his white-furred state as well. Wow, this cat is so amazing. As expected of Lord Yusheng's pet. Look, even that mouse can transform. Not to be outdone, Jerry also transformed into a white-furred state, looking as if he could turn into a mini Fenrir at any moment. Boss, did they also eat the fruit you gave them, just like me? Seeing this, Delta's fur instantly stood on end, and she bared her teeth at Tom and Jerry. Yusheng couldn't bear to look. Good grief, the cat and dog feud is always so easily triggered. Shoo, you two go play somewhere else. Needless to say, Tom and Jerry's observational skills were top-notch at times. After handing the devil fruit over to Alpha, they ran off to play. All right, I brought you some specialty meat from that world. It's called Sea King Jerky. Yusheng pulled a package from his robe. When opened, it revealed several pieces of wrapped dried meat, deep brown in color and glistening on the surface. Delta's eyes instantly lit up like two magic lamps. She snatched the jerky, stuffed it into her mouth, and then froze completely. 3 seconds later, she chewed with tears in her eyes, saying indistinctly, so tough. But so fragrant. Chew slowly, don't rush to swallow. Yusheng patted Delta's head, then turned to the others, activating his Sharingan to release the gifts from his pocket dimension. These are all gifts for you. Well, Lord Yusheng, I love you to death. Woo, I wonder when it will be our turn to accompany Lord Yusheng to conquer other worlds. Ever since his trip to the Full Metal Alchemist world, Yusheng had decided that every time he returned, he would bring gifts for all members of the garden. They might be repetitive or worthless, but what mattered most was the thought that he kept them all in his heart. Is this a snail with a microphone attached? The sharp-eyed Gamma spotted this peculiar creature, and even Alpha felt curious. The appearance of the gifts drowned Yusheng in the affection of the garden members, so Violet and Qianlong stepped out of the Black Rose passage to explain. Qianlong, oh, you mean this? It's called a transponder snail, used for communication. Violet, this thing is actually quite interesting. Communication? Gamma asked, somewhat puzzled. The Shadow Garden's communication technology can be said to be unrivaled in the world right now. Why would we need transponder snails on top of that? I think Yusheng probably did it for experimentation, and as a backup measure. Needless to say, as the very first member of the garden, Alpha understood Yusheng's thoughts very well. Beta also stepped out of the passage. Lady Alpha is right. First, it's to see if the transponder snails can be used in the main world and over what distance. Second, it's for technical reserves. For the next period of time, the members of the Shadow Garden listened to Qianlong and the others recount what had happened during this period. They spoke of Tom and Jerry's origins, including Yuxing's evaluation of them, and recounted the cult's actions in Arcana. They asked in great detail, especially about the Kuja pirates. Amazon Lily, is it? It seems that place is quite suitable to be developed into a part of the Shadow Garden. That night, in the most luxurious room of the castle. Having just finished a battle, Yuxing sat naked by the edge of the bed, looking at the purple devil fruit in his hand. Yuxing, what kind of ability does this fruit have? Alpha hugged Yuxing from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder as they looked at the fruit together. A strong sense of pressure pressed against his back, which was proof enough that Alpha was hugging him very tightly. This is a Logia-type mist fruit. It's for Zeta to use first. She is out collecting intelligence all year round, so it will be of great use to her. Initially, when Yuxing learned from the voice in his mind that this was the mist fruit, he was actually dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that the same ability couldn't coexist? Then what was up with Smoker? Had he died? Yuxing had asked back then, and only after waiting a long time did he get the reply, smoke is a solid, mist is a liquid. He was stunned at the time. Devil fruits can actually be classified like this. Back to the present, since Yuxing had made his decision, Alpha naturally deferred to his arrangement. All right, I'll listen to you. Alpha stopped looking at the fruit, turning her head slightly to look at Yuxing's profile. Is there any fruit you want? Whatever you have, that's what I want. I'll listen to you in everything. Yuxing sighed softly in his heart. Alpha was perfect in every way, but among the initial 7 shadows, she was the only one who never told Yuxing what she wanted. Beta would tell Yuxing she wanted to hear bedtime stories, Gamma and Eta would tell Yuxing they wanted to hear his knowledge, Epsilon would ask Yuxing to teach her what art was, Delta would tell Yuxing she wanted to go hunting together, Zeta would tell Yuxing she wanted power. Only Alpha had never done so. Alpha, you've worked so hard all this time. Tell me, what kind of ability do you want? Yuxing turned his head, and looked into Alpha's icy blue eyes. After a long pause, Alpha's red lips curled up slightly. You used to say, Dragon and Phoenix go together, so. Can I be that Phoenix? Without hesitation, Yuxing said, no need to ask, you always have been. 156 Chapter 156 The voice reappears Chapter 156. The voice reappears, Yuxing, with only one team of ours in the One Piece world, won't our efficiency be too slow? Qianlong found Yuxing at the training ground, where he was training Delta, who had acquired a new ability. I've thought about it, but we should at least wait until Shadow Garden's strength progresses further before considering sending another team over there. Overall strength is one thing, but the Black Rose Passage is another. Right now, I'm the only one who can control the Black Rose. How would the other team return to report? We can't just run over to pick them up every few days. You said that world is quite big. That is indeed a troublesome point. Yuxing also knew that if they sent another team to the One Piece world, the biggest problem would be how they would return to the main world. The One Piece world is so huge that it would take a lot of time just for the 2 teams to meet up. I can help you solve this problem. The voice in Yuxing's mind spoke up on its own once again. Qianlong, could you please train Delta for a bit? Qianlong glanced at him. She knew Yuxing had mentioned before that the voice had contacted him again. Yuxing had spoken to her about this matter in private. With that, he returned to his room. Are you the will of that world, or should I call you the summoning system? Even now, Yuxing didn't know why the owner of this voice was in his head. If it were that Japanese guy's summoning system, he hadn't heard any dinging sound to summon people from other worlds. Combining this with Qianlong's insight, the only explanation was that it was the will of the One Piece world. Either is fine. Actually, it is better to call me the world will. Then tell me, what is your purpose in possessing me? You chose a host before, although they were killed. My purpose is to have you help me reclaim my authority, and the enemy is one of the supreme seats of the cult of Diablos. As for the previous host, the world will fell silent for a moment. I admit I misjudged him. That Japanese guy was not worth scheming with. I exhausted my strength to summon him over, only for him to turn out to be a mere lackey of desire. But you are different. How am I different? First, the Tao has acknowledged you. Second, you are someone who controls desire. The Tao acknowledged me. Can you explain that in detail? With the Tao mentioned once again, the only thing Yushin could think of was the Tao oath he made on a rooftop in his past life, though that was just him playing around after downing a few bottles of beer. I apologize, but that is the one thing I cannot speak of. You must find the answer yourself. All right, setting that aside, based on what you said, since you chose me as your host this time, does that mean I can summon people from other worlds? Since the world will could summon Tom and Jerry, it wouldn't be too much to summon Toru from Miss Kobayashi's dragon maid, right? That way, Shadow Garden would gain another top-tier combatant, allowing them to spare manpower to explore other worlds and gather power. Regarding that, I am no longer capable of doing so. No way. You're the world will, for goodness sake. If that Japanese guy could summon, why can't I? Don't go giving me special treatment. The world will sighed. As a godlike existence, Yushin could feel its deep exhaustion. As I mentioned before, my authority was stolen. Tom and Jerry, whom that lackey summoned, already exhausted the last of my power. And you also know that Tom and Jerry are no ordinary cat and mouse. Then what use are you to me? Unable to summon people from other worlds, Yushin expressed great disappointment. At least I can still help you identify devil fruit abilities. Furthermore, I also lent a hand in what you and Qianlong did. The action the world will referred to was refining a devil fruit while retaining a small portion of its core for reconversion, and Qianlong had even experimented with converting 2 devil fruits. Are you serious? It didn't get angry. Since it was currently living under someone else's roof, it kept its attitude very humble. It is the truth. Restricted by the rules, your refining of the rumble fruit is equivalent to completely erasing the existence of this fruit as far as the world is concerned. But due to your perception, or as you put it, exploiting a bug, though my authority has been taken away, I can still manage to modify the rules slightly. However, at present, this is strictly limited to you all. If that's the case, if I had refined the fruits captured from the cult in the main world back then, wouldn't only one person have been able to possess them? Yushin recalled seeing the cult use devil fruits in the main world before, as well as the sand fruit in the Full Metal Alchemist world. However, he had looked down on them at the time, so he hadn't refined them. Not only would only one person be able to possess them, but according to your Shadow Garden's 5 elements cultivation method, you would only be able to possess 5 at most. Meaning I have no limit now. What about my women? I modified the lowest level rules. Your perception and your unique understanding of refining ability have, so to speak, transformed into the lightning element. With your experiences, it could even become a law under your control. As for Shadow Garden, it depends on your teaching and their own learning ability. Theoretically, within Shadow Garden, there is likewise no limit. By the way, your Phoenix, her talent is truly remarkable. At the mention of Alpha, Yushin's face flushed. He hadn't expected this bastard of a world will to actually be peeping. I couldn't tell, but you're quite free, aren't you? What are you talking about? I was merely marveling at Alpha's extraordinarily high talent. In time, her achievements will surpass Violet's and Qianlong's. It was hard to tell if the world will was just playing dumb or truly didn't know. Forget it, let's get back to the main topic. Based on what you said, can the cult do the same? Yes, but the prerequisite is having the perception and knowing how to refine. Although I am unsure if the Supreme Seats have mastered it, judging by Arcana's experiments, the cult has not. After a pause, the world will added, using the Philosopher's Stone and cells to stabilize multiple fruit abilities is ultimately limited in capacity. Moreover, this method cannot compare to yours at all. Hearing this news, Yushin felt slightly relieved. Having clashed with the cult many times, when it came to the training and utilization of magic power, he hadn't seen a single person who could match Shadow Garden, at least for now. Is the authority you mentioned a necessary condition to become a god? Rest assured, I have no interest in your authority. These were Yuxing's true feelings. He only wanted to gather more power, whether he became a god or not really didn't matter. He didn't want to become some desireless entity. With so many wives, wouldn't that just be frustrating? The world did not answer directly but fell silent for a period, seemingly judging whether it could say it. It was so long that Yuxing thought the world had returned to its usual silent state to protect itself. I have never been worried that you would replace me. Hearing such an answer, Yuxing realized that what was to follow was likely far from simple. Chapter 157, CP9's Undercover Mission. I never worry about you replacing me. Yuxing waited for it to continue. You are one whom the Great Tao personally responded to. If you truly become a god, your status will be even higher than ours. Existences like us are limited to a single world, living when it lives, dying when it dies. However, under the rules of the Great Tao, we can still save ourselves. When the world said us, it was referring to truth in the Full Metal Alchemist world. Its response left Yuxing unsure of how to reply for a moment. He had held back a portion of the honest thoughts he just shared. That is, if things really reached a point where he had to become a god to protect what he cared about, he would not hesitate. As for your desire to become a god, the will of the Full Metal Alchemist world has already spoken to you about it, so I won't repeat it. In short, you must understand that gods and world wills are two completely different things. Yuxing remembered truth telling him that believers would be of great help on the path to becoming a god. He had wanted to ask what the difference was between the two, but since the world continued speaking, Yuxing had no choice but to listen. Returning to the main topic, the cult has seized my authority. And because they brought the Philosopher's Stone and other powers, the line between life and death has become blurred. With issues like devil fruit powers going wild, my existence has become precarious. If I were to disappear, the entire world will fall into chaos and disorder. Therefore, I can only pin my hopes on you. It doesn't need to be as grand as saving the world, simply eliminating the members of the cult and reclaiming my authority will be enough. In return, the One Piece world will become your believers. Since you put it that way. Yuxing recalled the Great Tao Oath. Back then, he had only made it for fun, but now it seemed he couldn't just laugh it off. Then I can only act according to the oath. But we had an agreement, we only deal with the cult. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me. If the protagonist, Luffy, gets in my way, I won't show any mercy either. That is fine. Although Monkey D. Luffy is indeed the protagonist, he is merely a part of the world's evolution. His appearance is only to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. Without Luffy, there would be Haifei, Kongfei, or others like them. What's more, even he is powerless to resolve the current predicament. This is not something that can be solved by shouting a hot-blooded slogan like "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Yuxing was speechless. What kind of ridiculous names were those? Are actually quite humorous. It is the truth. Then do you know who that mastermind from the cult is in the One Piece world, and where they are located? My apologies, but after being stripped of my authority, I am not too clear on this. I only know that it is related to the person named Emu, which I assume you also know. Yuxing could guess that the cult would cooperate with Emu, but to what extent, he could only find out slowly. By the way, can you reveal what the so-called Great Treasure, One Piece, actually is? A lot of readers are quite curious. The records of the Void Century, physical technological objects that can drive the development of the world, and a vast amount of gold and silver treasures. Just kidding, I'm only guessing. Maybe Oda himself isn't even sure what it is. He did say it's a physical object, and if a reader guesses it, he might change it. Just take this as my prediction. That's it. That's it. All right. This was one of the few things Yuxing wanted to know since coming to the One Piece world. As for the Void Century, he had absolutely no interest in it. Going back to the beginning, you said you could solve the issue of the Shadow Garden sending another team, without having an extra Black Rose passage. How do we solve it? I can help Violet open the passage remotely. For now, this is the only way to solve it. Opening the passage remotely only meant that the other team could return to the main world, while Yusheng's team wouldn't be able to. They would have to take turns. But from the World Will's tone, there seemed to be another solution. Yes, because you only have one Black Rose, this is the only way. Of course, there is also a compromise. Let's hear it. Obtain the Godhood fruit. Combined with your ability, you can open a Black Rose passage in a different dimension. This way you and the other team can return to the main world together. Is that really possible? Won't there be spatial turbulence or positioning errors? Without my assistance, yes. Then there was nothing more to say. The Godhood fruit was already on his agenda. Even if it meant Eni's lobby, Yusheng would still charge in. Blueno, prepare to die. Meanwhile, far away in Water 7, Blueno, who was running a tavern, was wiping a glass when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. The only customers left in the tavern at this time were fellow CP9 members who were also undercover in Water 7. What's wrong, Blueno? We are intelligence agents strictly trained by the world government. Catching a cold is something that never happens. Since there was no one else around and the tavern was closed, Khalifa, who was disguised as a secretary, showed concern for her colleague. It's nothing. Perhaps there's too much dust. But your tavern is swept clean. Long-nosed Kaku touched the bar counter. All right, we have a new mission this time. Once Lucci, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, they stopped joking around. After obtaining the blueprints and taking Nico Robin away, our next step is to go to Arcana to investigate something. I remember that island, it's quite strange. Although it's not too far from here, it's rather remote. What are we supposed to investigate? Khalifa had thought she would be able to enjoy a nice vacation after this 7-year mission ended, but she didn't expect to be assigned another one. Investigate the reason behind the Buster Call's failure. As soon as Lucci said this, all three of them were somewhat surprised. Surprised that the Buster Call, which had never failed before, had actually failed this time. Isn't that the Marines' business? Why would they want us to investigate? Blueno asked while mixing a drink. Since it is an order from the world government, we must execute it. Lucci set the tone. Did the 4 emperors make a move? Kaku asked. Lucci, no. According to the world government's intelligence, the 4 emperors have never been to Arcana. If it wasn't the 4 emperors, then who else could do such a thing? Even the Revolutionary Army, they wouldn't dare, would they? Khalifa pushed up her glasses. In her view, there were no pirates in the first half of the Grand Line who could resist the power of a Buster Call, and even the Revolutionary Army would have to think twice. It was done by a group called the Dragon Hunting Pirates, and they even claimed Arcana as their territory. Lucci shared the remaining intelligence with the other 3. Dragon Hunting Pirates. That name really is quite unexpected. Blueno's hand paused. He didn't dare to say, hunting celestial dragons, out loud. Khalifa pushed up her glasses again, while Kaku held his glass without drinking. Their thoughts were exactly the same as Blueno's. Kaku could only redirect his thoughts. Is the scale of this pirate crew even larger than the 4 emperors? Whatever the name, what we need to do is infiltrate the dragon hunting pirates, investigate their background, see if they are related to the Revolutionary Army, and then send the intelligence back to the world government. Understood. Just like that, CP9 thought this was just another simple undercover operation, completely unaware that the strength they took pride in was not even worth mentioning in front of Yusheng. Luffy and his crew only knocked them unconscious, but Yusheng was going to kill them. 158 Chapter 158 Selection of Team Leader Chapter 158 Candidates to lead the team, Lord Yusheng. You haven't been here in so long, please let us serve you. Perhaps with the assistance of the world's will, Violet's control over the Black Rose Passage had progressed further upon Yuxing's return this time. Instead of only being able to maintain it for 2.5 days like before, she could now keep it open for 4.5 days. With time to spare, Yuxing didn't need to rush. He and Yukiheim arrived at the lawless city's 3 high towers. No, it should now be called one of the dual towers, the White Tower. After all, they were 6 handmaidens carefully selected by Yukiheim, and Yuxing wasn't the type of man to just hit and run. And so, as soon as Yuxing arrived, the 6 handmaidens, led by Marlin, came to his side. "Lord Yuxing, long time no see. We've missed you so much." It wasn't just because Yukiheim had saved them, they truly and willingly wanted to devote everything to Yuxing. They had once prepared themselves to be abandoned, but they weren't. On the contrary, they received a great deal of care. First, the special magic power had altered their physiques. Even in the lawless city, under the training of Shadow Garden, they gained the strength to protect themselves, becoming far stronger than ordinary magic swordsmen. Of course, their physical constitution in that aspect remained unchanged. Secondly, after multiple interactions and learning more, they realized the true master of the largest and most formidable commerce group, the Mitsugoshi Company, was Yuxing. Marlin had once gone to negotiate with an upper-middle-tier country regarding raw material supply issues. Simply by showing the company's VIP card, the nobles put away their arrogance. Those dukes who had wanted to possess her due to her beauty and her connection to the Mitsugoshi Company died suddenly that very night, and even the king had to be exceptionally polite to her. Marlin looked at Yuxing, putting in even more effort. She desperately wanted Yuxing to know that her life had turned completely upside down because of him, and she wanted him to know that everything she had belonged to him. "Lord Yuxing, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please let me soothe your fatigue." With that, the 6 handmaidens led by Marlin made their move. "I'm not really tired. I just wanted to see you guys." It would have been fine if Yuxing hadn't said that, but once he did, the 6 of them turned their efforts up to the maximum. He knew that leaving the White Tower today would probably not be so easy. As if to confirm his suspicions, Yukiheim appeared with December, the lowest-ranking member of the 12 months, after handling matters outside the tower. "Lord Yuxing, on my home turf, I won't hold back." She stood in front of Yuxing. "Lord Yuxing, I've counted carefully. 8 of us happen to have corresponding positions." "What does that mean?" Yuxing swallowed hard. Even with his vast imagination, he couldn't figure out how 8 people would work. Yukiheim unhurriedly took off her platinum outer robe. "Lord Yuxing, it seems there are still things you don't know." Yuxing tilted his head, looking up from below, her twin peaks obscuring her seductive face. He thought for a moment. Even with his vast knowledge from his past life, they would usually have to take turns. First this way, then that way. And finally, that would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own divine abilities. Yuxing had attained enlightenment. Yukiheim called this day the day of practicing the Tao. The next day, after an unprecedented and glorious battle, the highest and most luxurious top floor of the White Tower fell silent. Later on, members of the garden also joined in, leaving Yuxing unable to tell who was who. "Lord Yuxing, are you satisfied?" Even though the sun was already high in the sky, Yukiheim remained slumped in Yuxing's arms. Even her meditation techniques couldn't replenish such intense exhaustion. "I am extremely satisfied." While Yukiheim was still savoring the endless aftertaste, Yuxing had already transcended into a saintly state. "Yukiheim, if I were to have you lead a team to that world filled with devil fruits, would you be willing?" As for sending another team to the One Piece world, Yuxing had 3 candidates in mind for who would lead. Yukiheim was one of them. "Everything of mine belongs to you. I am willing to obey Lord Yuxing's commands. However, if Nu and Elizabeth can't go, then it can only be me. And we'll have to act separately, right?" She playfully snuggled into Yuxing's chest, wearing an expression that showed she had seen through everything. "As expected of you, you can read my mind." Yuxing patted her hip. Among the 12 shadows, if we were talking about the most suitable, it would be Alpha, in terms of both strength and decisiveness. But Yuxing had asked Alpha about her thoughts, and she expressed that she wanted to manage the rear for him and coordinate the overall situation. After thinking it over carefully, the only ones suitable to lead were Nu, Yukiheim, and Elizabeth. Nu was once a noble young lady with broad horizons, a versatile hand in Shadow Garden, and possessed independent decision-making abilities. However, since the Mitsugoshi Company had already become a behemoth, she also needed to assist Gamma and Alpha. Yukiheim was once the daughter of a clan chief, and had experience managing the lawless city. Now that the raw material supply was stable, and her subordinates could handle affairs independently, she was highly suited to venture into the One Piece world. Elizabeth was similar to Yukiheim. Most importantly, she had lived for a long time, and her rich experience was her greatest advantage. However, her Red Tower was just beginning to take shape, and her resting place had not been fully built yet, so she couldn't leave for the time being. Among the three, Yuxing leaned toward Elizabeth, followed by Yukiheim, and Nu last. If they all refused, he could only have Yukiheim lead the team. But I think it will still end up being me. Why do you say that? Nu is too busy, she constantly runs between three places: my side, Gamma's side, and Lord Alpha's side. As for Elizabeth, she actually doesn't like going out much, not to mention the Red Tower needs her. You make a good point. As for the other shadows, their strength wasn't an issue, but their decision-making abilities were weak. As for Delta, forget about her. Then Lord Yuxing, when do you plan to send another team? Will they go together with you this time? We'll send them once your strength progresses further, at least after refining the rumble fruit. Yuxing decided that once Gamma was finished, the next person would be chosen from these three. After staying for a while, Yuxing left the lawless city, and headed to the Midgar royal capital. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to escape once the Vixens woke up. Besides, he had to save some energy for Rose, right? Ever since his last training experience, under the intervention of the president of the Mitsugoshi Company, his older sister Claire, as well as Rose and Alexia, the academy could only turn a blind eye to Yuxing's extremely low attendance. They couldn't deduct his credits, nor could they require him to make up his studies. This left the new headmaster utterly helpless. He just couldn't understand how the son of a countryside baron could have so many powerful figures protecting him. By the way, the new headmaster was completely clean, with no ties to the cult, which was the result of secret efforts by the king and the two princesses. Phew, why does it feel like I haven't been to the academy in ages? Yuxing walked openly through the gates, recalling everything from the Fullmetal Alchemist world, to solving the United Chamber of Commerce in the Lawless City, and then going to the One Piece world. It seemed he hadn't spent a normal day in the academy for a long time, but he also knew that by now, school life was a thing of the past. Yuxing Kajanu. Long time no see. A figure called out to Yuxing. He turned around to look at the source of the voice, feeling quite surprised to see this person and their companion. It really has been quite a while. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.